Hello and welcome to yet another Shadowverse Open. This is the PAM August Cup, and we are more than halfway through the year of Western competitive Shadowverse. I'm your host, Sterling. I'm joined by Luis and Momo Jelly in the studio in sunny Burbank, California. What's up, guys? How's it going? The mini expansion just dropped. First thoughts, first impressions.
I thought I was going to have a lot of fun with it. There's a lot of new cards in there. Lara, Tista. But I don't think the meta's changed too much today. I think it stayed stable. People want to play their old decks, know what they know, play what they know.
That's right. I think competitively, at least at the highest tier of play, the meta is largely the same now. Like, a couple decks have gotten extra boost, have gotten a little bit of extra tools to use, but more or less things are the same.
Yeah, I think in the EU, when there'll be more time next month, we might see like Dragon or Shadow show up. For now, mini expansion, big deal is the sword card. For me personally, I'm playing a lot of Person, which is great with the new Abyss. So,
really?
Mini expansion has been great as a Shadowverse player.
Yeah, I like the new Spawn of the Abyss. I think it's great. And of course, yeah, Ambush Sword is still really strong right now. We're seeing even more Ambush Sword.
Yeah, now it's like the sword deck.
Yeah.
With Everlasting Castle, you have just another tutor to get
the important thing I just remembered this is that the mini expansion just came out a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Players aren't going to be switching up massive, bringing in completely new decks. They really want to maximize their chances of getting into the top 8 and, of course, taking home that first place prize. And, of course, if you don't know what the Shadowverse Open is all about, it is a monthly tournament series where players compete in Day 1 of an open registration Swiss bracket, in Day 2 where we have the top 8 players from Day 1 play in a single elimination, best of 8, winner take all. That's not totally true. It's not winner take all. Everybody today is going to take home some prizing. Of course, there's $1,000 for first place prize, and everybody in the top 8 who shows up on broadcast gets $100 just for showing up on broadcast of the day of. And of course, the main thing that players are actually winning today is going to be the league points. League points are absolutely crucial. You earn 1 point for a match win in Day 1. You earn 2 points for a match win today in Day 2. And there are 2 spots in the Contenders Cup at the end of the year where players who earn league points are going to earn a spot to come to the Contenders Cup, flown out to Los Angeles to compete. And of course, for the Cup winners, April through September, players also earn their spots in the Contenders Cup as well. Let's take a look at the standings to see exactly how the players have landed up this year. Of course, Noir in first place with 62 points, followed closely by V2 in second place with 61 points. Now, V2 has already qualified for the Contenders Cup. He won one of the monthly cups, so he's good. He's set. But he's the only... let's see, anybody... who else on the... Okay, Lumi, Raindrop, Cure Mango, Azure Cloud, Jute, Guilty Kiss, Pot Washer, and Auto Aim as well. Now, Raindrop and Pot Washer and Lumi, of course, are also... All 3 of them are in the top 8 today as well.
Yeah. So, for today's tournament, I think Lumi and Raindrop both really want their wins so that they can get a chance to get one of the World Grand Prix qualifying point slots. And Pot Washer really wants to get up into the top 5 so that he can earn his Contenders Cup slot through points. Or everybody today wants to win to get the direct invite to Contenders Cup.
That's right, yeah. Pot Washer's sitting at around 41 points. It's still technically possible for him to earn a spot in the Contenders Cup via points, but of course, just spiking out the win today, that's what everybody wants to do. Of course, we've got Deodain, Sai, Misaki, Pot Washer, Yo, Raindrop, Rajitos, and Lumi. This is a really stacked bracket. Aside from Misaki, who's a newcomer in the Shadowverse Open, we've seen all these players on broadcast before. These are all seasoned veterans. Nobody has an easy first match. Nobody has a low-seeded first match. These are all really, really good players.
Yeah, and it's great to see him come back. What I was going to say before is that for Pan America, a lot of people that won are people that are not in the top 10. Players such as Dubsky, Dino T, Bangrudo. So for players like Dudadan, Sai, Rajitos, Lumi, Reb, just get the win today and you'll get a spot in Contender slot.
That's right, and that's exactly right, Luis. The winner today takes home a spot in the Contenders Cup. It's a live finals at the end of the year where the players who will be advancing to the World Grand Prix in Japan will be decided. It is a best of 5, 3-deck no-ban, single elimination. So the 8 players that qualify, you're probably one of the monthly cup winners or you're one of the players who qualified via league points. That single elimination bracket is seeded via league points. That's what's going to decide where players land in the bracket, which is huge. It's absolutely massive, deciding that first match.
Especially in a single elimination format where one loss and you're out, right?
Exactly, and it also determines not only who you're playing, but who you're not going to be playing, who you have very little chance of actually facing until you get to the finals. Everybody on that if you're another player's on that other side of the bracket, you don't necessarily have to worry about that until you get to that final match.
Yeah, for players like Lumi or Raindrop, either they'll skip contenders or be really high-seeded and be in a great spot either way.
Yep, absolutely. So, Igni actually caught up with V2 in an interview. Let's go to him and see what he had to say.
This video is sponsored by Psy Games. Hey guys, Ignitius here, and welcome back to another episode of Shadowverse Pro Player Spotlight. Today, we're talking about V2. V2 was a competitive powerhouse back in 2017, even playing in the Rage Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2017 that year, up against the top Shadowverse players from all around the world. Unfortunately, in the year after, 2018, he fell just short of the mark performance-wise, but now he's back in 2019, showing everybody that he's still got it, taking the Pan America Shadowverse Open Championship titles for both April and June Cups. This means that he's qualified for the Pan America Contenders Cup later this year, which is another chance for him to make it to the World Grand Prix, this time competing for the grand prize of $1 million at the end of the year. And we have him here today. V2, how you doing, man?
That's good. How about you?
I'm doing good. You had a pretty impressive run this year, V2. What have you done, or what are you planning to do with the prize money that you've won so far?
It's a good question. I pretty recently actually got a Switch, so that was definitely part of it. And soon I'm hoping to get a new phone because let's say it's not optimal. For work, I have to make calls offshore. The application I do it through is not supported anymore. So that was my cue to look into a new phone.
Now that the Rebirth of Glory mini expansion is out, I wanted your take as a competitive player on what your favorite card from the mini expansion is, and what you think the most underrated card in the mini expansion is.
My favorite card would probably be the new Orcus for Portal. It's partially because anyone who's played a lot with me or knows me well they know I have a distinct hatred for Artifact. So anything Portal related that's not Artifact, I'm in support of. I don't really think it's gonna be strong enough to make Puppet meta, but I think it's a step in the good direction that I wanted to go. It just get artifacts away from me. And underrated card, I actually think the new sword legendary, the amulet that tutors out things with the remaining mana, I think that's actually a pretty cool idea, just because it makes it so that you always have on curve plays. I think that's something that Sword just always needs to do. It always needs to play on curve. Again, I don't know if it's gonna make Sword meta or anything, but I think it's a pretty strong card.
Finally, I wanted to ask you, you've already been to the World Grand Prix once before back in 2017. What are your thoughts on your chances of making it this time around in 2019, and any other feelings or thoughts you might have about it?
Well, based on the standings right now, I'm second, so I'm really hoping to keep that going and at least get second by the end of the year, because I do not want to take the gauntlet at Contenders Cup at all. That said, my placement is not really very safe at the moment. There are a couple people who can very feasibly just jump ahead of me in even just one tournament, and there's 2 left. I like my current position, but I'm still gonna try to do my best in these tournaments. I'm not safe at all.
Thank you very much for your time, V2. It was a pleasure.
Oh, well, thank you.
And that's V2. He's been playing the game for a very long time, at a very high level, so he's definitely one to watch out for. Back to you.
Thanks so much for that, Igni. It's so cool to get to see into a player's mind for just a little bit. And V2, I mean, obviously 2017 World Grand Prix player, probably one of the best players that's situated to actually take one of the spots from PAM from the World Grand Prix. He's definitely one of the players to look out for
Yeah,
sure.
when you see a player in the top 8 multiple times, it's impressive, right? But he actually won multiple times. That's an even bigger deal.
Yeah, that's how you know that's a real deal. Taking a win in the Shadowverse Open is really not easy at all.
It is not.
It's very you have to win way more than you lose matches. It's just, yeah, it's incredibly difficult. He's done it twice. Maybe we're not going to see any repeat winners today. Actually, they'll all be new players that haven't. Everybody today has not won a monthly cup.
Lumi won a monthly cup in March.
That's true. He did.
Before you could qualify
that's right.
for the Contenders
That's right.
Cup via
Okay,
winning
still.
yeah. So if he
Yeah.
wins, it would be his second time.
And because Beto is not in the top 8 today, he could actually get overtaken by the points, right? So
Lumi, yeah, that's right. Lumi and Raindrop, both players from Dawnbreakers, by the way.
Well, Raindrops and Dawnbreakers.
Oh, that's true. That's true. My mistake.
It's okay.
But yeah, they're both very well situated, right at 3rd and 4th place. I mean, like, that points grab is going to be absolutely insane. Of course, the main thing to take away is that the winner today takes the spot in the Contenders Cup, and then points don't even matter until they're actually worrying about the seeding. But that's, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But winning that could make it like anything can still change today. There's still so much that is on the line, and there's so much that can change before the tournament's actually over.
yeah, like we're right at the end of the season basically. So it's really interesting to see how it's going to play out, the standings.
Yep. There's still two more months left of competition for the Pan America region. Only 1 month left for Europe. And I mean, we're just getting ever closer
Down to the wire.
Down the Contenders Cup. So Momo and Luis, since the mini expansion, what decks have you two been playing the most on ladder? When you're actually like grinding hard, like sweaty try hard mode, what decks are y'all playing to try to win on ladder?
Alright, even if I'm grinding hard, I'm still playing the wacky stuff. I still got through GM with like Ginger and stuff like that, so to me it doesn't really matter, I'd say competitively, last time we saw Artifacts be top dog, Himari, Praetorian showing it off so well, those turn 7, 8 Major Lethals. But since then, Machina Ruin is now like the top deck. Everybody can sort of agree it's like the best deck. And the lineups we have today are like Machina Ruin, Alana, and then a third deck.
Yeah. I myself, when I try hard, surprising no one, I play either Vengeance or Evolution Vengeance or some form of Blood. But I have been having a lot of fun playing Dirt Rune, actually. Now that Levi's out, it's kind of helped it. I was playing Dirt Rune even before Levi came out, so it's just like a little boost where you have like all the dirt. You have like the new Erasmus, you have new Levi now, and I put 3 Melvies in my deck, of course.
Of course. So how do you feel that the new Levi actually works in? Does it have a place in Machina Runecraft, or is it just Dirt Rune, really?
I think it has a place in Dirt and Burn more than anything, and you could even put it in something. I think Dirt and Burn is where it goes, because it filters out your deck and it pulls out some stuff. Because it can pull your turn 10 Clark, or your 10 cost Clark.
Sure.
That's a card that it can pull out. So you could put it in other decks, but because it also grabs a sigil, you want to find that. You want to play it in things where you're going to have sigils on the board so that you have the fanfare effect as well.
Sure. Would you ever use it in Spell Boost Runecraft or not?
Probably not, because again, you want the amulets on the board. So if you have like core, you might get away with like playing it on 4 after a core is down if you're still putting core in your deck, but I think its rightful place is in Burn and
Like
Dirt.
not too long ago we had Spellbush Rune, Burn Rune, Machina. These days everyone's playing the Machina train. Today we only have one player playing Spell Boost, and what is considered the Burn Rune Earth package has sort of disappeared. Maybe because of Levi in the future we might see a new, more Earth focused rune deck appear, but that might take some time.
Sure, yeah. Of course, we know anything can change when that next expansion hits. It's going to be a good one. All right, let's take a look at the decks that the players have brought for our first match of the day. Deodane and Sai. Okay, Deodane has Machina Runecraft, Machina Blood, and Alana's, which is banned off. And Sai has Machina Runecraft and Ambush Sword. And Deodane decided to ban off Alana's instead of Machina or Sword. Why do you think Deodane chose to do that? Why not take off Ambush Sword?
I think with Deodane's lineup, I wouldn't be too afraid of Ambush Sword. I think its worst matchup in his decks is the Blood. But I think Mech Rune and Alana both have favorable matchups against Ambush Sword. So I wouldn't ban it off myself if I were Deodane.
Yeah, I think when we saw Dynasty win with Ambush Sword, it was like a surprise to most people. It's like, oh, that's a real deck. Now it's been a long time. That is the top sword deck, so all the top players are ready for it.
Yep.
Like it's a really good tier 1 deck, but the other tier 1 deck can handle it, and you don't have to fear it. They're ready for it.
Yeah.
Totally. Let's take a look at Deodane's Machina Bloodcraft list. This is one of the few types of Bloodcraft that we're actually seeing today. So this is heavily favored for the Machina package. Of course, he has 3 copies of Slain and some hand buff cards as well. He has Hellblaze Demon, Entrancing Blow, 1 Furfur as well.
Yeah, the
So-
Furfur is really interesting there. Not a lot of people put Furfurs in their deck, but being able to boost your Slains and your Monos to crazy, crazy stats makes it so you can burst down your opponents.
Yeah,
just
and
that much
throwing
quicker.
in 7 3-cost cards is a lot of 3-cost cards. It's really heavy on that front side of the curve, especially when you have to have your 3 copies of Armored Bat, you have to have Unleash the Nightmare, have to have 3 copies of that.
I think just the one of is probably fine. There might be a space where you could have put in an additional Succubus or maybe your 3rd Robo Goblin. Like there could have been other things as that one Furfur, but I think you put it in there because big Slains and big Monos win games.
Yep,
Yeah, so when you play Slain, you want to commit to the Machinas because you need Machinas in hand, and you get these, through Unleash and stuff like that, right? So it's interesting to see what are the non-mechs that they play. Succubus is a really, really good one. I'm surprised he considers Furfur to be worth it, aside from like another Succubus, right? It's like kind of surprising.
Let's take a look at size Ambush Swordcraft to see exactly how Swordcraft has evolved just a little bit since the last time players were playing it. First thing I see right off the bat is Jiraiya the Gallant. Just Jiraiya.
He's playing for the spell, though. For the record,
yes,
he's
absolutely.
he's a spell, right?
Absolutely.
But sometimes your opponent removes your Leod and you have nothing else in your deck to play, so you play a 9-play point 8/8 Jiraiya and hope it sticks.
Amazing. The funny thing about that card is I can imagine it against Alana's where your opponent's got a full board. It's like Evolved Kells, like 10 followers, 11 10 followers, and then you play Jiraiya and they're 1/1s, and then Alana says, I'll buff them up again. I can keep doing that. But you're right. It's definitely mainly in there for this in it for the spell. One of the main cards that I want to talk about is Everlasting Castle. It's such a strong tutor option that's been added to the deck from the mini expansion. A lot of players have now cut out the frog.
Yeah, so essentially the Ambush Sword deck is a very one-dimensional deck, and when your deck only does one thing, you want to make sure you do it well. And in card games, to do something well is that you can do it consistently. So instead of playing the frog, you want to just get the Leod, and now with the castle, you can play 3 castles, 3 King's Welcome, 3 Intervention, or the Brave Intervention, and then you have the most ways to get Leod out there.
I think I think a lot of people are already cutting out the frogs, and I think his cuts there were actually Brave Intervention and Slash of 1.
Yeah, like the castle means you can even cut the Brave, right? Which is cool.
That's true. Okay, so how do you guys see this match playing out? If you're Daodane, what deck do you want to load in first to try to get a favorable matchup? Do you start with Blood or do you start with Runecraft?
I think I'd start with Runecraft. I think either playing the Mirror or putting it against Ambush Sword, where you're heavily favored, I think is fine. I think you don't want to give Ambush Sword a chance to find its target.
And if I'm thinking that, if I'm on Psy's side, I probably want to load in with Machina Runecraft as well. Want to take the Mirror matchup, start with your best foot forward. I mean, start with the hardest match first. I think that's definitely going to be the hardest matchup to play in this match. Is going to be that Mirror matchup.
Yeah, I think Machina Rune between Technolord, which can get up to 10 plus damage, and the Golem to snipe the Leod, like they can answer the Leod.
Yeah, and even if Machina Blood is the deck that comes up into ambush, it does have Entrancing Blows and also Technolord, so it's not like Machina Blood is out of the running once Ambush Sword is queued up against it.
Yeah, it really seems like Ambush Sword is going to have a very difficult time in this matchup, specifically against 2 Machina decks. Of course, all the Machina decks today are bringing Technolord, which is an amazing option to get rid of Ambush followers.
That said, though, Ambush Sword is the deck where sometimes you have the right draws, and your opponents don't have the right answers, and then you just steamroll. So it always has that potential.
Yeah, Ambush Sword, like we were just saying, it's consistent. It's very, very consistent. You can get more than one Leod out on the field. Leod has a very high defense for a 2-cost when you evolve it, and then it just keeps getting buffed up, and it has a very, very high defense.
And Technolord needs a lot of followers destroyed to be useful.
Exactly, and if you're Ambush Sword, guess what? You're not destroying followers.
You're destroying the big ones.
You destroy the big ones. But if your opponent's filling up their board with 1/1s with the androids, that's kind of okay. It's better than it's. I mean, it's.
But they could be either racing you, or you have to get rid of it using Ivory Sword Dance, and then they are getting the damage that they need. It's a delicate dance, I think, between Ambush Sword and then its opponent.
Yes.
I think Ambush Sword is a very difficult deck to play, actually, despite you might think, oh, you're just making this one big follower and you're just sending it face. How troublesome can that be? How hard can that be to pilot? And it's actually really difficult.
Yeah, you really have to use your own life as a resource. You have to trade in your own life, leaving opponents' followers on the board doing the math. How many turns can I actually win the game and still be alive at that point?
Yeah, and when you play against it, it's like, are you gonna race them, try and clear the Leot, play defensively, war to get your combo? Like, how can your deck handle the Leot with the hand that you have, most importantly?
All right, here we are, loading into the first match of the day. It's Daodane versus Sai, and we're starting Daodane starting off with Bloodcraft against Sai's Runecraft.
Yeah, so I just want to say, I remember Daodane as the like happy dragon player from before, and I hope I'm not wrong with that. But it's great to see him back in the top 8 once again.
And Sai also back again this month. I think he was here last month.
I think so, yeah. And Rayitos as well, right? So it's great to see some of the Spanish representatives show up and do well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Machina Rune, D deck, and always want on 5 the Sorcerer, and then either Tetra on 4 if you went second, or on 6 if you went first, right?
Yes.
That's like the biggest deal. And I think we're going to see it a lot, of course, right? But I personally want to see how does Machina Rune play when they don't have that, right?
Yeah. Well, we already see the Tetra going second, so he's got one of those cards that he wants, but still needs to find the Mecha Buck.
Yeah, and Tetra is just an amazing, amazing card, so...
Even interesting that Sai decided to keep the Robo Goblin. Some people hardball their whole hand for either more draw or for their Mecha Book, just like Deus of old days.
Yeah, kind of like we see the Alana players, right? Like when you have cards that are such key components to your win strategy, it's common to see, you know, full mulligan, try and get those cards.
Definitely. Interesting that Daodane actually chose to keep mono in his starting hand, really valuing having the card to buff and having it for later.
Yeah, it's a good point that you bring up. By having the mono in hand early on, he will always have a target for these entrancing blows, Hellblaze, things like that. Because if you don't, you might have in this awkward situations where like you're just buffing something that is not gonna get to go face like that, right?
Yeah. And here we see already starting to buff that mono, already starting to hit the face.
Yeah, it makes sense that Duiden's gonna be aggressive with the Machina Blood, since he'll get to a point where he has big bursts from like mono or Slain, something like that, but he does need a little bit of chip damage to get there.
Yeah. And he's also going first. Who makes trades if you're going first?
Right. That said though, Machina Rune does have a bunch of repair modes, so they don't have like one big heal, they just have a lot of little ones.
A lot of little ones.
Yeah, and
sometimes
Sai's
you
gonna
don't
have the
think-
Tetra on 4, which is
Yeah.
such a nice way for him to come back from the aggression.
Sometimes it's easy to underestimate how much heal those little repair modes do, but when they're playing them for free,
Yeah, it's
several
a
of
big
them,
deal, it could really add up, right?
Yeah.
Like you have cards that give you repair modes for free, and then you can play them for free, and then before you know it, it's like, if you play the game with an extra 5 or 6 lives, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, Duiden is going to take a trade that we can guarantee the entrancing blow can clear.
Already having that mono at 6, so that it's been buffed
Yeah,
4
these days,
times.
pretty easy to get the mono proc, right?
Or-
yeah, to have enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to get to, 7 play points to actually play it and her. So, Tetra definitely the play. There really can be no other. And I'm curious in case like this whether he'll spend the heal on the Tetra or use the cannon to fully clear.
I don't think you ever use the cannon here. You need to keep it because you are mocking a rune and you need to cycle that cannon every turn.
That's true, right? Being able to cycle is just so strong. Perhaps if he had another Tetra, he might keep it, but you're right. With only one cannon, it's definitely correct to keep it. This means that if there was a Metal Blade Demon, it'd be like slightly better, but I think you're just okay with that.
Yeah.
And there is no Metal Blade Demon for Duiden anyway.
And even if there is a Metal Blade Demon, you can just send the 2 damage to Tetra and trade anyway. It's fine.
Yeah. So I think Gear Snake Tamer plus Hellblaze is one of the strongest plays that Machina Blood could do. In turn 4, in turn 5, when you're facing out of Tetra, all of a sudden it's just not that great, right?
I think even now it's fine. You have this huge mono and you have all of these Machina followers already on the board and already some destroyed. That it's pretty
That's true.
positive this
It
mono's
does
going
put
to be
him
active.
in a good spot. Even if it's not like amazing, it is still super good for what he's trying to accomplish.
Yeah. And he's
Yeah.
going to buff this mono again with this entrancing in hand at some point. I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe we'll just see one mono in the game, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's like 2 monos or monos and some droids, but if you get enough hand buffs, it could be 1 Slain, 1 mono.
Yeah, this mono will have, I think, if you give the entrancing glow to it, after the Evo, it'll be at 16 attack.
Yeah.
So, you just need to put 1 more damage to Daodane's face, or
That's
to
set though.
Sai's face as Daodane.
Because he didn't answer the Tetra, now Sai gets to cheat at even more play points, and because he has another Tetra, he's gonna have more heal, and now he has to answer both Tetras for the next turn, right?
Well, there's only 1 more repair. Well, there's 2 repair modes in hand, the Robo Goblin and the Magitech Golem.
Yeah.
But you're gonna
Like
do that 2 damage phase.
He'll
right
likely
now.
have the damage, right?
Yeah.
He can't do mono this turn, otherwise it would actually just be lethal, right?
Yeah.
But he could try and set up for next turn, and with another Tamer, that actually gives him a really good setup for it, because you'll have the 1/1 Serpents, which become mechs.
That need to get either answered or...
Yeah. So it might be better to play Entrancing Blow first, and then whatever it hits,
trade
you could
into it.
evo the Tamer to answer it, right?
Yeah.
And then his mono would be...
Huge.
Yeah, actually,
It's going to be a 16 attack mono.
that's pretty... No, it'll be more than that, because he's gonna Entrancing Blow it as well.
Yeah, like,
Oh, he's
Yeah.
gonna buff the Gear Tamer for the extra buff? Okay, well, this way it's a full board clear, right?
yeah, that's good too.
Okay, so he can still maintain the 16 attack mono like you said, and clear the Tetras, so clearing both of them is pretty strong. And he still gets 2 1/1s left over. I do like this line of play.
Without the entrancing, doesn't it only become a 14 mono right now?
Oh yeah, right, it's only 14, yeah. But that's still pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Because
it's still huge.
with only 1 more Serpent left over, you would have lethal.
Hmm.
That said, I'm sure Sai's like, hey man, he's played Hellblaze, Entrancing Blows. He's probably done the math and he's like, I need to clear these ones, right?
Yeah. Even if he does clear both of them, he has lethal on the following turn with the Succubus if he doesn't heal.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
he does have repair modes, so
But he has to get them out, right?
yeah.
I mean, he might even the Golem to get it, which I guess would definitely be worth it. Because he should be aware of exactly how much damage the mono can do. The thing about the handbuff is that, like, it is really explosive damage, but it's always accounted for. It's not a surprise, right? When you play against Rune, it's like, they could have a Zealot, they could have 3 Zealots. But against Blood, you know exactly how many times they've buffed their cards.
I don't think Fur is what you needed off the top as Daedane. I'm not sure
I
what
don't know what he
needed.
needed at the top,
Yeah.
honestly, because, like, yeah, he's really, really close on the damage,
But with the
but
heal,
that's all he has is the damage, right?
Yeah. With that little bit of heal, he's now out of range. So he might just play Fur, buff the mono, and pray.
Yeah, and talking about, you know, damage, like, he's at 12 life.
Yeah.
And he knows there's the Delta Cannon, and maybe there's a Zealot, maybe there's 3, so... Now,
Yeah.
Mono does have Ward, which is nice for Dunedain, so he won't just, like, die on the spot. And he does cash in the 14 to the face. I mean, seems correct with a hand like that, right?
Yeah. But now he's got to struggle to find the last little bits of damage to end this.
Yeah, I think it's a great story of, we're talking about, you know, how much the repair mode matters.
Mm.
And now that extra repair mode means that he'll be 1 off lethal next turn.
Yeah.
And it might be impossible for him to find that extra 1 damage.
And if he decided to just smack his Robo Goblin in just to find that extra
He could get
repair
another one,
mode.
yeah, just in case.
But I think he might be looking for lethal here. Because you only need a couple pings and then...
Right, because he
Double
already
in
has a lot of
phase.
damage on the board, and he does have the Zealots we were talking about. So he has... That's lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Machina Rune can also do a lot of damage. And without the MacBook Sorcerer, Sai still found the place.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that was because the Tetras got to stay alive, though. So he still got to cheat at play point, right?
Yeah, I think there were plays where instead of playing that Hellblaze to buff the mono on that turn, he could have used the Entrancing to clear off the Tetra, the very first one.
Right, ignoring
so,
that one Tetra is kind of scary.
Yeah.
I do like Dunedain's line of play in that, you know, with the hand that he had, he was like, hey, I can count and I can do the damage, right? But the extra repair mode was just a bit too much, and
Threw off the count.
yeah. And the other thing is that when he goes face like that, multiple times he ignored the board, right? He ignored the Golem, he ignored the Tetras, and it ultimately came back to bit him, but I'm not sure he could have answered them anyway, you know, so...
Yeah.
But, okay, so Sai takes game number 1, showing that if you're not going to draw Mechabook Sorcerer on 5, then having 2 Tetras is the next best thing, right?
2 Tetras is pretty good.
Yeah, and she's a pretty good card. So we'll see how the Leon deck does against the Machina Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to call it the Leon deck. I used to call it the Pepe deck, but they don't even play the Frog anymore, so
No.
have
can
to
call
just
it-
call it the Leon deck, right?
I know some of my friends at Dawnbreakers call it King's Welcome. What? Because King's Welcome is just a good card, you know?
Yeah, so is Leon the king then?
Yeah. I mean, he's got a castle.
Okay, I guess that makes
No.
sense, right?
He's got the Welcome, he's got the castle.
Yeah, Leon is a crazy good card. And I find it funny that, you know, when they were showing off the mini expansion cards, Front Row General is great. It's a great card, right? We haven't seen it yet, and maybe we'll see it in the future, but I think people kind of slept on the castle. They're like, okay, you get your followers, but they don't have fanfares. And then turn 10, you get a 2/2, which is cool, but in Shadowverse in turn 10, you're doing crazy plays. And
yeah,
to
you're
get
not
a 2/2
even getting
is...
like 1/1s that would gain Storm off a thumb or
Right.
something. You're
It's just a vanilla 2/2, right?
Yeah.
But
It's
the castle
also a
gives
Leon
you
tutor.
another Leon,
Yeah.
and just for that, the castle is then a really, really good card, right?
Yeah. It sees play. I mean, you can see the ambush sword deck, and if you take individual cards out of the deck, you might look at that card and be like, this isn't a very good card.
Right, like Well of
but it's
Destiny,
in a very
right?
good deck, so
Like
that makes
Well of
the
Destiny
card
is
better.
a basic Shadowverse card, and it's not one you ever see, but in the right deck, it puts in work.
Yeah. Just because it has a space in a good deck, does that make it a good card? I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah. Okay, so well, it's turn 2. He's got a Leon. I imagine he will play it. I mean, you could answer the Tamer instead, right?
You could play it, but you could also know that Blood has the card Entrancing Blow.
Right. So maybe you never play Leon until you buff it?
Yeah, possibly in this
Or
matchup.
wait till Evil at the very least, right? Yeah. Going back to what you're saying, maybe not as simple to play,
Yeah.
even if it is very one-dimensional. I think him to hold the Leod is definitely correct, right?
It was definitely correct, because it was going to get Entrancing. He wouldn't have another Leod. He doesn't even have another way to pull Leod right now in his hand. So,
Yeah, and Duran gets the Unleash the Nightmare, which is fantastic. Gets the 2 droids. So, do you think we'll see him just start to be aggressive then?
Daodan?
Yeah, like he has his lane in hand, right?
We saw him go very aggressive, very like buff heavy last game. I would not be surprised to see something similar here, but he does have to keep in mind his hand size and making sure that it grows up.
Yeah, I believe he plays one of Mechaforge Double, which he has in hand right now, and that's a great card to keep him maintain the hand size, right?
Yeah, definitely, especially with the devil on the next turn.
Yeah. The fact that Sai got the blade is actually really good for him because it lets him, do something
Yeah.
as opposed to just ignoring the 1/1s.
I've played a
could hold
little
it,
bit
but-
of the ambush sword, and I feel like every time I play the cards that give me loot, I get the most useless loot. I get like boots.
I mean, you want Necklace, right?
Yeah.
Like Necklace or Blade, I guess would be the second one because you're buffing your Leod or answering the board, right?
Sometimes the goblet is also nice because you're taking a lot of damage. It helps you undo that. But I was getting boots every
Yeah.
single time. You
That's
have
the worst
nothing
one,
to
right?
give
You
the
play
boots
no
to.
followers whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had
awful.
those games where like you have a hand of like 5 boots and you're like, wait a second. Okay, Mecha Bad is pretty good.
Not even
Mecha
using
Force
the
Double
blade.
is good, but going first he doesn't get the Evo effect, which maybe he doesn't even need, honestly, though. Because to play anything else is to play off curve, and that's not the end of the world, but usually if you can play on curve, it's just nice too.
And you're like, think about your next couple of turns. Like, if you play the Mecha Forge now, you're playing what on turn 5? What on turn 6?
So you do Metal Forge on 4, Evo Ed. I mean on 5, Evo Ed, and then play Armor Bat, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
But at this turn, he would have to not play the Bat, which is what you would play if you weren't playing the Devil, so it's kind of awkward, right? If there was like a Leod, he would do like Mecha Wing and Entrancing Blow, and like that would be the dream turn, but Sai definitely respecting the Entrancing Blow, not playing the Leod early on. Okay, we see the Devil come out anyway. Even without the Evo, he's still getting at least the droid in hand, so he maintains hand size. And depending on what Sai is doing, he might not even clear the Devil, right?
Yep.
Although he can do Leod Evo and then spend the Spine Blade.
Which I think he might.
Yeah, you can do Leod Trade, reambush it, but you once again risk losing to the Entrancing Blow, so I think it's better to not do that, right?
Yeah, if he's going to play around Entrancing Blow on 2, I think he's going to continue to do so.
Yeah. Last time he could have bladed one of the 1/1s and then he chose not to. I wonder if, he's going to hold the Leod spell. So, Sai, not too afraid of the 1/1 droids.
But the count has gotten to
Yeah,
enough
now...
to use Techno Lord and the Entrancing to clear it off.
Yeah, so Duran finds the clear, which is so huge. Because he could clear and still maintain his aggression. And for Sai, we're talking about how the Leod deck is so good at finding and playing the Leod, but right now in his hand, he doesn't have no way to do so.
Yeah, right now he's got a lot of buff cards and
Yeah.
nothing to buff.
I mean, he can use his resources to, at least clear, but when you're not developing the Leod and getting the buffs going, he's going to be so delayed, basically, right?
Honestly, I would maybe even consider playing the Smite instead of the Craving Splendor, just so that you could draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, it also would banish Machina, which is not that bad, right?
Yeah.
The thing about the Machina, the technology like we're talking about, is that the longer you wait, it's just going to do more and more damage, and it'll get to a point where Technolord is going to be able to easily answer the Leod, right?
There's Mono.
Yeah, Metal Blade for the card draw. And I was just drawing these cards that, like Necklace, amazing on Leod Dual Blade. I mean, it's the combo, right? The weaponries. Okay, he found the Leod. That was an excellent draw. Like you're saying, this might game the Leod after all, right?
Yeah. It was. He did it a turn later, but
Yeah.
it didn't matter. He found it.
Okay, with 2 Veil Reckonings in hand, I wonder if he'll still hold them.
Yep.
Okay, so Mono is not active just yet.
But Slain is.
Slain is. Yeah, Slain to the face. Is there a play that might be better than that?
I like Slain to the face.
I mean, yeah, it just seems good, right? It's also got buffed by the Enchanted Blow, so he can go face for 10 right now, plus the 1/1. Put him at 3 life, right?
Yeah, and it's a hard follower to answer right now with Size Hand.
Yeah.
Even spreading the stats by putting the Evo on the droid.
Right, because it's better against things like Slash of 1 or Smite, things like that.
These single target removals that
Yeah.
Ambush Sword uses a lot of.
Are there enough Machinas such that if the board is answered, Mono is lethal? Because one of them did get smited, right?
Yes, and then I think another one's about to get smited with the top deck.
Yeah, the smite is a good answer to the Slain. It's a 1-card answer to it. For 4 play points, probably the best he was going to get.
There's
But at this
not
point,
a
he has to clear even the 3/3, right?
Yeah. And I don't think he's got away right now.
I mean, he could attack Leod into it and then re-ambush it.
Well, yeah.
But, I mean, that feels terrible, right? But it looks like he doesn't have other options.
And if he does that... Oh, he's got the necklace. He got a necklace earlier. I was going to say I would
Yeah.
leave it up for entrancing, but...
Okay, he could use the Evo on the Assassin. That way Leod stays as healthy as possible.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that is the best way to go about it.
So
Sai
there's
showing,
other followers
great...
to evolve. Crazy.
Yeah, showing he's really playing the deck well, I think. That Seto is at 3 life, and he looks kind of scared, right?
Making some prayers every single turn.
Yeah, so Mono is not active yet, perhaps because a lot of mechs were banished.
Yep.
But if Duran can just make a couple, a board of mechs, right, then he could trade in with Mono soon enough. And because, there were those Leo's turns where the first one got answered, it's not like he's going to die next turn, right?
Could he?
Well, right now, actually he goes to, Leo goes to 6 and attacks twice, that's 12, right? Plus the reckoning, that's 13. So he would be 1 off lethal, right?
I mean, can't you play one of the buffs first? You have 8 play points.
Yeah, you're right. You could play the buff and then yeah,
attack
that is
twice.
more than enough because it's so late in the game. But the Hellblaze,
It is in the way.
yeah. So not that simple. Usually I'm used to like you dual attack the Leod and that's it, but it's so late in the game that you could still put another buff on it.
Yeah. I mean, you could give it the double attack right now. And then Ivory Sword to try to clear. Well, you'd clear.
The thing is, if you clear the board here, you just die, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
So essentially, he needs to like win the game this turn.
And I don't
and
think
I don't believe he can, right?
Yeah, with the Hellblaze in the way.
Yeah. Like by delaying the Leod deck a turn or two by beating Ultraman in the first one, it gives the Machina Blood just enough time to represent lethal of their own, right? Because usually I feel like the Leod deck would be faster, as by turn 6 or 7 you're seeing the dual blade, and then that's it, right?
But you really slow him down when you remove a Leod.
Yeah, and that Hellblaze, I mean the Hellblaze being super good as a 2/2 ward right now. Okay, so I believe Ivory will clear the full board. But Mono is certainly active now. And he could push a good amount of damage.
But it's just
But it's not enough.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have the reckoning, like, it still was close to the end. Yeah, Duran is ready. He's got the Mono already queued up. And just like that, yeah, he's gonna tie the series 1-1.
Yeah? Oh, this is unnecessary.
Yeah, going for the second one.
Yeah, just
why not,
letting
right?
him know. So getting a good look at his ceiling.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's up to Duran's rune, right? And Sai sticks with the ambush sword.
I mean, if you're Dave Danny, you got Mech Rune going into an ambush sword. You're feeling a little alright.
Yeah, I would take the Mech Rune, right? It's like more consistent deck.
Just find your Magitech Golem, play a few Machina cards, get rid of the Leod.
Yeah, like you saw when he entered the Leod, it delayed Sai's game plan by so much. And before the Leod gets out of control, if you can clear it when it's not at like a 5-7 or something like that, right?
When it's not huge.
Yeah, and Sai he respected the Enchanted Blow. He didn't play the Leod early on either, so I think he played that well too, but Duran did have the answers.
Yeah,
and he's going to have a Mechabook Sorcerer on 5.
But in this particular matchup, how important...
Okay, maybe you don't even value that much.
I think you value Magitech Golem over anything else in this matchup.
I could definitely see that, because if your turn 5 is play Mechabook Sorcerer, and their turn 5 is
here's my giant Leod.
Right. Then maybe it's just not good enough, right?
Mhm.
Well, Sai doesn't have a Leod yet. You know, we talk about how
He
the deck
doesn't?
could be so consistent these days, but just because you have consistency doesn't mean you're guaranteed to have the Leod either.
Daedane found the Magitek Golem.
Yeah, right now it's really looking in Duoden's favor, I would say.
Playing the Mercenary. 'Cause
Yeah.
You don't want to open up the life form. I think he kept the life form so that he could look for Magitek Golem if
Just in
necessary.
case.
But
I mean, at this point, he's going to have the Golem, Tetra, and the book, so, like, he really has everything he needs.
yeah.
And once again, he looks, you know, really happy about it. You can tell he knows he has a game win in hand right now.
And he's just like laughing. Every time he's not seeing Leod coming onto the board, nothing happening.
Yeah, things are really going his way.
Yeah. And things are not going sideways.
Yeah, definitely not going to play the Golem there. If you played it, you would just get answered.
Mhm.
He's going to hold it until he's going to answer with Leod. And because Sai has not even set up a Leod this late in the game, he knows he's going to have the time to play Book Sorcerer. And then after that, the Golem could do so much damage to answer Leod.
Would you believe me if I told you that I've seen this happen before? I've seen Ambush Sword not draw Leod or any of its tutors with the 12 tutors in deck for like 20 turns.
As long as they're not my ladder opponents, I would believe it, yeah. Like,
They were not a ladder opponent.
Yeah.
I was watching my teammates scrim.
otherwise
so
they would have it, right? But yeah, like, the deck is consistent, but it's not always going to have it. It's, you know, it's part of the deck, right? When you only have a one-track mind, if you can't do that one thing, then he's not doing anything, right? So, it's like one of the deck's greatest strengths, but you could also see it as a pretty big weakness, too.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy because like we consider the deck consistent because it has so many tutors for Leod.
Yeah.
And not finding any of them is crazy unlucky.
Yeah, and like, I'll really go back to how one-minded the deck is. Like, if you look at the Machina rune, yeah, you really want your Mecha Book Sorcerer on 5, but if you don't get it, you still have ways to win the game, right?
Yeah.
But
No,
the
he's-
Leod deck, it's only Leod.
Yeah.
Like, the Jirai is cool, but he's a turn 9 player, right?
Here's Leod.
Okay, just a little bit late, but does show up. But at this point,
What's he doing?
yeah, and like the Golem with, you know, free mech spells, he's gonna clear any Leod.
Yeah. It's easy clears for Daedane.
Yeah, I don't think you could get it thick enough that it would survive the Golem assault.
Different Golem, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, you know, I do like that Golem card, though, for the record. I think it's a great card. But I think it needs more time for people to really...
Yeah. I didn't pull any out of my like 50 or so packs that I
No.
opened, and I was like, well, I'll play with that later.
I pulled a 4th animated ginger. It was the worst. Like, when you have 3 animated legendaries and you get a 4th one, it's just like, why?
Why did you use your gloves?
Yeah. At this point, Duane could just go face.
And that's what he's doing.
Don't gotta clear if he could just go face, right?
Yeah.
Because he has
Leod
the
means-
ritual and he has the Delta Cannon. That's gonna be lethal.
Yeah.
Just like that, Duoden's gonna take the set 2-1 over Sai, who had a great
I
showing with
think
his rune
Daedane
deck.
was apologizing. I think he's saying that he's sorry.
I mean, Sai brought the ambush deck, and you know what the deck can do, right? You know what
It's a risky deck.
Yeah. Like, it is a strong tier 1 sword deck, but it has its faults.
It does.
Yeah, that was very convincing in favor of Runecraft there. Daedane just took those games really, really well. He knew how to play against Ambush Sword and targeted just ruthlessly. Even though in that first game it was Ambush Sword against Blood, Sai had the Leod right out on 2. He had everything you needed, but Bloodcraft was just too much. Daedane utilized wards very well. Having that
Hellblaze
the
at the end.
Hellblaze Demon at that
Yeah.
just the right moment, that was huge. That absolutely allowed Daedane to take the victory there.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the players, they're going to be ready for the ambush sword, and sometimes Leod's not going to show up, and then you don't really have much of a deck.
Yeah, we were talking about how consistent the deck can be when you only have Leod and when you have so many tutors to get it out of the deck. But even still, if you don't have Leod right on 2, maybe turn 3, turn 4 is too late. Against
sometimes.
Turn 4
Runecraft?
intervention can be okay,
Yeah.
but he just didn't have any of the tutors, right? So
Yeah. And even then, some of our Bloodcraft decks today have Azazel, have tools, have
Entrancing,
Calamity Bringer,
Yeah.
have ways around
Technolord.
dealing right now.
Personally, I'm not a fan of the deck.
Considering the field of competition.
I personally don't like the deck because of what it does, but we've seen its strength. We've seen Dynasty win before, right? Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
it can be a good addition to a lineup.
But we've seen Dino T1 a month ago.
That's true, right?
And
the game
now
has changed.
it's today, and it's a month later, and players have figured it out. I think Dino T was amazing to be ahead of the curve like that. He was the only one who brought it in the top 8.
Yeah.
No one else was prepared for it. Being ahead of the curve like that is everything.
Yeah, you get a big advantage because the opponents might not be ready, right?
Yeah, they haven't built their decks for it, haven't played against it that much. Of course, on ladder it's incredibly strong, and maybe in scrims I'm sure it has a good win rate. But the top 8 of the Shadowverse Open is a different story.
Yeah, when people are ready for it, they know what it does, they know how to answer it. They bring cards and decks that have answers to it. It's a hard deck to win a top 8 with.
Absolutely, and again, all these players are top 8 veterans. Not to mention we've got Potwasher and former World Grand Prix competitor, second place last year, and V2's already qualified for the Contender Cup, another World Grand Prix.
I believe
World Grand Prix
Potwasher is
player.
also playing the Ambush Sword, though, right? So,
Yes. So we'll see if
I mean, the players have faith in it.
if he has
That's
different
true.
control
Yeah,
over it.
everything I was saying just
Well,
out
I mean,
the door.
it's not like the most played or anything like that, but it's enough that it's not like a one-off wacky deck. It's like
Yeah.
it's a contender, right?
And to be fair, we've only seen one match of Ambush Sword so far. Like you're saying, many players brought it today. It's very, very strong. It can win against most of the decks in the format.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
actually, Momo and I were talking not too long ago. We saw Machina Rune in the SBO where like Himari played it, and he didn't have the source or anything like that. And the deck just looked kind of whack. It didn't look that strong.
Yeah.
And then a month or two later, it's like, wow, Machina Rune is so impressive. It's such a strong
It's a tier
deck.
1
It's
deck.
the best deck in the game. Like,
Yeah.
so things change, right?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the decks that the next players have brought. Potwasher and Misaki. Misaki has Evolution Blood, Machina Rune, Alana's is banned off. Very popular.
Very
Alana's
popular
is for the ban,
Yeah.
rightly so. Potwasher has Alana's unbanned, Ambush Sword, and Machina Runecraft banned off. You know, I really like Misaki's plan here, taking off Machina Runecraft. Did not want to potentially deal with that mirror matchup. Did not want to take Evolution Blood into Machina Runecraft. I think that's a great choice. Unfortunately, now you have to deal with Alana's very, very powerful deck against Blood and Runecraft, really.
I think Misaki's fine. I think Evolution Blood
I like the Evil
loves
Blood.
going into Alana. And this Evolution Blood is the Vengeance package version, so it's not really got too many Machinas going on
That's
in
true,
there,
that's
and it's
true,
got
yeah.
Calamity Bringer, so
Okay.
it's
Okay.
got the answers to the Alana boards.
Speaking of that Blood deck, let's take a look at Misaki's Evolution Blood deck. He does have quite a bit of Vengeance followers in this deck. It is heavily favored for the Evolution. He's got Olivia, he's got the Zeus. That's the end game. But if he does get in the situation where the Azazel Evolution is necessary to stay alive against Alana's or against Ambush Sword or something like that, he does have Laura, he does have Dublames, he does have Calamity Bringer, of course, ways to utilize Vengeance to its fullest.
Yeah, and the SSL leader effect is incredibly strong against the Ambush Sword and Alana, right? So against both opponents' deck, it's such a powerful effect. And I like he's playing triple Blood Pact. So with triple Unleash, triple Blood Pact, he's going to have so much card draw.
And with the triple Lycos in there, it tells me that he really wants his Vengeance, not just in case Azazel needs to be used. He wants Vengeance actively.
And he's got Vyra as well.
Yeah.
Vyra, again, another amazing shield
Against
But-
Ambush and Alana.
against the Ambush and Alana, absolutely. But it's still very evolution hungry. The deck itself, by its namesake, is evolution hungry. Utilizing the evolution points is everything.
I'm surprised he didn't put Mariana in there because he's playing Vera. I know Mariana's.
Yeah, no, right.
Some people have rated it high. Some people have rated it kind of low. I think I like it. It's like a little mini Olivia, and I think it fits in this deck perfectly.
Even it does. It would fit. This is the one deck to bring it in.
Yeah.
But even then, more than a one of is a bad choice. And even still, I think it's kind
I
of
think
it's very
Moriana's
slow.
okay, but I'd rather have like a Trill. Trill has a
I
free
run
evo,
both.
and she has more utility, and you could run both, I suppose.
Like
Yeah.
you don't need
How many
triple Blood
How many trills do you run though?
I run 3 Trills, and at the start of the
Interesting.
mini, I was running 3 Morianas.
That's crazy.
I'm crazy.
Okay, let's take a look at Potwasher's deck. This is his Runecraft deck. It looks like. Okay, yep, he's running. This is Machina Runecraft.
This is Machina
True to form.
Runecraft?
I like the Craving Splendor, the 2 of. That's a nice removal option. Runecraft. What other options does Runecraft have for a 3-cost 4 damage?
Well,
Well,
you don't.
before we stopped, they used to play Twin Blade Mage, and now he's getting cut. But Splendor gives you a removal that can also double as damage combo with the Zealot. So it kind of works both ways.
It's true, it works with the Zealot. We have seen against Ambush Sword and in other decks, really, when you're on the early turns, turn 4, turn 5, when you're playing Tetras, sometimes the Tetra's left up, and that's a perfectly primed target for Craving Splendor, especially because even if it is left at 3 defense and you have the repair mode, you can bring it up back
Yeah, you
to
can heal
6
it for
defense
3, right?
Yeah.
very easily, and giving it Craving Splendor, I think that's a massive spike of damage.
Yeah, it's just a nice card. I like it as like a 1 or 2 off.
Yeah, and a lot of players have decided that Craving Splendor now belongs on Machina Rune today. So
Okay.
nice, cute little addition to the deck. No, just like nice to see how decks keep changing even when it seems very stable.
Yeah,
Mhm.
since Machina Rune is now like the top deck, I would say, it becomes more refined because everybody's playing it. So everybody starts to know, like, okay, this is the list, that's how we play it.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're right, the deck has been around for quite a while, for several months. Machina Rune has, in some iteration, even if it was, maybe we would call it Dirt Rune 2-3 months ago, still a little bit of a Machina package going
Yeah,
on.
since Rebirth, now it's like the full Machina, they have the tools, and it's pretty strong.
It's very strong. Okay, how do y'all see this match playing out?
I want to say that Misaki is favored here. I think both of his decks go well into both of Potwasher's decks, and I think
Mhm.
like the worst matchup for him is maybe Machina Rune into Alana, which I consider 50-50.
See, I can agree with that, but that's Paw Washer we're talking about.
That
Second
is
place,
Paw
World
Washer.
Championship. Tempest Storm, Paw Washer, he's so good. And I don't know, he's a veteran, right?
He is a veteran, but Misaki did really well yesterday. If you look at his win rate and his opponent win rate, he knocked out he beat some pretty good players yesterday. So
Yeah, Misaki's like the new kid on the block, right? Well,
Yeah.
Paw Washer, like he had the amazing run last year,
Mhm.
and I'm sure he'd like to duplicate that, right?
and Potwasher's first hand here isn't looking too great.
And Jiraiya's a good card.
Jiraiya is a good card, but none of these cards are Leod
Yeah.
or equal a Leod.
Okay, maybe you can help me out, Momo. So when I look at Jiraiya, he's like he's not like a knight or a soldier. He's like a frog or something.
I don't know.
What makes him like all of Swordcraft's followers, they're like beefy dudes,
It's so
commanders, knights, officers, things like that, right? Like
maids.
generals,
Yeah.
maids, I guess, yeah. And Jiraiya, he's out there.
Yeah, I don't know what he is.
But
Oh.
he's cool. He's got a nice effect, very powerful.
But we've got Dion.
Yeah, so Paul Washer is playing Dion, and again, it's one of those things where it's like, Dion is a follower, yeah, but he's playing it for the spells, right?
But because it also can become a follower, we have situations where Leods get removed, and if you did do some damage to the face, maybe it's lethal at the end.
Yeah,
Especially in a
Dion
matchup like this.
Can be 6 damage at the end of the game, right?
hmm
And hey, Dion is actually really good against the SL effect.
Yeah.
Because you hit face twice for 3.
Mhm.
Okay, so Paul Washer did find the Leod, but
Does he?
you play Leod now, you get some Transient Blow, you're a sad panda, right?
But there is no entrancing blow, but he doesn't know that.
Right.
He can't know
Like, he has to respect it, right? Because when your deck is just a Leod, can you take the risk of like, hey, I play my only Leod, I don't have an tutor, and he gets answered, and we just lose? He might have
Possibly.
just respected, right? So essentially, he might not play Leod till like turn 5, where he could play Leod and then Evo it. Something like that. But then we saw they could do like, it still could get answered later on, right?
Yeah.
He's really thinking about it, and it's a big decision, right?
Mhm.
Because if Leod is played and there is no answer to it, then he can just start the buff plan right away, right?
Yeah.
Instead of delaying it so much.
Yeah. He can get his plan started right away,
Yeah.
but if it gets answered, then
Then he might just
He
like
has no
lose the
plan.
game on the spot, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. If he wants to risk it for the biscuit, that's a big bet. So
Not-
take the safe play, not play Leod. Most players might see this as the correct play, right?
Mm.
But taking a risk, sometimes there's something you have to do.
there's yours.
Yeah. Yours is a crazy card. Like yours is a good 3-drop as like a 3 play point 1/5
Mm.
with his effect, right? But I'm so used to it being a 5/5 that it's just like I don't know, it feels weird seeing it as a 3-drop, right? Sometimes it is the correct play, right? But
Yeah.
I'm so used to like, no, it's a 5/5 rush, heal, do the effect and everything.
And because he's kind of an annoying dude that does turn into a 5/5, I wouldn't be surprised if Potwasher
Did you ride it?
Jiraiya's it, yeah.
It doesn't lower the attack, but it does lower the defense.
Yeah.
And yeah, it seems pretty good, right? So you could easily answer the next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we might see like a Lycos Berserker Evo to get the Vengeance, right?
I like Vengeance.
Yeah. Like his deck wants to get into Vengeance, that's a good way to do so. You could also do like a Bira Evo Blood Pact, not take the damage, get the card draw. Dual Blame is an option, I suppose, but not one that I think we would see.
Yeah, I think we'd see the Lycos Evo happen sometime before Dublame comes out. Just to
Yeah, to get better Dual Blame value, right?
yeah.
Like, Dual Blame, once you are in Vengeance, could actually push a little damage if you get take 2 Leparians.
Mhm.
Although I still prefer the Alcat, but, you know, Leparion does
You
have its
don't
place.
need Alcat in this
Yeah, not in this
at all.
matchup. He's
Well,
not gonna do anything.
maybe the little ward.
Actually, yeah,
Could
we
be
saw the
something.
ward be good before, right?
Yeah.
Like, even a 2-held 1-attack ward might be enough to save him later on.
Going with Vera, deciding that there's not enough in hand for Misaki to want
Yeah.
to Evo Lycos right now.
So it's interesting, he played the Bira and then didn't play the Blood Pack, committed to it like us, right?
Yeah.
This gives him the best board possible. And one that is pretty hard for Pawasher to answer, I want to say.
Yeah. He can Dion and Usurping Spineblade 2 of the followers, or he could Usurping Spineblade 1, Evo Liad, use the ping on Urias.
Yeah,
and
I
just leave
think
Vera.
Misaki made a play that it would make Ivory Swords Ends really bad, right?
Mhm.
So we'll see how Pawasher can answer. I mean, he didn't have the Ivory Swords Ends anyway, right? But
Yeah. I think he's just gonna leave Vera.
yeah, just ignore it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, he doesn't need to go phase. So him missing out of the phase damage is whatever, right?
Yeah.
And Beer also rise to 4/4, but I guess probably okay with that, right? So he could use the Reckoning to answer, and then just use the weaponry to get Leod buff already.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna have the Dual Blade Fury for the kill relatively soon, assuming there is no SSL, for example.
And even if there is Dion for backup,
Yeah.
on 10.
But that's where I'm like, well, Misaki knows SSL is so good here, right? So at what point do you like, hey, I should maybe try and Blood Pack draw for it, right?
Yeah.
He chose to fight for the board, which is giving Pawasher trouble right now, though.
I don't think this is too much trouble having to Veiled Reckoning.
Yeah, like, he can answer the Bureau, right? But just a 4/4.
It's just the 4/4. Yeah.
Yeah, already has a 5/7 Leon with the Dual Blade in hand, so he's probably already doing the math of like, okay, when can I do the when can I go for lethal, right?
Yeah.
It's probably pretty soon.
Like, it was good that the Vera got to stick around and that he created the Vera that would stick around, but the Vera's shield would be more relevant, I think, later.
Later on, yeah.
And it would have been nice for him to have the Lycos Blood Moon now.
Right,
For
with the
this
type of play
lore.
that he make of playing the Lycos,
Mhm.
Bureau represents 4 face damage, right? And I guess he wants to be aggressive. But Pawasher's at 18, even if he goes face with 4 for Bureau right now, like, where is he getting the other 14 damage from?
Yeah. The Dublame could have represented 4 more damage in the form of 2 Leoparians, and then this Laura could represent giving Succubus Storm, which is 9 damage.
Yeah, if he were in Vengeance, then Lara becomes so much damage, right?
Yeah.
But without it, Lara's just, she's like a Ward Goliath, you know?
Yeah.
She does still have Storm and Eve, I suppose, right? So, not fair to call her that.
Yeah. She still does get to go face
Yeah.
for 5.
Like, I
but-
guess if he wants to be aggressive, he could just play Lara Evo face, and that's 9 face damage.
And I think he possibly should do that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his hand, it might be okay. I think the other line of play could be play Blood Pact, and then hope to draw an SSL in the next turn or so. And doing so would give him the highest chance of getting that, but
Yep.
it would also leave him with 3 play points, and then he wouldn't play much of anything else this turn, so... this play is consistent with his line of play last turn, so I like it. Okay, still no Ivory Sword Dance for Pawasher, and he did drop below 10 life, so... He doesn't have lethal yet.
And he doesn't
Definitely
have a
has
way
to
to clear
clear.
the board.
It might be one of those times where he has to use the Leo to attack, right?
Yeah. But even if he does that, he still can't fully clear.
Yeah, you can only clear one follow, right?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you can clear both because you can do attack with Leon, re-ambush it, and then Evo the Assassin to answer the
Oh, yeah.
Bureau.
You can do that.
Yeah. Essentially, the Assassin becomes a way to re-ambush Leon, and a removal spell if you spend your Evo, which you have no other... There's nowhere else where you could put your Evo, right, basically, so...
Yeah.
It's pretty good. So is that the play, or...
I think it has to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else there could be. He could do Necklace, Dual Blade, that gives him 12 damage right now, but he needs to find another 8.
Yeah, you don't want to put the Vengeance player in Vengeance
Yeah.
either.
And if he is going to do the Assassin play, that only costs him, the 2 play points, so he can use another 4th weaponry, and... Okay, he's going face.
Going face.
Interesting.
And then clearing Vera with the Evo.
And ignoring the Lara.
No, clearing Laura with the Evo.
Okay,
and
ignoring the
leaving-
Vera.
leaving Vera.
Okay, so this way, Misaki needs an extra 5 damage to win the game, which could be as simple as just another Lara, right? But it could be really hard because Things
could
like
also
Succubus
just,
aren't doing
like,
damage yet.
Oh, he has to evolve the Azazel.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, you just have to,
You
right?
just gotta. Well,
Yeah.
first you Blood Pact, see if there's anything you could possibly find that would present lethal.
Well, if he doesn't Blood Pact, you do Azazel and then play Dual Blame to have an Alcat for next turn.
Or you play Blood Pact, find another Laura, and Evo face and win.
I mean, yeah, that's true. There is how many Lars does he play actually? Does he play 3?
It's either 2 or 3. I think it's 2.
I have it as 2 Laras, so
Yeah.
maybe in that sense he's like, hey, there's a 2 in 30 that I win the game right now, and that
Well,
might not be.
Only one.
Oh yeah, there's a 1 in 30 wins the game,
Yeah.
which you probably don't take at a stage like this.
But you're gonna do damage to your face anyway with the Azazel, so...
Right. So if he doesn't play Blood Pact now, he's never playing it. And hey, Calamity is a good draw, right?
And Calamity is a great draw.
Right, like Essel can save him, and then
Calamity clears
Calamity
the
just
board.
clears the. Yeah, seems pretty good. So now we actually might get to the point where we get to see
Dion try to
Dion.
end the game.
Except before that happens, Paul Washer would just die because I only have 5 life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like now it's like, okay, he needs to answer the board or else he's dead.
What Pot Washer needs to do is do Blame Fury, Leod, hit face twice, Everlasting Castle. Well, he can't. He has to clear the board or
Yeah,
otherwise he loses.
he's just dead,
but
right? So, we're talking before the game started. Essel effect, so crucial in this matchup. And it's one of the ways that, decks can answer the Leod.
Get to Leod.
So he gets another Leod, but Calamity answers both of them.
And then he gets to go face.
Yeah. Also, he just has lethal with Dual Blame plus Hyperion.
Or anything.
Succubus, yeah, he just needs 1 damage, right?
He's got some
So,
options.
that Bira we talked about, like, he played that Bira as a 4-4.
And it
Didn't
stayed.
get out of the shield, but that Bira went phase like 3 times, so ultimately that was the best play.
Yeah.
Did not need the Lycos record because he was going to draw the SSL anyway.
Yeah. Who needs the first Vengeance
Yeah.
Activator if you're just going to find the other one? The
And-
better one.
Just like that, Misaki takes game number 1.
Yeah. And I'm not too surprised here.
Yeah, so on the day so
With
far, and
the
it's,
decks.
early on, but
Yeah.
the sword has been... It's been getting answered.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if Powasher sticks to the sword or he switches it up.
Well, he knows that he has to win with both by switching
Yeah.
it up.
Just to, nice change of pace, right?
Mhm.
Okay, for Misaki, we have the Machina Rune. There's only one player that's not playing Machina Rune, and we might see it later on today. But like I've been saying the entire day, Machina Rune is, pretty much the best deck right now in the...
Yeah.
We're gonna see a lot of it for sure. How do you feel about the Machina Rune Ilana matchup?
I feel like it's very 50-50. Like, if whichever player gets all their stuff, and if they both get their stuff, it's still
Yeah, like
whoever plays it out better.
these are the 2 decks that everyone's playing, right? The lineups today are Machina, Ilana, and then
A
third deck, right?
Yeah.
So it's only natural we see a lot of Machina against Ilana. Although usually one of the 2 would get banned from one player, right?
Interesting keep from Misaki, keeping the Jet Broom Witch in the life form. You can play the Jet Broom Witch on 2, and then
Yeah,
get whichever
draw
one,
2.
and then draw
It's a pretty cute
a
combo.
card on 3. Yeah.
By drawing 2, you get a high chance that you could draw the book by 5.
When he's going first, which
So going
explains
first,
it.
I like it.
Yeah.
Open deck list. There's no scriptures or anything like that. So your life form is actually just guaranteed to stay alive, right?
Mm.
Now, Powasher also gets Bell in 1, so they'll both have early card draw. But I do like keeping the life form here, just guaranteed to draw.
Yeah.
It also give him a
Going
nice
face for
curve,
3.
right? 3 face damage, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. Unicorn Knight's a good
Unicorn
card.
Knight. Some people love this card. It's not that bad.
It heals. It does a good chunk of damage
Yeah.
on the spell.
Get a nice stat line as well.
Nothing to complain about here.
Yeah,
Really.
it's either Unicorn Knight or Robo Goblin. You like to hold the Precan and the Falcon for Bally later on for sure.
Mhm.
And I'm a fan of playing the Unicorn Knight early on, so that when you want to use the Spear, it only costs you 3 play points as opposed to the 2 and then 3, 5. Yeah, definitely think the Spear. You don't take the Unicorn in most cases.
In most cases.
Yeah.
And the Unicorn Knight has the one attack that goes well into the 3/1 life form.
Yeah, I find it interesting. In Shadowverse, we historically have the 2 play point deal 3 spells, like Scripture, things like that. And now we see a lot of the 3 play point deal 4 that have an effect that are pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Things like Puppet Shock, Unicorn Spear, things like that are like, those are really good spells. Craven Splendor.
Mhm.
Like if you spell those 4 damage with 3 play points and you can get an upside somewhere,
Use that Prism Swing.
yeah, those cards are pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone out there is still playing Lions?
No.
Well, because you
Maybe
can still play
unlimited.
you could play the legendary, right? The
That's
Land
not,
Salvation.
that's not enough lions.
Well, if you could just enhance the crystal,
That's not enough lions.
not enough.
Not enough. You need the temple more than anything.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
Technolord is a good card.
Yeah, Technolord is a pretty good card.
And Tetra's a good card, but it's not an Evo turn. No Mecha Book yet.
Yeah, like what he would like is Mecha Book on 5, Tetra Evo on 6.
Yeah.
But he needs to find the Mecha Book,
This is one
and
way
he
to
does
look.
have card draw to get there.
Yeah.
As for Paul Washer, he will draw 3 cards next turn, and he really hopes that one of them will be Ilana. And then he definitely wants to find a Kel at some point, right? He's also not a bad card.
Look at that alternate art Mechaling Angel, though.
You like it?
Yeah, I do.
It's pretty fancy. Okay, so Kel was picked up. No
Not
Ilana.
the best board for it right now.
Yeah, like Kel would answer the board, but just because Kel can't answer the board doesn't mean it's the correct play, right?
Yeah, Kel's
Because-
so valuable.
Yeah, he's such a big resource for the Ilana decks. And knowing when to properly use the Kel can be a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you have some Kels that are just like super obvious, right?
Mm.
But sometimes about holding Kel so you can get those really, really good Kels.
Paul Washer's hand is so big. He's got so many cards in hand, and none of them are what he wants right now.
Yeah, I also like that he saves the Evo. A lot of players might just be like, oh, I have a 1-3, let me Evo it and get a good board and answer my opponent's board. But in the Ilana deck, the Evos are so crucial, right? You have all these cards you want to Evo, the Kel, the Ilanas, things like Delafield being able to Evo is nice.
Mm.
So him holding Evo, I think, is correct there.
Yeah, and it's just a 1/1.
Yeah, like it doesn't even answer the 3-2 Bane. You expect your opponent to play the Mecha Book, right? And that would only answer the 3-2 and then die to it anyway, so...
Yeah. Unfortunately, Kumisagi doesn't have his Mecha Book yet.
Yeah, he does not. So he can make a Tetra play,
You can make a Tetra play.
but you don't want to spend the cannon because you're the Mech Rune deck.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't spend the cannon, then the 3-2 Bane is actually quite problematic, right?
Yeah. Or you can just leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, you can just ignore it, right? But then you already give your opponent an easy way to answer the Tetra.
I will fight. Prepare yourself.
Gets the play point back, and you can use it to play other things such as a 2-drop, maybe some insights. Gets the Mech Rain Angel droids, and yeah, just has to ignore the 3-2.
Just go face.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of chip damage, but Ilana is the deck with lots of little heals, right?
Yeah. A little chip usually does not matter too much against Solana. You need bigger swings.
Okay, so is this the Kel turn? Or is he still gonna hold it?
It's still just
Because
one.
it's just a bunch of 1-1s, yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike Machina Blood, where the 1-1s can become 3-3s, in Mech Rune there's no such thing. The 1-1s are just 1-1s.
Pot Washer's hand is just so unfortunate that there's no draw.
Yeah, if he had the Ilana, then...
He could go crazy, buffing
Yeah,
up.
without the Ilana, it's just... Everything's just not as good, right?
Yeah. And he doesn't have like any of the alternate things to be doing either. Like he doesn't have
Like no Limonia or anything like that, right?
yeah, no Limonia to get that started, no Zoe to dig.
Yeah, like with 3 Evos, you can Evo Zoe, get some card draw.
Yeah. And with
So-
the Olivia in hand, you want to like use your Evo so that Olivia can do more later.
Yeah,
But he
exactly.
doesn't have anything that he wants to Evo.
Because he could spend his Evos and then get to a point where like, okay, you'll just Olivia Kel later on, right? But to get there, you have to spend your Evos.
Even choosing, yeah, just use an Evo now, just so he's using
Yeah,
an Evo,
that's when he's got to do something with it.
answering the board a little bit.
And a repair mode.
yeah.
Like, these are resources he's spending, right?
Just so that he has something on board.
Yeah. But, you know, with 3 Evos and 4 repair modes in hand, I understand why he's, you know, spending these. He does end up with a pretty good board of a 4-4 and a 2-2 and both having Bane.
It would have been interesting if he had chosen to play the Unicorn Knight and taken the Unicorn just so he has like followers to play.
Just a big follower to Evo.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the Sorcerer, and just enough play points to play it. I mean, I imagine it's to play, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Means that he couldn't play Delta Cannon this turn, but it gets his whole deck online essentially, so I think it's definitely fine.
yeah. And enables him to more easily cycle his Delta Cannon in the upcoming
Yeah,
turns
way,
anyway.
way easier. And then those Fate's Hand will easily become 0 cost, draw 2, which is powerful. And once the Mech Rune has the leader effect, and they have the Golems, then they can clear the Ilana boards.
Yeah.
But Pawasher, he's not even played the Ilana yet. He hasn't found it.
Trading the little ones into the 2-2.
Yeah.
We might see an Evo over the 4-4 Bane. We might
I
see
mean,
it get left
honestly,
there.
he could just leave it up.
Yeah. Doesn't really
Yeah,
matter
like
too much.
as the Mech Rune deck, you can take the 4 damage. Is gonna spend the Evo and answer the board though. It
Because-
is a thing where if you ignore it and Ilana is played, then it's gonna snowball. So, respecting, you know, Ilana is definitely correct.
Yeah, if there had been an Alana top deck, that 4-4 would become a 6-6, and
Yeah.
that's problematic.
Pawasher has again no Delafield, no Limonia, no Ilana,
No unicorn from the Unicorn Knight.
Yeah, that would be a power play, right?
Yeah. He could have played the Unicorn Knight instead of one of the precans last turn.
So I guess just playing a bunch of low-cost followers and
Heal in face.
heal in face. I mean, repair modes could be like draw a card, give your whole board +1/+1, right? And it can also just be heal 1, do nothing else, right?
I mean, it's a shadow towards Ektar.
It is a Shadow Thor sector, that is true.
Sometimes you don't have enough shadows for Ektar.
Yeah, a lot of people, they're cutting down to like one of Ektars. We even have a player today that plays no Ektars at all, so...
Yeah. I don't think a single one of our players is playing 3 Ektars.
yeah,
I think they're all
I think
reduced.
you're correct.
Yeah.
I think it's like 2, 1, and then one guy's no Ektars. Okay, Mercenary. We're definitely going to see Delta Cannon played every single turn till the end of the game now. And assuming he doesn't overdraw, you can always cycle it. He has Sellout for damage. Might find, you know, Craven Splendor and then have some real burst.
He's also got Clark for a little bit more damage.
Yeah. Like, once your deck is online as Machina Rune, everything you do is so powerful. He just needs to, like, play cards.
Yeah.
If he's playing cards, cheating play points,
He's doing stuff.
he's gonna slowly inch closer to closing the game out, right?
I like using the Techno Alert over the Golem here just because you can clear so much bigger things. Well, with
Yeah.
both of cards, you could clear
That's true,
bigger
right?
boards,
If
but
you don't play Techno right now, it's only gonna do more and more damage anyway. Like, what he wants to do is clear the board while developing his own board, right?
Mhm.
And cards like the Golem are great at doing so. But so are Kel, right? Polasher still has that Kel that he can use to enter the board. The problem is that, like, that's all it's doing. It's not buffing followers or anything like that.
yeah, no.
We'll see sell it to the face. Misaki put in as much pressure as possible. You know, right now he's 1-0. And he's not doing Alana. He smells blood and probably wants to close the game out really, really quickly.
Definitely.
You know, if Paul Washer can get back in the game, he can still easily take the set, right?
Yeah.
But with a hand like this, it's pretty rough. I think he has to Kel here at this point, right?
He probably has that. Kel, yeah. The 2/2s are bigger than the 1/1s that we were seeing before, and there's a Zealot that needs to be answered as well.
Yeah, at this point, he can't ignore the board. I don't believe so, but...
Yeah.
And Kel
But-
does answer, but...
Even if Pot Washer does swing this game back, he still has to win with Ambush Sword into Machina
Yeah,
Room,
which is still rough, right?
which is a challenge.
Yeah. So we could see Kel plus Unicorn Spear.
For
Maybe
Full
just
clear,
Kel and then
leave
take the
Kel.
trade, hold the resources.
yeah. Oh, I don't think you'd trade at all. I think
Just
you,
keep it as a 6/5.
Yeah, you either heal 3 times with like repair modes or
The thing is, if you heal 3 times with repair modes,
twice.
and then you draw an Alana, then where's your heals, right?
Well, you can still heal twice, remove it, and then be fine.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he spent some heals, he still has heals left over, so it seems fair, right?
Yeah.
What I can tell is that there's no way Kel ever survives. Misaki burns a Golem, but
does
at
he
this
need
point, yeah, I'm not sure it actually matters, right?
it? Yeah.
And now he can start thinking of just phase damage. Like, any Machina card he plays is going to answer the Kel anyway, so he needs to start thinking of, you know, how much damage can it do?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's happy to see the Kel be spent there, honestly.
Because now you can just produce more boards and
Yeah.
be less afraid of it getting cleared. Like, there's still more Kels in deck. There's still another Evo.
Yeah, and at this point, a Kel being played is an Alana that's not being played, basically.
Mhm.
Now, his hand is similar to Polish's, that he just got a bunch of repair modes, but he finds the other sorcerer, and with the Delta Cannon, like, he'll actually have a good amount of burst.
Yeah.
And Fate's hand will definitely help out as well.
Yeah, to find something to
Yeah, as
finish
soon as he
this out.
finds a life form, he'll just get a brand new hand. Alana
Found Zoe.
finally drawn for Paw Washer on turn 8,
Yeah.
15 cards into his deck.
Sometimes that's just how Shadowverse wants to do things.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
you.
we saw the Leo deck not draw Leo, right? And now Alana not find Alana, right?
You can actually Evo the Zoe here because you have Olivia for next turn, and then Olivia will regain 3 play points.
Yeah,
You have
and then you
9
can play-
to start off with, so
but that means that's the only thing he'll be doing next turn is playing Olivia Alana, right? That's it.
that's it. Yeah, but
So he would have no heals to buff or anything like that.
but you also just want heals for heals right now.
That's true. At this point, he wants to, you know, not get burned out.
Yeah.
And even if this lane the game, it's still important to above the Alana, right?
The rain. It feels so
Okay, so Misaki, I think he just wants more damage, right? Like a life form into bunch of damage would probably be optimal for him.
Yeah. Just like start with a life form and then cycle all of these repair modes.
Yeah, I believe he played that one life form in turn 2, and then he hasn't seen the other two in his deck, right?
Yeah. And that 1 on 2 did
It was pretty good, yeah.
did good stuff.
If he hadn't played the life form on 2, then he wouldn't have had the sorcerer on 6, which was still, you know, just enough. We saw him play 1 golem and he burned 1, so there's only 1 golem left in the deck.
That's a zealot.
Zealot goes face, that's a good card.
Out of card draw now.
Okay, so I think he probably still wants to clear the Zoe,
Yes.
but he needs to think of, you know, damage, right? Delta Cannon is 2 damage every single turn, but it can be counteracted by the Alana repair mode heal and things like that.
Yeah.
And you haven't seen Alana yet, but if you ignore the board, Alana could still show up, right?
With just his hand and board, he's only got 12, so he's just a little bit off.
Yeah, it's okay if he is a little bit off, because he always has a guaranteed Delta Cannon damage, right, essentially?
But
But if he
That's
runs out
only
of a
2.
hand, then
yeah, and Polisher's gonna heal
Yeah.
at least 2 most turns.
most turns, yeah.
Not on this upcoming turn if he's
Okay,
going to
I think
just
something like the
Olivia.
Unicorn could probably be ignored. Like, spending 3 damage on it is a big resource, but going phase for 3 is a big deal with the staff.
Mhm.
So I do think that's correct there. Now, he needs to manage his board space, because he can only play 5 followers.
I think just using enough repair modes so that you cycle your Delta Cannon.
And you could play the Zealot,
Maybe.
or you could just hold it till next turn, where it will essentially cost probably like 1 or 2 or 0.
Yeah, I'd rather hold it and then play Jet Broom and
Yeah, just play
Machina.
the Machina followers.
Yeah.
At this point, playing the book as a 3/4 is still a good amount of stats on the board.
you just gotta cross your fingers and hope it's not Kel.
Yeah. There is no Kel, but there is the Alana. And Alana does have ward as well, so it can act as a defensive card for Paw Washer.
A little bit.
Also with the Olivia is that if you ignore the Olivia, then a Kel could just destroy Misaki, right? So essentially he has to answer the Alana ward, so he can go phase. But he probably has to also answer the Olivia, because ignoring that is a big problem, right?
Or you can just try to win the game.
Yeah, if he has enough damage to just kill, he could. But with a hand like this, I'm not sure he has damage. That said, if he top decks a life form, he could find endless damage, right?
That's not it.
Yeah. So now Pawasher's at 10, which is not enough for Misaki to just be like, hey, okay, let me just go face and end the game, right? And the Alana was finally developed, which is really strong for Pawasher, because he will have a good follow-up to it.
I think the Delta Cannon and the Droid is gonna trade in. And then everything else is gonna go face.
You think you ignore the Alana? I mean the Olivia?
Yeah.
I think
It
it's kind of
feels
scary. It might be correct
bad.
though, because
But like you need to, I think, at this point.
I mean it's crazy, because it's scary. If you ignore the Olivia, things that Olivia evos give you heal,
Yeah.
like Zoe and Kel, right? So if you ignore the Olivia to push face damage, you essentially give them more outs that can also heal them, while giving them more value, more Kel, more resources.
But if you double trade both your 3 attack
Then how
followers
do you
in,
win, right?
you have no way to win.
Yeah, it's not an easy choice. I mean, keep in mind, he's 1 life form away from like
Having
drawing the rest of
everything.
his deck out and still being in a really good spot, so...
Mhm.
Okay, how much can Pawasher heal? He does have the free evo. He can play a Delafield, repair modes. He's got Bunny.
I don't think he's gonna play Bunny. I think he's gonna play a Data Fee and then a Spear.
Like, okay,
And then I
Delafield, Spear, repair mode.
Yeah.
That's a good amount of heal. And because you get evo the Delafield, he could really fight for the board well.
That's 3 heals.
Yeah. Assuming that Pawasher's been keeping track of repair modes for Misaki, which is definitely doable, he should know that there's only repair modes and Delta Cannon in Misaki's hand, right?
Yeah.
So, maybe he's in a spot where he's like, hey, if I heal a little bit, and there's not a life form top deck, then I will be okay.
But
Because
is it actually okay? Because he can answer 3 or
he
4
answer
followers.
Yeah, well, he can answer, yeah,
And so he'll leave.
and have a ward left over and get the heal. And at that point, he would just snowball into a victory probably next turn, honestly. So even though the Alana showed up super late, you know, it still put in work. And the Olivia was really, really powerful for Pawasher this game. But, you know, it is not over. Misaki can get the life from top deck and absolutely change the whole game.
I think it has to be life form. If it's just a source of damage, it's not going to be enough because he has to clear.
Isn't it
on
better to
top
play
of
the
it.
bunny? Yeah, might as well play the bunny for an extra 2 too, right?
Yeah.
Because the bunny can go phase next turn. It has to be life form. He has to top deck life form into a chain of crazy and it's just not there.
That's not it.
Yeah.
Fiction wasn't enough for you.
What a nice game for Paul Washer. It looked like he was lost, but showed his expertise, waited, he found the Alana, he made it count. The Olivia put in so much work, and he looks pretty happy right now. Like I said, if you let Paul Washer get that victory, you could easily steal the set.
Yeah. He's definitely having a nice little chuckle about it.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it's still the Amber Sword against the Machina Rune, and I still think Misaki's in a good spot with Machina Rune, right?
So long as he's not like too upset about the last game,
Yeah.
he understands that he just needs to buckle down and focus on this one.
It definitely feels like that was Misaki's game to take, right? And I think I like pretty much all of his plays. But you have to wonder if like he had so much time to pressure. There was no Alana. You know, could he have played differently to try and get a kill at some point? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and even if you had traded into the Olivia and gotten rid of that Olivia, it would
Then
have
he
been the
won't
same
have
top
damage
deck.
to close
Yeah.
the game, yeah. So at that point, the decision might not have actually mattered, right? Essentially, the Olivia was just really good because either she got traded and then soaked the damage, or she survived and then she gave him the win anyway.
Yeah, unlike the last time we saw Ambush Sword into Machina Rune, Pot Washer has all the ways to find Leod.
Yeah, with the castle and the King's Welcome, there will
Double
be
the
enough
Leods.
Leods to get the party started. Misaki has the Tetra going second, which is strong. See if we can find the Mecha Book Sorcerer.
Pot has got his Dion again for some clears.
So is it better to play the castle here instead of the Leon? Because if you play the castle, you get the Leon out of your deck, right?
Yeah, I think it's always more correct to play the castle when you can, because the castle has that stipulation where you have to have the exact amount of play points
Oh,
in order
yeah.
to get the card.
If you hold it, then it can be kind of awkward, right?
Definitely.
And the thing about the castle is that it takes up a board space and denies the fanfare, which is things that other sword decks might care about. But for the Leo deck, Leo has no fanfare, and Leo is the only follower you play, so you don't care about the board space. So that's why the castle works so well in this deck. And just like that, turn 3, Paul Washer already has a Leon, and he's already at 3-5. He's got more buffs in hand, and another Leo just in case. Misaki will play a bunch of 1-1s, try and pressure. He's going to have that Tetra power play. He needs to find the book, and then set up the golem so he can actually clear.
Yeah, it's gotta be. He's gotta have this golem clear, and he needs the. At this point.
Yeah, the thing about the golem is that the golem can clear essentially anything, but you need a certain amount of play points, right? If you're not cheating on the play points with the leader effect, each card you play off the golem is only doing 2 damage, but the Leod already has 7 health, so...
Yeah, the Leod's getting harder and harder to remove.
And he's only going to keep getting more and more buff, right?
Yeah. Do Evo face just to pressure? But is that even enough?
I don't know, like, so he might be thinking of trying to race?
Yeah, I think that's probably his best approach right
Maybe.
now.
He does have 2 Tetras, right? Which are good Evo targets usually. If you play a Tetra and it survives, he could cheat at play points, and then maybe that way he gets the golem to do a lot of work, right? But it's pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
Like this time, the Amber Sword is doing his game plan, and we can see how scary it is when, you know, things do go according to plan.
So,
Okay, he's gonna give a Tetra anyway, guarantee Delta Cannon, and have a 5-6 that is not the easiest to answer, right?
it's actually really easy to answer. This Power Washer just Evo,
And then
Ivory
Ivory Sword
Sword
Dance,
Dance,
right?
and then Veiled Reckoning.
Yeah, but Misaki doesn't know there's the Ivory Sword Dance, right? Like, if there wasn't, it might be difficult for the Tetra to be answered, so...
Yeah.
Probably okay for him to take line to play, but yeah, Ivory Sword Dance is doing 9 damage,
Yeah.
but you get the 1 damage from the Leo spell. So it's 100% full clear, no RNG needed, and Pawasha probably feels pretty good now.
Just Ivory Sword Dance.
The Ivory Sword Dance and then Reckoning on whatever survives with 1 life. It's a guaranteed clear. If he wasn't going to do that, he could like attack and then like reambush it or something like that. But at this point, maintaining Leo health is crucial, because if you drop your Leo down to 4 life, then it is very easy for the golem to clear it.
Yeah.
If Leo survives at like 9 life, then it is not possible for golem to answer it because there's not enough play points for Misaki to work with on turn 5.
On turn 5, there's already this ginormous Leod. It's a blink and you miss it sort of game.
Yeah. Like, the Leo deck going first with the Leon on 2 and the boss follow-up. Like, that's the deck at its strongest, right? Gonna go face. Reambush the Leon.
Just leave the board
Ivory
as
Sword
is.
Dance and then Evo the Assassin then? No, he already Evoed the Leo this turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Misaki doesn't know there's the Ivory Sword Dance, right? Like, if there wasn't, it might be difficult for the Tetra to be answered, so... Okay, so with this line of play, the Tetra survives, and that gives Misaki.
He's got Quick Bladers in this deck?
Whoa, I must have missed that.
I
didn't
must have
see the
missed
Quick
that
Blader,
too.
yeah. Like, I know he has the Dion, but must have missed the Quick Blader.
I'm still not sure why he wouldn't go for the full clear with the Ivory Sword Dance and the Veiled Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that Misaki can clear the Leon anyway, right? But leaving the Tetra up is pretty scary, I would say. We're talking in terms of, damage. What if there was a repair mode craving some Tetra, and then they'll get into a phase, sell it, something like that, right?
Maybe there just wasn't enough. Maybe that's what he like paused and did all his math for.
Yeah.
Because now with the Craving Splendor, he's got the lethal.
Right, like, because he pushed the damage last turn, now he gets set up for lethal, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't attack last turn, he doesn't have dual blade, and then it would be slower for him to get to the lethal point, right?
Yeah.
So maybe his play is better in the sense that he's going to just end the game, right?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, ignoring Tetra might be a risk, but if it's a calculated risk because you know that there's still no way for Leo to be answered, then I guess it can be okay to ignore the Tetra, right?
And not even that it's calculated risk that
Never lose heart.
Tetra stays
Do you
up
possess the
and
courage to survive?
the Leo can't be cleared, that you don't die. I think this is the calculation you
Right,
need
there's
to
not enough
calculate.
damage that would ever kill Pawasha, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Misaki gets to cheat out essentially an extra 2 play points here, and he has 2 Tetras left over, but he's gonna just be dead next turn.
Well, with the repair modes, he's fine.
Yeah, repair modes get him just out of range, but Pawasha could just draw another buff from his deck, right? Or
Or
Evo a
a
Quick
Quick
Blader,
Blader to Evo, yeah.
and then Quick Blader essentially acts as a way of, doing more damage, so just like that, Pawasha, I believe, is gonna take it.
He is.
Yeah, Crim Splendor, Quick Blader Evo to the face.
And I was so convinced that Machina Rune was super favored here, but Ambush Sword can find a way.
Yeah, like Pawasha had that Alana game where like he looked lost. He found his comeback and then took the set just like I said.
Yeah, you did.
The veteran, Pawasha, continuing.
That was crazy.
Ooh, I believed the whole time. I knew Pawasha had that. Oh yeah, totally. That was a really, really close series. Game 2, I thought Misaki had it. Pawasha didn't have Alana's until
Turn 8.
turn 8.
No, turn 9 wasn't it?
9. Yeah,
Turn
because he
9,
needed
yeah.
the Olivia.
It was the Olivia. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. And then Misaki just had the 1-2 punch, the bing bang boom of Machina Runecraft, had everything. But he might have gotten a little bit too ahead of himself. He really exhausted his resource trying to burn Potwasher down. But Potwasher was able to out-heal all of the necessary damage to take him out of lethal range.
Yeah, I think thinking back, there was one turn where he had so many cards that he burned the golem, which at the time seemed like it was whatever. But at the end, he didn't have cards.
Sure.
And if he could had an extra golem, he could clear the board and maybe get another turn to get the lethal or something. But really well played from Pawasha, I think.
Yeah, there was one moment in that game too. Misaki had the life form on turn 2, and then Potwasher played the unicorn. And then on the next turn, Misaki traded the life form golem into the unicorn. Y'all remember that? Why did he do that?
I don't even remember that now.
I was like,
But usually, yeah, that's 3 face damage, right?
that was 3
But-
face damage to take off a unicorn. The
It's
Unicorn
also,
Knight.
It's also Alana. They're going to heal 3 face damage anyway.
But at the end, he needed just a little bit more damage, Like, it's hard to say, right? It's a long game, and I think he
It's
played
true.
it well, but
That's true.
you always have to wonder, because that definitely was his game to win. And Pawasha kind of just stole that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there was something in the play test. There was something in the information that Misaki had available to him that told him, I need to trade the life form, and I can't take the extra damage, or the damage I get isn't necessarily going to matter that much. He's just going to out-heal it anyway, so I need to make sure the board is clear as possible going into turn 4. I think that was probably the thinking.
Yeah. I also really like Pawasha's play at the end there, where we had this simple, you play Ivory Swords and you clear the board, and it's so clean. But his play was better because he actually just set up lethal for next turn.
Yeah. He has a much better
Yeah.
understanding of Ambush Sword than I do, and I can readily admit
Right.
that.
Sometimes the play that seems so obvious is not the best one, right?
Especially for Ambush Sword.
Very true. Very true. Let's take a look at the next match, the next player's decks. Yo from Team Revelation has Artifact and Alana's available to him. Raindrop decided to ban off Spell Boost. Interesting choice there, but Raindrop has Machina Runecraft and Alana's to play with as well for himself. Quick fact about Raindrop's record so far in Shadowverse Open. His Bloodcraft record is 9-0.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure you know. It's 9-0, his Bloodcraft record. Unfortunately, it's banned, so we're not going to get to see him
Maybe
play
that's
that.
why it's banned.
It's
Probably.
a good reason to ban it.
That's the thing. Like, the information on Battlefy is there. Like, if you know who your opponent is, you can technically go through. You'd have to like manually look at each match they played through all the brackets, but you can find that out, and you can click on the match, and you can see what the record was. So theoretically, yeah, I'm sure Yo knows that, and rightly so. Banned off. 9-0 is absolutely ridiculous. There's no reason that should be a thing.
It's because he's good at piloting Vengeance, like historically. And like last year, he was playing Vengeance in like Unlimited Cups and stuff. Like it's one of his favorite decks.
All right,
One of my favorite decks.
Before we get into that, let's take a look at Yo's deck. This is Artifact Portalcraft, a deck that became very, very popular once once the adjustments came through and Displacer Bot's cost got reduced down to 4. And this is a deck that can really run opponents down with Maisha, with even has Lashina in the deck as well.
Yeah, Lashina's a nice 4-drop, and unlike the old artifact where you would discard your hand, this time you don't. So if you Evil Lashina has a nice turn 4 play, you're still playing enough little followers that over time it can become a secondary win condition.
Yeah.
And you always have the turn 7, turn 8, turn 9 Maisha, which we saw from the European players be so powerful. I'm surprised we don't see more Artifact, to be honest, but it is a very difficult deck to pilot. So.
I think it's a very difficult deck to pilot, and all of our Alana players, except for Daeudane, have realized that Realm of Repose belongs in Alana Haven, and Realm of Repose can shut down Artifact Portal because they can't trade in their followers. Their Maisha can only do 3 damage to the face when it's on the board, so it really stops Artifact Portal like in its tracks.
Right, it makes the matchup a lot worse, and then it makes sense why we're seeing artifacts get cut from the lineup then.
Yeah.
Is Daeudane the only player who didn't bring
Realm of
Repose in his Alana's deck?
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting.
Every other player has at least one. Lots of players have 2.
Yep. Let's take a look at Raindrop's Blood list. This is the list that he's currently 9-0 with. There's some hand buff cards, but this is mainly Vengeance. You want to give Storm to Calamity Bringer. You want to buff up Calamity Bringer with Hellblaze Demon, with the Salome. I guess that's a nice tech card. Just a nice little addition to make the hand buff package work a little bit more. It clears off, gives you some heal. The deck doesn't really have a lot of healing. There's Salome and Urias, and that's it.
That's how you heal. That's it. Yeah, it's a consistent deck. It's a performing deck. It does well against Alana. I like the deck. I like watching
I like
Vengeance be
that.
played.
We talk about the hybrid blood decks, and you see blood decks that are like a little Evo, a little Machina, a little Vengeance. You look at Raindrop's deck, and it's like Vengeance, you know. There's no Sues, no Olivia, nothing like that. No Monos, no Machina package. So you're going to do the Vengeance package, and you're going to take the best advantage of it.
Yep. And I think hand buff as an archetype, a little bit of that lives inside all of, whether it's Evo
all
or
blood
Machina
decks.
or Vengeance. There's Entrancing Blows, there's Hellblaze Demons. It works really well with Bloodcraft as a whole because you're closing the game out with Storm followers, big Storm boys.
Yeah, like the hand buff, they come in cards that do things you want to do anyway, such as remove 3 damage or have a 2/2 ward, and it just give you extra damage that late game makes all the difference.
Yeah, and specifically with the Machina package, your board is filled up with the androids, with the 1/1s. There's multiple ways you can access getting more than one follower on the board very, very quickly and very cheaply, and that's where Hellblaze Demon shines, is when you have more followers on the board.
I stand, like, when you're going second as Machina Blood, and you go Gear Tamer, Hellblaze as a turn 4 play, it is just so strong.
And yeah, all blood decks play Hellblaze, and all blood decks play Unleash the Nightmare, and Unleash the Nightmare into a Hellblaze always feels pretty good.
Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Synergy. That's the word. It's very, very strong synergies. All right, here we are. Loading into the next quarterfinals match. It's Yo versus Dawnbreakers Raindrop, and we're starting off with an Alana's Mirror match.
Yeah, I feel like usually it's in the European region we have all the Revelation boys show up and do well, right? So nice to see Yo show up here and get top 8 in the Pan America region.
And I'm always glad to see my teammates.
Yeah, Raindrop is up there in the standings, right? We're talking about how players want to go for a slot. Raindrop he could just try and just skip it and go straight to Worlds, right?
Yeah, and I think that's definitely what he's trying to do here. Trying to get all the points he can. And we can see in his starting hand his one of Zeus.
Yeah, so his blood deck has no Evos, no Olivia, no suits, but the Alana deck does have the suits, right?
Yeah, it does have the Zeus. It does have the Olympias.
Yeah, and I actually really like it. The suits gives the Alana deck a burst, which is something they just don't have and really can't get otherwise.
Yeah.
So
And
I'm
he's
a
even
big
got
fan of it.
Warring Thunders and such to
Yeah,
help
those are
support
just
that
great
Zeus.
cards, right?
Yeah.
Warren Thunder is a great 2-drop and a fantastic follower in the mid game with the enhance.
Yeah.
So Alana Mirror, first we'll see today, right?
So neither player has Alana, but if Yo finds his first, Raindrop does have the answer in the form of his one
Well,
of
there's
Smite.
the Alana.
There he found it first.
Yeah. Now the Smite can answer the Alana's prayer, but it's difficult if you have to Smite the prayer and ignore the board because then you fall behind anyway, right? So it can be a good answer to it, but it's not as simple as like, oh, I have a Smite, I'm going to win the matchup, right?
It's about finding the tempo to find the time to play it.
Yeah. Now Raindrop did have the turn 1 bell, so he'll draw 3 cards next turn. And if he can find the Alana and be the first one to play it, I think he'll be in a good spot, right?
Mhm.
Okay, just going to play the Iron Knuckle Nun as a 2-3.
Get a nice little word out there.
Now for Yo, he has the Alana, but he can't Evo till next turn because he went first. So his turn 4 might actually be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, he might put down Zoe or
Yeah.
Lamonia here.
You play Zoe, Cycle Repair, or something like that. But you kind of want the heals for after you get the Alana Evo anyway.
Yeah.
And Lamonia is, you know, great, but you usually want to Evo her or enhance her later on.
Especially when you want that free Evo for Olivia.
Yeah, good point. Great synergy with the Olivia. I think with double Zoe in hand, it makes sense to play one. I wonder if he was going to spend the resource to get the heal.
Yeah, I like this. Just making the little trade.
Yeah,
getting
it
damage
takes a
in.
trade to actually get Balg out of the heal, right?
Yeah.
Now, Alana was not picked up for Raindrop, and there is no Kel either.
So we might have to dig around with Zoe.
Yeah. And now he should be thinking of like, okay, there's a high chance that Alana is played next turn for Yo, and I want to smite it, right? So he wants to get on the board to have the best board possible so he can actually be able to smite the prayer, right?
And how does he do that?
Yeah, like his best board possible might be playing double Goblin and maybe Evo in one of them. But
that-
even that doesn't even seem that strong,
It
right?
doesn't play that strong. And if you don't know that they're going to play Alana, that plays really hard into a Kel.
Yeah, like really hard into a kill, right?
So it's not an easy decision.
Yeah,
by
but
any
if he
means.
doesn't do that, I mean, you can do like a Zoe Evo. That could be powerful, right?
Yeah.
You do Zoe Evo, get some heal, get some card draw, because he needs to find his own Alana anyway, right?
But he also doesn't want to overdraw.
Yeah. So, a lot of decisions, a lot of choices, not sure which is the correct decision. Might be double Goblin, he's hovering the Goblin.
Yeah.
Maybe he plays only one Goblin to commit to the board and then set up like a bell for future turns or something like that.
But at that point, would you rather play Zoe?
Yeah, if you're going to play one follower, then maybe it's better to just play the Zoe. So it looks like double Goblin it is. This is the most stats he can get on the board. But honestly, it's just not that strong, right?
No.
You want the Warren Thunder instead because he gets the last words out of it. But he loses the... Like, the Warren Thunder could attack anyway. But it had no great attack targets anyway, so I think it is the correct Evo.
And little pings might be...
Yeah, maybe it's enough to clear an extra follower, right?
Yeah.
I think now we'll see the Alana for sure for Yo, and because Zoe survived, he can get card draw out of it, and an extra follower to buff, which is great. Now Raindrop did set up a good board like we're talking about, right? So that if there is the Alana, then it's not like Alana and an easy answer to the board.
Yeah.
And if there was a Kel, which we're talking about, it'd be one of those cases where like, yeah, Kel will be played, but that means he didn't play the Alana, right? So
Yeah.
I think Raindrop would be okay sacrificing your 2 goblins to take an Evo and the Kel. Yo, thinking about his turn.
But I think the turn is always going to be Alana.
Yeah, I can't see a play that doesn't involve Alana. He even has the rabbits, which are just great followers. Like, with only 1 play point, being able to develop an extra 2/2, super nice for Yo. Okay, takes the trade, plays the rabbit, gets the heal, gets the buffs, answers the Warren Thunder. And the 1 damage ping means that a goblin can clean up, which actually did matter, right?
Yeah.
He did find a Delphiel, which is pretty strong after the Alana's Prayer. And now Raindrop could smite the prayer because the goblins actually can contest the board, right?
Mhm.
So he can, for example, go Goblin against the Alana, Evil Goblin answer Zoe, and then smite the prayer.
And leave
That's
with
an
the 2/2,
option.
and that's fine. Yeah.
Like, just get your opponent's Alanas off the board, the fact that he played the goblins allows him to do this, because if he smites the prayer but ignores the board, then he would just lose on tempo, right?
Holding on to the Evo and just leaving up the 4/3 Zoe, actually.
Yeah, actually this might even be better, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it does mean that you can get even more heal, but I think he's okay with this. And the goblins actually put in so much work. It actually was the play. Delphiel is the buff though, so for Yo, like, yeah, the Alana prayers got answered, but he could try and find another one. He still has, you know, the tempo lead. Also has an Olivia. If he finds an Alana in the late game, he might still be able to proc it, because at this point he might need to be like a Keller or something like that in the mid game.
And Raindrop's still not finding his own Alana.
Yeah, he had good plays, but here's where, like, okay, I banished your Alana. Now if he developed his own Alana, then he could maybe take the lead, right?
Yeah.
But without it, I'm not sure his plays can be that strong, honestly.
Right now, he could pre-cant and then Robo Falcon to clear off the board, or he can just play a De La Fee.
Yeah, like, there's no play that's like super great. They're kind of awkward. So I think if you can have like okay plays, then you might as well develop your leader effect on 6 play points, which is exactly when you want to play Delphiel, right?
Yeah. And this does produce a ward.
Yeah, it does cost him an Evo, but his deck has the Evo synergy. He also plays the Olivia, at least that's a one-off, I believe.
I think he's got 2.
He's got 2 Olivias, yes, so.
Yeah.
Okay, another kill picked up for Yo. No Lana, but maybe he will just Lemonia?
Lemonia is a clear trade.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting good value out of the Zoe, just getting that random card draw. I mean, it'll add up if he's eventually going to find the Alana.
But his hand is really full. He can only draw so much right now.
Yeah, he needs that turn where he could, like, sort of use his hand. And maybe that's where the Lemonia comes in, because with the Salvations, he can discount the hand and then be able to play more followers. And the free Evo is nice because he has the Olivia in hand, and it'll make that a lot better as well. Especially when you go first with Alana and you don't only have 2 Evos. You know, it's hard to get the Olivia to get the 4 Evos so you can get the,
Yeah.
like, the Alana and things like that.
You need Lemonia when you don't have like Evo package cards like Warring Thunder to get Olivia to be useful.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lemonia is the play. She will answer Delphiel. And remember, Yo has Delphiel effect, so he's guaranteed to get a card draw at the end of the turn from the Zoe.
So
So
He'll
I guess
overdraw
he's
at
gonna
the start
just
of next
overdraw
turn.
unless he plays. Oh, yeah, he's just gonna overdraw, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Assuming the card he burns is not an Alana's prayer, he's gonna be okay, I think. Raindrops still no Alana.
he can start digging with Zoe.
Yeah. Also has pre-cants available.
Yeah, he could just pre-cant, clear off the board, and then start
Yeah.
digging with Zoe on the following turn.
I mean, he's gonna draw 3 cards next turn, so he should look to empty his hand essentially.
Yeah.
And a way to do that is going like pre-cant Falcon.
Yeah.
That commits 2 resources.
And then maybe just healing face a little bit to get repair modes just out of your hand.
Yeah, he also has Delphiel effect himself, right? So you can go like pre-cant, roll Falcon, Zoe. That gives you a full board clear, end up with a 3/3, draw a card at the end of the turn. Seems okay. But even though he answered the Alana's prayer, you know, without being able to help his own,
I don't think he'd play the Zoe this turn.
maybe just hold it for when he is going to spend the repair moves to really dig for the prayer then?
Yeah. I think he's just gonna, because he's drawing at the start of next turn, as you said.
Yeah, he's going to draw so many cards anyway, right? So maybe just... I
Robo
guess Roll Falcon
Falcon.
gives you a better board, right? You get decent stats. I think he has to, use some of the repair modes, at least one, but I guess he could just commit to keeping the hand relatively empty so he doesn't overdraw.
Yeah. Just using enough so that he doesn't overdraw.
Yeah, okay, Yo burned the Delphiel, which at this point that actually doesn't matter. He already has the leader effect, and he's not a draw he needed or wanted, so I think he's okay with that. They play once he can do the Olivia, but there's no great Olivia plays.
Yeah. He might just play some cards out with this Realm of Repose that he's hovering. Just because, like, he's not going to attack this turn anyway, so he just
To get
makes
it out
it
there.
so they're...
Is it
well-
not like a waste of it, though?
But it also protects his followers. Like, if you put, like, Zoe or something out there and they can't be traded into,
Yeah.
then the only answer to them becomes
Like
Kel.
a Kel?
And so if you bait out a Kel, that feels pretty okay.
Yeah. Maybe if he, like, makes a board that can be answered and then he draws the Alana next turn, then...
That's something.
Because he has Delphiel effect. If he plays Zoe Realm, he's going to at least 1 card draw.
And if he uses an Evo this turn, that'll be 3 Evos, and after turn 9, 3 Evos is enough with Olivia to play a 4-cost follower
Yeah.
like Alana.
I think this is one of those turns where the play is not obvious, though. Like, yeah, I don't dislike the idea of using the Realm of Repose, but he might see it as like not getting nearly enough value out of it.
But he also just needs to empty his hand out a little
That's
bit.
true, yeah. Okay, gonna play the Kel. Definitely not gonna eat with that, right?
No, just
Yeah.
gonna
Just gonna
Realm Over pose it,
take it easy.
let it sit there.
Okay, Lana's still not drawn for Raindrop. Close
Yep.
to half of his deck. No Alana.
Feels not great, but
Yeah.
he does have some Evos down. He has an Olivia for an additional Evo and a
Yeah.
Zeus.
I mean, I don't think Zeus can like end the game for Raindrop. At least not at the moment.
No.
If the game stalls because Yo doesn't have Alana either, and we go back and forth, and maybe we might see
Yeah, it might be like,
like turn 14 Zeus end the game, something like that, right?
yeah, this is looking like it might be a bit of a
Yeah.
grindier experience.
It's kind of awkward for Raindrop because he doesn't have like great plays, and when you play followers, and the Kel's already on the board, right? So it's like anything you play is more than likely going to just get cleaned up for free, right?
He found his own Realm of Repose.
Yeah, still no Alana though.
Yeah, he even took a repair mode to his face before the end of turn, or before he played the Zoe, so they wouldn't overdraw
Yeah,
the daily
because
field
they'll feel
effect.
effect.
Yeah.
So definitely, making the most out of his effects essentially.
Mhm.
And I would assume that Kel is gonna answer the board. I'm not sure if
Probably.
Yo wants to Evo. He could like Evo just to start pushing damage. But I'm not sure if that's a play he wants to take because the Alana deck is not like super aggressive, and
And you don't want to attack right now, actually. With
yeah,
Realm
you
of
want to still
Repose.
maintain the realm anyway, right?
Yeah,
So maybe is this a turn to get the Soe card draw?
I think so. I'll put it down,
Yeah,
start
like-
drawing, see what happens.
He has to heal at least 3 times though if he wants to clear the board. One heal is from Delafield, obviously.
Mhm.
You can get one from,
Repair mode off
The
of the
nun.
Knuckle.
and then one from the bunny.
But if you're doing that, you don't have board space for Zoe.
Right, he would not be playing Soe this turn,
Mhm.
which I guess he might be okay with because I mean, he can cycle it later on, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, so Kel clears the board. Is not going to attack. Maintain the realm effect. Alana's still not drawn for Raindrop,
Yeah, we
but
are.
he picked up a Soe so he could,
Keep
get
going.
the cycle.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Kel either, so
Halfway through his deck without either one of them.
yeah. And it's one thing in a situation where it's like, okay, you're gonna play things just to get them cleaned up by Kel, but he has to play stuff, right? Like passing is too weak.
Yeah.
If you're just gonna play things that are gonna get answered, then Soe might be the best one because at least you're digging for the Alana, right?
Mhm.
Like you can look at it like, okay, he hasn't seen Alana in the top 20 cards of his deck, and that's not great, obviously. But it also means that there's 20 cards left and 3 Alanas in there.
So it becomes
So,
a higher chance
right,
of drawing
when you
it
draw
each
cards
turn.
now, it's very likely you're gonna find one eventually.
It's more likely for him than it is for Yo, who's already used one.
Yeah, exactly. And even this late in the game, you still want to find the Alana. It's still so crucial. We saw Paul Washer play a turn 9 Alana. It was still game winning. So just because it's late and Raynor hasn't found it, like Alana could still do everything.
We see a second Olivia.
I mean, he'll get a Delafield extra draw at the end of the turn.
We do.
Gonna play the Realm. And the Precant is just getting sort of sacrificed at this point. It is essentially traded for repair mode. Finally
There's
finds the
Alana.
Alana. I think he's pretty happy about that. But
I think he also wants Kel at this point.
yeah, at this point, Kel would probably be okay, right?
Mhm.
So, because of Realm, you can only do 3 damage to the face. I think Yo probably still wants to clear the board, though.
Mhm.
Since at this point, you're like, man, Alana has to come at some point, right? Want to make sure that Raindrop's board is clear before that happens. And how does he want to do it? He has the Olive in hand, 10 play points already, he still has an Evo. If he spends an Evo here, he could find Alana and still Evo it with the Olivia, essentially.
But he also needs to have enough to clear.
Yeah,
But
I'm not sure his hand is great either. Like, yeah, he's got Kel, but essentially it's just a bunch of, like, Falcons and Goblins.
Mhm.
I mean, he has a Soe to eventually cycle into more draw, but he just hasn't found the time to play it. And I do think the Evil Kel play is okay there.
Yeah.
He will draw 3 cards next turn with his own bell anyway, so it is likely he finds an Orlana.
There is Kel.
Okay, so Raindrop now has everything. He found the Alana, he found the Kel, he has the Evil, has the Olivia. Is
This-
facing kind of a spooky board though, so
Mhm.
with the Realm though, he could just not really take that much damage.
Yeah.
If he wanted to like double up on Alana. But you can't really ignore the Kel though, because then any board that he would develop would just get answered.
Yeah. So I think Kel might come down first, or if it's Alana, it'd be Alana and a Precant Falcon
Yeah, to get through the Kel.
Mhm.
That could be a pretty solid play, right? If he develops the Alana and answers the Kel, he'd probably be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think I like that play.
Yeah, if he plays the Kel
Best.
first, he could, play Kel, answer the board, and then have to set up the Alana the following turn.
Yeah.
We'll see what Alana play he takes. A lot of options here. Zeus might come down eventually, like we were talking about, but
Starting with
the Olivia.
Olivia.
So he goes all the way up to 4 play points. Okay, so essentially he dropped the Alana for the free Evo, but he doesn't answer the Kel. So you would assume that your board of Alana and Olivia are gonna get answered, because that Kel is Evo'd. Every heal is 2. And Yo is not board locked because of the bell goes away.
But he doesn't have that many heals.
He doesn't have like repair modes, right?
Yeah. He's got 1 heal in hand, actually, and then the heal at the end of turn.
Yeah. So maybe Raindrop calculated how many heals there were. Because any card that would generate a heal is
can
a
only
flower
play
that
one of
takes up board space, and
Yeah.
there's only one of them, right?
Yeah.
The Goblin cannot be sacrificed to get its repair mode. And because of Realm, he can only take 3 damage at a time. So Yo is just not going to have the damage to end the game here.
But he can extend the game by playing Realm of Repose.
He's playing his own Realm.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, Raindrop could answer with his own Kel, right?
Yeah. And I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think that's also what Yo needs to do to protect his face from next turn, because otherwise he will just lose next turn.
So the Alana essentially turned into this really grindy back and forth game, right?
Mhm.
Really interesting, because
Actually,
usually the games tend to
Yo
be
can
quicker,
trade
right?
into Olivia.
Oh,
'cause the
because it's
shield
not
only
the next
applies
7 followers.
to Havencraft
Okay, wait, no, then
followers.
he can clear, right? If he goes trade the Rob Goblin, play Kel, play none 2 heals, right?
I'm not sure if he realizes that he can trade into the Olivia.
You know, it's not something that I thought about at all.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he did either.
Yeah,
And I
because
think Great Job's
the
having a
Goblin can
good
be
time with
attacked here
this
as well,
too.
right? Yeah, that's not a... Like, the Realm is a relatively new card that's being added to the Alana
Mhm.
decks. So I wonder if he just didn't know, or...
Just didn't. Yeah.
It might have been something where, like, he just didn't realize it. And then by the time you did, it's like, oh man, it's too late, and
Maybe
I
he,
see
did,
the
he
circle.
still hasn't realized it because he hasn't like give us any physical expression
Yeah, I
of,
don't-
oh no, I've misplayed.
Maybe he knew all along, and this is what he wanted.
This is what he wants. This is.
But now, Raindrop is in a great spot, because he's got the Kel, and
yeah.
because he played the Olivia last turn, he gets to easily Evo this Kel, and have a lot of playmates to work with. Alright, so he's got 1 repair mode, has the Delphiel effect himself.
Is he gonna play Realm of Repose? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
Why not?
really no reason not to, right? It's kind of funny how the Alana deck plays with Realm at it, where you kind of just, like, pass, and eventually you get a board that can just do 20 damage, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, because the follower's got to control real quickly. And it still wasn't evil because the Olivia stayed on the board, right?
Mhm.
Really interesting back and forth game.
And it's still not over next turn because the realm will still be up.
Right. But how much could Yo really develop at this point, right?
Yeah. Actually, the realm might not be procced at the turn if Yo decides that he has to clear the Olivia.
Which
But I don't think
he
he-
can. He still could clear the Olivia, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think he should because
Yeah,
he
like
needs
if
the
you
shield.
clear the Olivia to save the damage,
Mhm.
then your realm doesn't get procced, and then you're just gonna eat the damage from the Alana and the Kel.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what Yo's best play is.
Put a ward up.
Yeah, like he was the first to play the Alana's Prayer. Raindrop had the answer, and then like 10 turns later he got to Lobis on Alana. But he really made it count with the great use of the Repose.
Mhm.
Okay, Robo Falcon, Delaphiel, just trying to get a board going, and I guess gonna not attack, hold the realm.
Yeah, just put up these big wards.
But once again, can Raindrop clear? Actually, he can't play anything.
Yeah, he just has to pass.
He can Evo the Olivia, technically.
He can, yeah.
He can.
Maybe he should just to give himself the extra Evo for Zeus.
Yeah, right, because at this point you might be like, right, I'll play Sue's next turn and end the game, because there's no more realms for Yo at all, right?
Yeah, it also makes Olivia bigger. Who
Yeah,
likes-
like significantly bigger.
we like big followers here.
And what else is Evo at this point? He even has another Olivia in hand, so it makes his Olivia in hand better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird, right? Turn 10, you just can't play anything.
Yeah, I think he might be considering like.
I mean, his
do
board is so
attack?
good, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Yeah, just ending the turn.
Okay, just ended the turn. I wasn't opposed to seeing the Olivia as the 12-12, but I guess he's just overkill, right? He doesn't like actually need it.
Mhm. He's already got 10 attack on the
Yeah.
board.
There's no like Kel cannot answer this. No way.
And Zeus heals, it'll proc Kel.
Yeah? Zeus can proc the Alana Prayer as well.
and the Alana's Prayer.
Yeah. I do want to point out though, Yo had that Lemonia and like he was never able to do anything with it, right?
Yeah.
Like not having the Machina followers to like develop Aegis as a threat or even getting value out of like, hey, I'm gonna cheat out a couple play points or anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, there was a few play points cheated, I think. Maybe like one.
Yeah, maybe like one or two. Like, it was a nice back and forth. Both players had good use of the realm, but there was the one turn where Yo could have, I believe, cleared Raindrop's board, and, you know, once he did in that one turn, he was just never able to after. Even getting a really, really good Kel at this stage in the game, doing like 8 AoE damage, it's just not enough because the followers have too much health.
Yeah, and not being able to attack into them with Realm of Repose and...
Yeah, okay, so, there has to be lethal for Raindrop, right? There's no way there's not. Yeah, just gonna trade, Olivia go face, Alana go face, and that's 20 damage.
Yeah.
So, a really grindy back and forth game, but ultimately Raindrop takes it 1-0. We'll see how Yo responds.
It's doing exactly lethal.
Yeah.
No heals, no anything extra.
Like, don't need chip damage, you just need 20 damage, really big followers.
Mhm.
So, Raindrop, like most of our players today, has the Machina rune, right? Because his Vengeance we're talking about got banned out. Nothing too spicy in his Machina rune. I think, like we're talking about, the deck is really refined at this point. The builds are fairly similar. I believe he plays like a one of Smite as like the tech choice, but that's really about it. And hey, Smite was really good for him that last game.
It
If he
might
plays
be.
against Alana again, he might be really good again.
Yeah, could be.
I do like the Carol leader.
I do too. I'm gonna miss her once I switch to Ruby.
That's the Love Live one.
Yeah, it's one of the Love Live ones. It's
Yeah.
the younger sister.
I like the when you queue up the game, there's the like the new song.
Yeah, I sometimes sit. I've seen people like
You
joke
just
about
sit
it
on
on
it?
Twitter. I do it too sometimes. I just
Yeah,
sit on the
it's
title for a
good.
bit.
Yeah. Like when I play at home, I have the music turned off so I don't realize it. Then I load it up on mobile to have my daily login. I'm like, ooh man, I can jam to this.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about the Love Live leaders.
Alright, so look at Raindrop's hand. We see Tetra and Mechabook Sorcerer and early games, so
Yeah, he's got
just
plays.
about everything, honestly.
Yeah.
Now for Yo, he'll have to find the Alana and or Kel for the mid game.
But he still has things to play, at least for now.
But Raindrop's looking pretty good right now. Machina Rune is one of those decks that can't answer those Alana boards. Once they get the leader effect going, Golem could just do so much damage. Eventually you get these 3 play point Technolords that just clear whole boards. And then you have the damage later on with, you know, Selud, Clark, things like that. Playing the Witch for the board. I like that Witch is essentially like a suited 3-drop.
Yeah.
So
it could be like a 3-drop, or it could
yeah, or
be like
2-drop.
yeah,
It's just a really nice card.
or it could
Also,
be a
I find
1-drop and a free spell boost.
Like the art of it is funny. Where like you think of Witch, you think of like the basic broom, which is like the high-tech Witch, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
really cool
jet
card.
brew.
She's got like those fancy goggles.
It's cute.
Yeah, Raindrop found even an Tetra, and he's got plays on 4. He just played double 2-drop here. Maybe he doesn't want to commit too many followers because he might be overcommitted into a Kel.
And if he plays double 2-drop, he's like losing an assembly droid. I mean, he could trade one in and then.
Yeah. So maybe you just respect the Kel a little bit. Might play like 1 2-drop just to not, just not like pass.
Yeah.
There is consideration for playing like a Tetra, just because you're gonna evil the other one, and then the other Tetra is whatever later on. But I don't know. Okay, just gonna play 2-drop. Yeah. And, like it just feels bad to play Tetra as a 3/4, knowing she's gonna get evil over.
I was
Like it just feels bad.
for whatever reason, my brain wanted the Jet Broom Witch to automatically summon the droid, and then there was not enough board space for this. I don't know why I didn't.
Yeah, because you don't have to play you just hold the repair
Yeah, you
mode,
can just hold the repair
which is
mode.
really good after the MacBook Sorcerer anyway. As a 0-cost spell, it lets you, cycle it, do damage with Golem, get the extra Delta Cannon. And right now, Yo doesn't have Ilana or Kel, so he's actually going to be in a pretty tough spot, I would say.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Yo.
Yeah, like top deck in either of those would have been amazing for him. Would have definitely put him back in the game. And at this point, when you play the Alana and it's turn 4 and they could Evo, as soon as you see them drop something that's not a 4-drop, you see that 2-drop, it's a smile, right? Like,
Yeah.
like okay, no Alana, no Kel, we got.
They just drop Iron Knuckle Nut and you're like,
Yeah, you're like,
okay,
okay.
that's fine.
And we saw Realm be so
Oh.
strong last match.
I was gonna say if he plays the Realm and then you can't trade in any of your followers and then
And you can't play the.
Raindrop is board lock, but you can trade into the Robo Goblin.
Oh,
And I
you
know
can
Raindrop
because
knows
we learned this.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would imagine he knows, right?
Yeah, that's why I know. Is because I was watching nothing but Alana mirrors over the last couple days
Yeah.
of watching my teammates scrim. They practiced this one a lot.
Yeah. So Yo's just in a really tough spot here. Like he might be in the. He might be thinking like, okay, well, I don't have Lana or Kel, but if Raindrop doesn't have the book or the Tetra, then it might be like an okay battle, right?
Yeah, I might be able to
But-
fight this out. So what do I do?
Yeah, we know Raindrop has the power cards for the Mechana Rune. Okay, so it looks like double 2-drop it is, or just 1 2-drop, right?
No, going with the double.
Okay, well, yeah, he doesn't look happy about that, right? He's not really getting value out of the
Yeah,
realm.
Yo is not happy about it. Raindrop is happy about it.
Yeah, because like, sure, you can't attack the Unicorn in the 2-3.
But you can
The
attack
phase
the
damage doesn't
Goblin.
matter because he's not doing more than 3 phase damage per attack anyway.
Mhm.
And he is not going to really get value out of the realm, right? So, card that was so strong last matchup, essentially not doing much of anything here. Now he could honestly hold Evo and Evo both Tetras.
Or you could Evo face.
He could do the face right now, but I mean he could, yeah. Since he's under no pressure here, I like just Evo both Tetras because
Yeah.
you can Evo Tetra, just a nice play. Which is another reason why playing Tetra on 4 would just not be correct, basically.
And I think that's why we have the whole thing. No,
Okay, he's
Evo
gonna Evo
face.
face right now. It does give him a better board, like right this second. And I think as Raindrop, you can make the read that, hey, my opponent didn't have the Alana or Kel.
Last turn.
So, I mean, if they're not gonna have it now, we just commit to the board, right?
Yeah.
Lemonia shows up, which is not what Yo needed. Like, if there was a Kel last turn, there's no way that it wouldn't have been played, right?
Mhm.
So, although it's sort of an assumption, you almost know that opponent doesn't have Kel in hand, right?
Yeah, if their play is Unicorn Knight Realm of Repose, you know that they don't have stronger plays.
Yeah. Like, the only reason there would be a Kel that wasn't played is because Alana's being played instead.
Mhm.
And there was no Alana, so...
So there's no Lana, there's no Kel, there's just this spear and then nothing else to do after it. Or you can play an Iron Knuckle Nun and Evo.
Yeah.
But
I
that
think-
doesn't feel great either.
A lot of times people, they really fear the Kel, you know? And I know we're in a metagame where it's really hard to get a board to stick right. Because Kel Techno, but just because Kel exists as a card and he can potentially clear your board, it doesn't mean that you never make a board, right? You have to just make the board, and sometimes Kel is not there, and...
Sometimes you lose your board and
Yeah.
that's just how it goes.
Like, if there was a Kel on turn 4, like, yeah, Yo could have just, you know, cleaned up Rainrow's board, but there wasn't. And now he gets to really benefit because of that. And once again, you're seeing plays that are okay, you know, Joe's doing his best with the play points he has on the cards, but compared to the plays that Raindrop is going to be doing, Raindrop's plays are so much stronger, so much more explosive.
Yeah,
This
Raindrop
is definitely a Tetra, 100%.
Yeah, Tetra, use both spells, play 2-drop, cycles that cannon.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Start thinking about the damage. Right? Who's going to close the game out?
And the answer is hit him in the face.
In the
and-
phase multiple times, right?
Yeah, and then take this Delta Cannon phase a couple of times.
Yeah. Every turn is 2 phase damage, and the Alana deck does have
Actually,
heal.
with all the play points, you can just play another Tetra.
I mean, I guess so, yeah, why not? It's an extra 3-4 that potentially cheat you out play points next turn.
Yeah.
And once again, there hasn't been a Kel, so why would he respect it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if there was an Alana right now, it's just way too weak at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that
No
anything
kill,
is
no
good
Alana.
enough.
I feel like today we're seeing like these really powerful decks
Mhm.
rely on these cards, and then they just don't get them sometimes, right?
Yeah,
And it's like, well, Alana deck with Alana is just a bunch of okay, solid cards.
and I think we've gotten to see the two faces of like nearly every deck that's
Yeah,
seen play
right.
today. Where we've
Like
seen,
Ambush Sword just failing, and then Ambush Sword super strong.
yeah, we've seen
Alana doing nothing, and Alana being explosive.
Macaroon doing nothing, Macaroon being explosive.
Yeah. So at this point, once again, we'll go back to the Your Raindrop, you have Leader Effect, you have Delta Cannon in hand. If he's just playing cards, probably find a way to close the game out, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to be efficient with them, but essentially, just because he can play so many play points, naturally these plays are going to be really, really powerful.
I think the Delta Cannon is actually going to be used to clear here, just so he can... using the followers so that he can play out his hand, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's missing like a Solid or Card Draw or Golem, something like that, but right now, just even having, 1-2s, 1-1s, Yo has not been able to answer those anyway, so a 1-1 going face for 1 will add up eventually.
Yeah.
Another Tetra, why not, right? And Cannon to the face, certainly.
Well, first, continue building your
Yeah,
board.
get the, again, you can answer your opponent's board, push damage, and end with a full board yourself. Cannon to the face, essentially setting up lethal for next turn. Yo still has an Evo, and he might top deck a Kel, but it is just not there.
Yeah. And even if he can't play Zoe and Dig and still play Kel.
Yeah, he could dig, but not... He wouldn't have playmates to do anything with them, right?
Yeah. He
And
might
if
do that
he's-
anyway, just for heals.
Just to maintain life.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, Random's hand is majorly repair modes, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's like, hey, if I can survive this aggression, we could be okay. But the aggression right now is so much, right? Double Tetra is already so many stats on the board.
But you can
He can
answer
clear
one of them.
one and have a ward left over to protect himself, right?
Yeah.
Does get the... so he heals, so he at least goes up to 8 life. And might buy himself another turn here.
I think it definitely buys him another turn, depending on what's drawn, yeah.
Yeah, there has been no golem or life form for Raindrop, to be fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's still making the most of his hand. So maybe this turn we'll see Delta Cannon used to trade.
I think we might see him trade out the board and just play Mechoing
As an
Angel. As
8/8.
his 6/6, yeah.
I mean, he could play it and still cycle Delta Cannon, right? So that's not a bad play. Right now he needs board, right? And a 6/6 is good board.
The 6/6 is good board.
Yeah.
And it produces more 1/1s, so you're free to trade in the 1/2s that you have.
Yeah.
That does make... The 1/1s are weaker to Kel, but the 6/6
I mean, at this
is
point
not.
there's no Evo, and Olivia Kel is not a thing yet, right?
Yeah.
He could, the one playpoint cards are free, and he can still get playpoint from Tetra, so
Yeah.
I think this is the best he can do, yeah.
I
Okay,
like this.
even going as far as ignoring the Zoe.
Because Yo's hand is full anyway.
Right, at this point, what draw would change anything? And like you said, he already has full resources anyway. So he makes a pretty good board,
Heals his face
and
to full.
once again
heals
sets up lethal.
the witch, yeah.
Delphil shows up. Delphil, Ammonia, these cards are great, right? But they're great after you have the Lana develop or after Kel has answered boards. And Kel finally shows up. And he could do some work against the 1/1s, but
I think Kel has to hit the board here.
you can do Kel, repair mode. He's still drawing cards from the Zoe. You play Kel in 3 heals technically, which is 3 area damage.
Mm-hmm.
You'd answer the 6/6 by training the Zoe. Tetra would survive. And then Tetra... But he would have healed for 3 life, right? So he would be at 8 life.
Yeah.
So technically Tetra plus Delta Cannon wouldn't be lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he can buy himself an extra turn. But does he have to heal though? Actually he doesn't, right?
Yeah,
he only has one repair mode,
He
so...
only has one repair mode.
Yeah, you can do Kel, heal once.
And that's
That's enough to answer the 6/6 and the 1/1s.
yeah. And I think that's just what he's got to go for.
Yeah,
at
I
this
mean, I
point.
don't see a better play, right?
Yeah.
Throw in our Falcon as a 1/3.
Going with the Lemonia.
Okay, Lemonia instead. I guess this gives him a better Kel next turn. So, assuming he would survive, he would be able to do Olivia Kel next turn repair mode, and that's way stronger, I
But he's
suppose,
got
right?
to use the repair mode now, because otherwise he's
Or he's gonna
already
just
dead.
die, right?
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
I mean, he can make
because-
this trade, so he's not.
Well, yeah, okay, so he goes 1 above not down Delta Cannon.
And range up.
Doesn't have a single damage.
We've seen this before. Why is this the recurring thread of just Vector not having quite enough against the Lana?
And now if he plays Double Sorcerer, Kel would answer the full board, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you can
Yeah.
Olivia.
Kel plus repair mode, he also gets a good amount of heal.
Mm.
At least outlive the Delta Cannon. So, I mean, Raindrop definitely has to cash in the cannon to the face. And eventually he might draw an extra Salad, extra Clark, something like that.
Mhm.
But if you give Yo enough time, I mean, maybe he could come back.
This struggle once again. As
Yeah,
Meckerin
so
just,
close to close the game out and then just not have enough damage, right?
yeah,
I kind of like when we saw Misaki, like maybe not having the life form to get the card draw.
really makes a difference.
Yeah, now Olivia Keller is fantastic here for Yo, like really, really strong.
I don't think there's any
Yeah,
other
I cannot
play.
see another play. Like you have to enter the board. Kel does this and gives you a heal. And once again, like we saw from Paul Washer, he developed on Olivia. So if Olivia survives, you get more free was next turns.
And I think Raindrop's only way of answering this would be Technolord.
Right. But if he draws Technolord,
He's not winning.
he's
the
not
game.
drawing damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you have to repair mode.
You have to heal at the end turn,
Oh, he has Elfio, right?
so you might bomb with repos.
Does that change anything? Because your followers wouldn't be attacked by anything anyway, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really
Maybe it's
change
better to
much.
play the Goblin such that if it dies, you buy yourself another repair mode.
Yeah.
But this way he heals the maximum amount. But
Clark.
Clark would
Clark
do it.
is lethal.
Yeah. I mean, over time, he just rained me to find any source of damage, and eventually he did. He has to play Delta Cannon first, though,
Yeah.
and it's... I don't expect he would miss it. It's pretty simple.
Raindrop, what do you think about?
Delta Cannon to the face. Clark does 3 damage.
Yeah, that's 5 damage.
Taking his time.
What's he thinking? What's he thinking about?
I don't know, like, he doesn't have that, like, look of, like, oh, man, I just won the game from the top
Yeah, he
deck.
doesn't have that look.
He
But
has that
he
look
has
of, like,
lethal in
oh,
his hand.
man,
Raindrop.
my opponent just made this comeback.
Raindrop, please.
I mean, he
Delta
has time.
Cannon is 2 damage.
He has time, right?
He
will
does have
eventually figure it
time.
out. He might be thinking of, like, oh, if I can't cycle Delta Cannon, I can't play it. But you can just play it if you can end the game, right?
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. What's he doing?
Okay, so essentially he's given Yo a way to win, you
Yeah,
know,
he
get
is.
back in the game.
Oh, it's because you can't play the Delta Cannon
Oh, because
first
you get the play point
there's
back.
0 points.
Wait, no, you're right. Actually, we're the ones that are wrong then.
Yeah, we're the wrongs.
Yeah,
wrong.
because you get the
He's
play
the one
point
who's
back.
frustrated. We're being silly.
Yeah, there's actually
casters
no
are wrong.
way for him to do it. You are correct. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
correct. There is no...
There was
Okay,
no
sorry,
way to
Raindrop.
order it. That's what he was
He's
thinking
correct,
about.
yeah.
I feel silly.
Yeah, he would need, like, some other, like, Rob Goblin, something like that.
And now he's got,
Ooh, now Yo's gonna heal for so much.
yeah.
And he can evo that rabbit.
Raindrop getting just so close, and then,
Yeah. So you think you trade with the rabbit to start pushing face damage then?
yeah. Because you can go over, so.
Yeah. Like, he has Delphi at the end of the turn. So he'll heal to 10.
And there's a ward.
But he might as well start just pushing damage. So
Yeah.
he can set up lethal for next turn. Olivia still survives. So he essentially, Raindrop needed the Clark, not then, but like a turn before, right?
Yeah.
Now he's just not even close to enough damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure he can answer the board either.
I mean, there might... Technolord might answer.
Okay, if Technology is drawn, it's probably doing a good amount of damage, right?
Yeah. Mecha Staff.
Like a staff. I mean, he could use Repair Mode and Delta Cannon to get Fate's Hand
Lower.
lower. And if he plays it, he might still play Technolord.
Mm-hmm.
He committed the ritual to the face, so
I think everything's got to go
anything
face.
that's not Techno is just not going to answer the board, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Could he draw lethal somehow? I don't believe so, right? Because he's already played a Clark.
And by using the Delta Cannon and the repair mode to boost the Fate's Hand, you put your Mecha Book out of activity.
Yeah, right, because now it doesn't do the fanfare.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fate's Hand draws
Technolord.
Technolord, which is doing 45 damage. Okay, Technolord does clear
It's
the
a full
board.
clear,
So Raindrop's still in there.
but
Does he lose Delta Cannon, right, though?
he did lose Delta Cannon.
And then I'm not
No,
sure
if he plays the Mecha Staff,
then he gets it back.
he gets it back. He
I
has to
mean, it's
play
a
it
3-3
just
as well,
a
right?
follower.
I
Yeah.
guess definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't it better to play the Sorcerer first then, right?
No, because he needed the Fate's Hand
Oh,
reduced
to be
in order
able to... Yeah,
play
you're
both.
correct. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, his play was correct.
Yeah.
But at this point, now he's in a rough spot. How much heal can Yo produce this turn? He has one Repair Mode, Delphiel Effect, so that's at least going to 7. essentially negating the
Delta Cannon.
Delta Cannon damage.
Yeah.
And if he plays like a ward, then he could save himself from like solid damage, right?
Yeah. So, repair mode. Daily
Has
key.
the roll of Falcons to clear the 3-3,
Yeah.
so he can still develop like a Delphil behind it. And I think you kind of want your Goblin to die to get another repair mode anyway.
Yeah, and then you can get another healer.
Yeah,
turn.
so I like playing Delphil here. Safe against Salad. I already have the leader effect, but having the ward is still nice.
Mm.
Or he might play Stoic to try and get card draw, so he can actually like close the game out, which is also fair.
I mean, I think if he just sticks some board at some point.
Yeah, like, I mean, he just needs a board, right? Like, even if there was a Salad, realistically, it wouldn't be enough damage anyway, right?
Mm.
So it's probably correct for him to not even respect the Salad top deck, knowing that he wouldn't lose to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Realm is played, goes to 7 life.
What
I mean,
is it?
another Techno, I guess he needs.
Well,
Salad
there's
is
a
drawn,
Zealot.
but again, calculated.
You can smite Zoe.
Okay, Smite Zoe and then just see what he's drawn. He
Yeah.
hasn't drawn a life form yet. If he draws life form, you can play it, draw Delta Cannon, draw enough Machina cards to get something going.
Maybe. There's only 18 cards
Fate's
left
Hand
in
is
deck.
card draw.
There's Clark.
I mean, Yo can't represent lethal because he, once again, Alana doesn't have that burst, right?
Mhm.
So Raindrop Bind is also on turns, you know, could eventually find a way to win the game, but every time he's not, and then Yo could just keep healing, right?
Yeah.
Alana is drawn now, but no Olivia.
Mhm.
But the Olivia that you know played was definitely crucial. So
It's
is he close to an Aegis? He has to be, right?
maybe.
Although at this point, I'm not sure that even matters. Like he just needs followers, right?
Mhm. Raindrop just needs damage.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's gonna have enough damage.
Yeah. It's rough. He's got 8 in hand, but these repair modes are gonna go face.
Yeah, I can't imagine him holding on to repair modes.
Yeah.
Like you have the Alana anyway, and he can't proc it, and you're scared of dying to burst, so he might as well just commit to the heal in the phase, right?
Mhm.
Because he will definitely win the long game at this point. Okay, Delphil does protect against the Solid. I'd like to see repair mode to the face.
Not repairing the face, but there's no way for Raindrop to get through the ward.
Right, so you just couldn't have the 8 damage anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have one Clark left in the deck? Because wouldn't Clark Delta Cannon do it now?
Mm-hmm.
I believe he's only played one beforehand, right?
Yes. So if there's a third Clark, oh, there's Technolord to clear again.
Wait, can he go sell it to the face then? Because Technolord costs 2 and Delta Cannon costs 0, right?
Yes. I think. Does that do it? Does he have it?
So by him not playing the repair modes, which he most certainly could have, he's now going to...
Why did he do that?
Wait. No, he definitely had it if he just went Delta Cannon face.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, this time...
This time,
Cast is correct
that
this
Delta
time,
Cannon
right?
was a 0 cost thing that
Yeah.
he could have used to boost his Zealot.
Oh, what a game. What a game.
Oh, man.
Still, he can't really die, right? Yo just can't represent burst. Here's why I like Sue's, right? Because like end the game.
And now Raindrop realized it after he played the Fate's Hand.
Yeah. And now, like, Yo would have gotten punished for not playing the repair modes. Now he can play him this turn. He also has the Delphil effect, so he's gets the free heal on top
But
of
with
that.
the Mecha Staff and the Zealot and the Delta,
Okay,
does
he'll still have enough
Raindrop
damage?
still have it?
Even if the Goblin is cleared, right?
Yeah.
Well, he has a Bell as well.
Oh, he
So he
does
can go
have the
to
bell.
9 life,
And then be 1 off again.
and Raindrop will just forever be 1 off lethal. At this point, I mean, he didn't play the repair modes last game, or last turn.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
he's like, hey, there's
Maybe he's
no
holding them
damage.
for like something.
I think you should play them. Like, what are you holding them for? There's no Alana prayers to buff your board or anything.
I'm not sure. Maybe
Like,
he's
I don't
looking
know
for,
how
like,
he's
he
not
have, like,
just
another
so
Zoe or something?
scared to not play them after he's been so close to dying.
Maybe he's got like a Zoe or something in there that he's still waiting for.
Because technically he would have been punished last turn if Raindrop hadn't missed the lethal.
But he did.
He might be trying to just set up a way to win the game as opposed to just, you know, not dying, which is respectable. And he does get a ward. Ward is good against the Cellar going phase. Yeah, please play the repair mode. On the follower? Wow.
Wow.
Okay, really sure of his board.
Okay, there's a
Golem, though.
Magitech Golem.
Okay, that has to be lethal, right? There's no way Golem doesn't clear the Lana. Well, I guess he could ping the Lemonia as well, right?
But he's got
So what is the correct order?
4 pings.
You go Golem, Mecha Phased, right?
Yeah.
Then Repair Mode, Delta Cannon, play Robe Goblin, sell it to the face for lethal, right?
Yeah.
Assuming that
Alana's cleared.
2 pings go on Alana
Mhm.
out of... He
But-
gets
but you
4
got-
pings.
Yeah.
2 of them have to be the Alana. It's a really high chance.
Yeah.
And at worst, he clears the Lemonia and cycles Delta Cannon anyway, right?
Delta cannon, fire.
Make sure you play the Sorcerer before you run out of Machina cards.
Yes. Please.
And I like going to the face with it because at this point, just end the game, right?
But if you don't play
Okay.
the Mecha stuff first,
Then he doesn't get the damage out of it.
he doesn't get the damage out of it.
Now there's no way for him to get lethal.
Well, he was missing the snipes anyway.
Well, but if he's going for the snipes anyway, because now what? Now you have to trade with your Stellar? Or ignore the Alana?
Hold your hand.
Oh, this game. Okay, so Yo can heal with the Rabbit now. That's a big heal.
That's a big heal.
He has an Aegis though. He might be like, hey, let me just play Aegis and win off of that. I mean, he's doing the game at some point himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Rabbit heal for 4 is massive though. If he clears the Golem and heals for 4,
Just going with Aegis. Okay.
okay. So he does get Delphiel heal. Definitely is going to play Rabbit and Repair Mode at this point, I would want to say. There's really no reason to hold it since he already has Aegis to win the game next turn. Clears the Golem correctly.
Heals.
Okay, can Raindrop find lethal somehow, some way? Has life form to draw. He can dig through his deck.
But this also
He can sack the
deactivates
Goblin to activate the thing though.
Mecha stuff. Yeah.
Right, sack Goblin to activate the... Maybe he has the Goblin to go face though.
Delta cannon, fire.
I'm not sure he can activate the Golem now. I mean the Sorcerer.
He can't. He's just got to keep drawing.
2 Zealots go phase. I mean, 1 Zealot has to trade. 1 Zealot... Okay, he can draw. He can still draw.
He can draw.
What does he need?
Lethal. Otherwise, he just loses.
Yeah, there's just no way now. The Zealots, but there's the
Call at the
Ward.
end. Yeah.
They're too expensive. Wow, this was such a crazy, crazy game.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well-
Technolord doesn't save him though because
No.
Aegis does not die to it, and Zealots are too expensive for him to play 2 of them. I find it interesting. The entire game, Raindrop was just so close.
That was a fun interaction to
Yeah,
watch.
like the entire game, he needed like 1 or 2 damage.
Yeah.
At the end of it, his hand is triple Zealot.
And he missed it once, and
Yeah, he did
feels
have
it.
the one turn. Yeah, the one turn where we messed up, where he did not have it, and then the other turn he definitely did have it though.
Yeah. And he
But also,
realized it
Yo
after
had
the
those
fact.
turns where he's like not playing Repair Mode, where if he did, he wouldn't have died,
Yeah.
but he just didn't play them. And crazy, crazy game.
Crazy game.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's tied 1-1. Winner
Alana
advances,
stealing
loses is
games
out.
all over the place today.
Yeah. Do not sleep on the Alana, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, the Aegis did close the game out.
This world is brutal.
Mech ran into Artifact Portal.
Beautiful.
Okay, so this is not a matchup we've seen today, and
What do you feel about it?
okay, so I think there's different schools of thought. So some people assume that, hey, I'm Artifact, I can clear boards, I can infinitely clear any Alana boards, matchup is free, right?
Any Mech rune boards?
Oh, wait, you're right, okay. I was thinking about Alana for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, against Machina Rune, we can clear the board, I guess. I guess how quick can you end the game, right?
Yeah.
Has to be a Meisha before turn 10 then?
Mhm.
Because by turn 10, Machina Rune would have already ended the game out, right?
Usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes you heal out of control.
So
But-
essentially, both decks have that explosiveness in the mid game where you could just cheat out a ton of play points.
Mhm.
Rune with the leader effect, artifacts with the augmentation plus Axel.
Mhm.
And then I guess it's about who can get the most out of that, right?
Yeah.
For artifacts, that being the Meisha as soon as possible. For Rune, being the Zealots, Delta Cannon to the face, storm damage, and all that.
It's kind of funny because like Artifact used to be the one that played Deus and regained play points through the leader effect, and
Now
spell
it's
boost
the Rune
would
that's
cheap
doing
play
that,
points
right?
by spell boosting and such.
Yeah. So I'm not sure who's favored, but I think that people prefer Machina Rune as the stronger deck overall.
Mhm.
That said, though, I mean, I personally think Artifact is still super strong, and
Yes, I think they're both strong decks, but I wanna give the favor to Tamako Narune here, but
yeah, I mean, you're a little bit biased, but
I'm a
that's
little
fair.
bit biased.
I will root for Yo then. But I don't know, like that last game was so intense, so back and forth. You have to wonder how they're doing mentally, you know? Like,
yeah,
did that game shook Raindrop?
to a score, maybe?
Or is he good to
Okay.
go, business as usual? I don't know. And for Yo too, right? Like, I don't know how he felt in that game.
In that game and the game before, because
And now-
both games have been
Yeah.
long and
Now he has
grindy.
to play an even harder deck, right?
Yeah,
So I don't know.
we'll see how the fatigue sets into both of them.
Yeah,
both
the last
for-
game was really, really intense.
Yeah, both for this match and their upcoming matches for the rest of the day. They're hard round one to just like.
Yeah, I mean, Shadowverse
Fatigue you at
Open
the end.
top 8, you know,
Yeah.
the games are so intense, right? Like, so much on the line, especially near the end of the season where it's like, for Raindrop, you know, if he wins, he could skip Contender Cup, go to Worlds, like, that means everything, right?
Yeah.
And for someone like Yo, like, he doesn't have the points. If he loses right now, he might be losing his best chance at all to get to Contenders.
So lots on the table.
Yeah.
The
I
rest
wonder
of
if-
their year is.
Do you think he feels the pressure because for Yo, like, all his teammates, like, there's so many rep boys in the top 8 in Europe, and he has to represent Pan America? And, like, he has his chance now, right? And I guess for Raindrop, he's like I think of Dawnbreakers, you think of Raindrop, right? He's the guy leading the charge, so.
Yeah, in Pan America, he's our guy.
Okay, so early game, nothing too crazy, back and forth trades.
But now we got Tetra.
Yeah, Tetra on turn 4 for Raindrop, exactly what you want to see. Does not have Sorcerer yet, but he might find it, and he does have the life form.
And he does have a second Tetra. That's always nice.
Yeah, I think I said this before, but if you don't have Sorcerer, then the second best thing is just Evil on another Tetra, right?
Yeah. You
Now
can even
for-
make a trade, keep his
Yeah,
Delta
keep the
cannon.
Tetra healthy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a nice trade. And for Yo, he did find he has the Axel, he has the
Accelerator.
Augmentation,
Yeah.
he will have a Sway, which is a fantastic follower in turn 5, so he's got strong place on top of that. And he'll have artifacts right in the deck, in hand.
But as the deck gets thick with artifacts, if you don't have your Maisha yet,
Yeah, then you dilute the chance of you drawing the Maisha, right?
yeah.
Which is probably still the main win condition. And especially if he wants to do something like that before the turn 10.
Yeah. And there's also 2 Lashenas in the deck, so that's also
Yeah,
a
that's
way
true.
that he could try to win the
Hmm.
game. It'd be pretty hard against, I think, Macaroon to get Lashena up and
Yeah.
running, but if you get the heal down, it becomes much harder.
Yeah,
for,
we saw how against the Alana, like even the one heal from Delafield, it was really hard for Raindrop to close the game out, right?
Yeah. And he
Either
eventually
way,
couldn't.
Sway is just so strong on 5. One of the strongest cards in the game on curve, I would say.
Yeah.
And he can play Sway and then figure out when it was to do later on. Clears the board, gets a 4-3 and 2 puppets in the hand. Raindrop top decks the Mecha Book Sorcerer like a
Like a true
good
Macaroon player.
Shadowverse player.
Yeah, good Shadowverse players.
Yeah.
Good skills.
Definitely spends the evil, already has Delta Cannon in hand. And this time he does have the early life form, so he can cycle out the hand and not run out of resources. So once again, we could say Raindrop has all the tools he needs to succeed with his deck and
Let's see if he can do it this
potentially
time.
close out the series, right?
Yeah.
But Yo he's got strong options too. So for the artifact player, it's when do they commit to the Axel, right? Because it's not like you play Axel and you win the game, at least not the first one. So when do you play the Axel and how much can you get out of it is what I like to see, right? And it's not easy at all, right? Because
Yeah.
a lot of it might depend on what he can top deck, right? Or how well he can set up beforehand. Like he has one Alexian in hand, the wielder can draw another artifact, so it's at least 2 draws from the augmentation, but is that good enough for him, right?
It might be hard for Raindrop to just start with the life form this turn because he has lots of cards that put other cards
Yeah.
into his hand, so he's got other things to play before life form comes down, I think.
I like the idea of like we saw in the previous games where they use the resources, and then you end with these hands of like a bunch of repair modes,
And
and I
then,
think then is when the life form comes into play.
yeah.
You can play the repair modes for free, get a heal, cycle into a whole new hand, right?
Hopefully wait until you have like things to spell boost as well, so that you do all this drawing and then you have like free zealots
Yeah.
at the end.
And Raindrop even had a second Tetra to Evo anyway, so you know, he's definitely making strong plays
Yeah.
with the cards he was dealt. Now, you don't want to burn your Delta Cannons, right? And you can only cycle one every turn basically, so
So you can use one.
yeah, he could use one, but he can also just hold one, and then when he needs extra damage at the end of the game, he might have the extra Delta Cannon for the burst, right? As long as he plays one cannon every single turn, and ideally doesn't burn it, then he will be in an okay spot. And already doing a decent amount of damage. For Raindrop will be, that little bit of chip damage, whether it's through low cost Machina Frogs going face or Delta Cannon,
Just,
until they can find that explosive, sell it, Clark, whatever.
yeah, choosing to use the Delta Cannon there to clear.
Yeah, just get the full board clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is this the augmentation turn? Because Yo is feeling the pressure right now, right?
Yeah, he needs cards, I think.
Yeah. And if he's not doing augmentation this turn, then what is he doing, right?
Yeah.
Augmentation could be explosive. He could draw 5 artifacts in a row and just have the craziest turn ever. Or he could draw no artifacts and then have a weak play, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. He has the 2 guaranteed that I talked about.
And
Let's
a draw
see. Okay, he gets 1 top deck. That's really good for him.
off the analyzing as well.
Yeah, especially because you draw Analyzing and then it gives you a high chance to get more card draw, which he can use to draw more artifacts like he's doing right now.
Just keep finding analyzing.
Yeah, if Raindrop is a good player for top deck in Sorcerer and 5, then
Yo's a good
Yo
player.
is a good player top deck in 3 Analyzings in a row, right? Displacement draws another one too. Yeah, now he just gotta play fast so he can use the play points.
Yeah, he's
But-
just got to throw them out. He can't think about them. He just got
Right,
to
think
go.
of how many play points you use this turn. You can get a full board clear and develop your own board.
He's
even
played
though
so many
mechanization-
analyzing artifacts.
I mean, he's just...
He's
That was
going.
definitely the turn to go off, and he's certainly making it count.
But there's still 29 cards in there. Well, now that he's back to a normal deck size of 29 cards,
Yeah, he has to
matching
find
his
the Misha,
opponent.
right?
But he still needs to find Misha.
Also, I'm sure he would like another augmentation so he can actually close the game out.
Yeah.
But if he could just have an army of artifacts, I mean, that's a strong play, right?
Yeah.
That was a nice swing turn, certainly, right?
His board's not looking bad for sure.
Yeah, so how does Raindrop answer? He doesn't have a Techno Lord or anything like that.
I think he starts with Life Form.
Okay, so yeah, at this point, his hand is Repair Mode, Repair Mode, Repair Mode, Delta Cannon. I think it's time to play Life Form.
Yeah.
And if you play Life Form, you want to start with it, unless you have the Golem and you need extra damage. He might be thinking of holding the Life Form and then maybe making a Clark play or something like that. But I think the 3/4 represent big enough threats that
He needs to find
yeah,
something.
a Clark is not doing enough to answer them, right?
Yeah.
Committing 4 play points to do 3 damage with Clark at this stage in the game, I don't think it's good enough. But
But maybe
Raindrop.
it's going face.
Yo is he's board locked, yeah. Okay, so my Raindrop just think of, hey, how much phase damage can do in 2 turns? Oh, you just picked up a Techno, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you can just go for the clears. He doesn't know that Misha's not in hand, so he's
Right.
got to play like it is.
Yeah, exactly. By board locking him, he respects the Mesha. But if he respects Mesha and he can't set up his own lethal, then
He's giving free damage to Yo to close out the game.
right. Because he can do Delta Cannon to a face. That's it. He doesn't have no Stellads, no more Clarks. So ultimately he's going to clear. And there is no Mesha, we know that.
Delta Cannon, fire.
Okay, so that turn he did not play the Life Form. And he did not cycle Delta Cannon?
No, he didn't cycle Delta Cannon. He didn't play Life
I
Form.
can't help but feel like not cycling Delta Cannon is huge.
And Techno
Absolutely
Lord wasn't
massive.
even a full clear.
Talking about how the mech rune, they need every point of damage. Losing down 2 damage every single turn might ultimately cost him big time.
Yeah.
He doesn't look too pleased about it, but
Yeah.
he does still have the Life Form and he can find other sources of damage, such as the Zealots. And Yo doesn't have Mesha or Augmentation either, so
Both of them really lagging in ways to close out the game.
yeah. Yo might have the better board after he's done with his turn, but he's in a 10 life, and Rune does have damage. Although, not having Life Form. The
The
Delta
Delta
Cannon.
Cannon makes it a little bit harder.
Right, that's a lot of where the mech rune damage comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, so start with mechanization, why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once again though, just putting more artifacts in the deck, less likely to draw Mesha. At this point he might be thinking of hey, let me win without the Mesha, right? I wonder if he might have put some Radiance in there.
Maybe.
Maybe it's time for him to start going face, right? Mega Giant. The Wielder is pretty good. He'll draw 2 artifacts with it if he holds it for next turn. I think he just needs to develop board right now.
Putting out a puppet.
Yeah, just to not overdraw.
Yeah.
Holding the artifacts though, you see, so if he is able to draw an augmentation, he can still do explosive plays with it. And the Mecha Staff Sorcerer that's face damage.
Yeah. I want to see Life Form, Staff Face, start drawing.
And then just go from there.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw him use a Technolord and a Clark, right?
Mhm.
He has not found his golems,
No.
which is how he would, keep Yo's board clear.
Clear boards are overrated.
Just go face.
Just go face.
It's hard to go face without Delta Cannon, though. Okay, Clark is damage.
Clark goes
That's
face.
6 damage in hand already.
Yeah.
If he had Delta Cannon, that would be 8, and then he would just set up Lethal for next turn, right?
Yeah. He's really feeling not playing the extra repair
Yeah.
mode last turn.
That said, he could just find another 3 damage next turn anyway.
You can find.
Well, he
another
needs to
3
find 4 more
this
damage,
turn.
right?
Yeah.
Like a Celote and another Clark, or 2 Celotes, or... Definitely just come into a face. Hey, that's a Clark. That's damage.
Mhm.
Now, Yo can heal a little bit with the Licht, but that's only like a very little tiny heal.
Yeah.
Especially after you burn the puppet anyway, because that could have been one more life, right?
Yeah.
Golem is finally drawn for Raindrop, so
He could play it and maybe try to snipe the 3-1, but I don't think.
maybe
That's-
just hold it for next turn so
Yeah.
that he can just clear the board next turn.
Hey,
And Celote is more damage too, so
Zealot is
he has the
ready.
damage in hand he needs.
I travel in search of the unknown.
Needs to execute, get the Celote low enough, right?
Mhm.
Okay, Puppet Shock is one more heal for Yo, because it gives you a puppet. At this point, he might be thinking of, well, I don't want to die, right?
Yeah, he doesn't. Definitely doesn't want to die.
Yeah, and he doesn't have Meisha, so there's no Meisha power plays. Board space, I want to say, is an issue for him. If he plays the Wielder, he's overdrawing on an artifact that you draw. And you get a 1-1 on the board, which right now could be costly because he already lost a spot to the Axel.
Yeah, if you play the wielder, you can't have the
Yeah.
space for Lich without trading first.
Yeah, like obviously we know, both players' hand, but I like the idea of him playing Licht, maximizing the heal he can get out of that, and then he could try and play the Wielder if he wanted to or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if Yo doesn't die next turn, he could just top Decimation and he'd have lethal, right?
Yeah.
So, could still be anybody's game here. Because he can get a good amount of heal here from Puppet Shock and the 3 puppets.
And it's look like that's what he's going for.
Yeah, like being at 10 life, I think he would feel fairly safe. We saw as the Alana deck, he held the repair modes. But I don't think he would hold the puppets at this point. They're good for finding the board as well.
Yeah.
And he still needs to push face damage. Because I said he could top like a Meisha, but he doesn't have one. So like, if he's not having a Meisha, then he needs to get damage in somewhere else. Okay,
put
he
in
did not
Ward.
go for Radiance, he went for Mystics instead.
Yeah.
Okay, Raindrop does not have 10 damage right now.
No.
So if he doesn't have
Yes.
10 damage, he can try and draw for more damage. But after seeing, I believe now we've seen 3 Clarks, right?
Mhm.
And at least 1 Celote, maybe 2?
Well, he's got 1 Clark still in hand, the Verdict still in hand, so he's got 9 damage in hand. that
Right, he just needs 1 more damage, technically, right?
he just needs to find a way to play it all.
But there couldn't be any damage he top decks, essentially, right?
No.
Because it'd be Celotes and they're too expensive. But if he can set up a 2-turn lethal, then that'd still be pretty good. At this point, he has a 12 life and he should be scared, but if he plays a Golem, he should be able to still fully clear the board, I believe.
Yeah. But he's still got to be concerned about Maisha.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he could clear
Yeah.
the board, but he cannot defend against Meisha, so that's just... It's one of those things where, like, he cannot play around it. So
He's just
he has to
do
just
his
ignore it,
best with what
basically.
he has. Yeah.
He can heal against, like, Radiance, but... Okay, Mecha Staff is damage. So he found the damage he needed. Can he set up a 2-turn lethal?
These gears still turn.
Ritual to the face.
To the face.
And now he has lethal next turn, right?
Yes. And there's no lethal in Yo's hand.
Okay. Not yet, and I don't believe he could top deck it either. He's got a bunch of Ancients.
He can clear the
A
board.
whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can clear the board, but he's not drawing. Well, he's draws 1 card here with Mystic. Oh man, he's got way too many Ancients.
Yeah.
If those were Analyzins, like, I guess he'd be okay, right?
But hey, there's
Okay,
some
there's
Analyzers.
Analyzins. You can get there. If he does end with a ward, that could protect from the Celote damage, but there will be clear in Technolord, right?
Yeah, there's Technolord, there's a Magitech Golem.
Yeah. What he needed, I guess, was just to have Meisha this turn.
But does Raindrop have enough play points to get lethal around the ward?
Yeah, through the ward, I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, it's 10 play points. Seller costs 5 right now. The staff costs 3. One Clark costs 4 because he has to accelerate and play a ritual.
Mm-hmm. So I think, yeah. Yeah, you just Mega Stack, Techno.
Because any spell you play, you're discounting the...
And then you can like Fate
Right, so
Hand.
go
I
Phase
think
with Sorcerer
it's
first.
fine. Yeah.
That way you can actually accelerate the Clark unlike last time, right?
Mm.
And then Technolord costs 2 play points.
And then Fate Hand is free, and then you boost down the Zealot.
Right, to get it just in range to prevail. Technolord is definitely clear and shouldn't be RNG. At this late in the game, it's just doing way too much damage. Okay, Clark.
Base.
Fate's Hand costs 0, so you discount the Zealot. And when you play the ritual, Zealot costs 1. And Raindrop finds the lethal. And after a very exciting set, he'll finally take it 2-1 over Revelations Yo. What a crazy, crazy series that was.
Set.
Oh boy, was that a match.
That was a match.
I have to say, well played to both those players. I
Yeah.
mean, that was so very difficult to play.
There
Both
was
of
highs, there was lows,
Yeah,
misplays and
rollercoaster of
good
emotions.
plays.
all over the place. It was a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
I have to say, my favorite moment from that match was watching Techno Lord on Heavenly Ages.
Ding, 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 ding.
It must
0,
have been
0.
at like 25, 30, probably.
Yeah,
I'm just
Yo got a
throwing
good
out a
laugh at it
random
too.
number, but that was amazing. Oh man, I will say this though: the one where when Raindrop in match game 2, when he drew the Clark and he had the Delta Cannon.
And we were all convinced that he
I
could
was
play
right
both
there
of them.
with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Production was right there with you. They were getting ready to like come out of game, and like it was like Raindrop was the only one who knew.
Yeah,
I'm
he
sure there
knew.
was some people in chat like, of
Yeah.
course, whatever.
Chat probably knew. Chat was probably laughing at us. I'm laughing at me.
I don't know. It wasn't that. It just seemed so cathartic to come in like that was lethal, and then we just accepted like the game was over. But
But you can't.
you
The crazy
can't.
part is that after that, he actually did miss lethal.
Yeah.
And then Yo brought the
Yes.
game back.
So what?
Even
I
after
was
he was reading
trying
the
to.
repair modes.
Maybe I didn't quite see the exact cost on the Zealot at the time. What do you remember? What the lethal was on that
Because
turn?
he had 3 play points, Zealot costed 4.
Okay.
And he had a Delta Cannon. So he plays Delta Cannon, he goes back to 3, Zealot costs 3.
Okay. See, I thought he had. And he gets the play point
Yeah.
back
And
from
he,
the
he
sea.
realized
That's
it as soon as he played the Fate's Hand. Not as soon as he plays the Fate's Hand, but
Yep.
he played the Fate's Hand, and then
Yep.
he like looked and thought about his turn in his hand and the play points, and he's like,
Yep. See, I was in Spell Boost Runecraft mind.
Yeah.
And he didn't have enough play points. Wasn't in Machina Runecraft mindset.
we're gaining the play points.
Machina Runecraft is a pretty good deck.
It is.
It's definitely moving on, and and still, even in that last match, being able to find the cards, find the resources necessary, and utilize them effectively to close out the game against Yo. Very well played, Raindrop. He's advancing to the semifinals. So we have one more quarterfinals match left to go. We'll get there in just a moment, but before then, we have the next episode of the Mascot Cup. This is the last quarterfinals before we see all of our semifinals competitors. So we're going to go see the Mascot Cup, and then we're going to go to a short break. So make sure you vote in the poll, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello Shadowverse audience, this is Panda Global's Akamara Red, and a big welcome to you all. We are near the end, with only 2 contenders left to be revealed. I hope you are all excited, and that you have placed your bets on who is left. But before that, we have some results to announce. Let's take a look at the bracket. The hunt is over. With 61% of your votes, the Predator reigns supreme, and All Cat moves on. Unfortunately for our slime fans, with 39% of your votes, Creeping Slime will end its Mascot Cup journey here. Perhaps in a future reincarnation it'll get to fly and soar high. We are near our top 4 and the tension is building up. Our contestants are all fired up and waiting to witness the last 2 candidates, and so are you. Welcome to another episode of Mascot Cup. Captain, what is the report? Commander, we have survived the hunt, but ended up deeper in the forest and appear to have lost our sense of direction. Gather our unit. I've heard tales of an oracle near these parts. Perhaps she will guide us or counsel us on who's to win this cup. Sorry, Commander. Cup? I mean, war. Anyways, beware the storm. It doesn't seem natural. Something is creating it. Commander? Creating a storm? How's that possible? Next you'll tell me that pigs fly. Oh, Captain, you'd be surprised. And now, the bout that all of you have been waiting for. It's time! The last two mascots of this tournament are upon us. Brace yourselves for this fearsome, stormy duel of ages. Coming right out of the blue corner with claws sharp enough to reach the skies full of lightning, it's the thunderous, the beautiful, the yarn immune champion, Electro Kitty. And last but not least, coming out of the red corner, the bacon of gods, the 2 times one-winged angel, the oinky oinky of your nightmares. He rings the bell, he answers the call. Clap your hands for Happy Pig! Alright everyone, it's time for you to cast your judgment. If you are a kitty person and you would like to see this storm brewing once again, type 1. On the other hand, if happiness is what fills your heart, or you might want a snack for breakfast again, who knows, type 2 for Happy Pig. All of the contenders have gathered, but only one will remain on top. Thank you for all your support and your votes, and I'll see you around on the next episode of Mascot Cup.
Dust off your decks, ladies and gentlemen, because the Shadowverse Millionaires Club needs a new member. Are you this guy? Was your life changed forever by beautiful Shadowverse World Grand Prix prize money? Yeah, me neither. But good news! In 2019, there is another $1 million first place prize to play for. All you have to do is compete in the Shadowverse Open to win league points. Whoever has earned the most points at the end of the year gets a direct invite to the World Grand Prix in Tokyo, Japan. Didn't top the table? You still have a chance to play against the best of your region in the Contenders Cup. 6 Contenders Cup spots will belong to the April to September monthly Cup champions, and the remaining 2 spots will be filled from the league points leaderboard. Each region's final World Grand Prix qualifying spot will be decided among the 8 contenders. The winner of each region will be flown to Japan to compete with the top league point earners in the World Grand Prix. With the sparkly new Shadowverse Open, there are more ways than ever to get on the big stage and show your deck to the world. We're introducing monthly tournaments where you can win league points, card packs, and cold hard cash. Every match you play is a chance to win more and more card packs, and our brand new 2-day tournament format includes a Saturday Swiss bracket, followed by a Sunday top 8 single elimination, giving you plenty of rewards to earn. Speaking of rewards, $4,000 in prize money is up for grabs in every tournament. We can barely keep track of how much stuff you can win. And once the first day of the tournament is done, it's time to kick back, relax, and cheer on your friends in the top 8 as they compete live at Cygames Esports, the official channel for competitive Shadowverse. Head over to shadowverseopen.com for dates and information on how to register. And don't forget to join our Discord to meet players, teams, and become a part of the evolving memescape. So roll right up to the Shadowverse Millionaires Club, because in this community, everyone's a winner.
Discover a passage of antiquity, where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes rebelling against fate, raising their blades to the sky They forged their own destinies. Tales of gods delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice, tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
僕たちの空の旅は無限の可能性に満ちている。
さて、いつもの剣の稽古とはわけが違うぞ、グラ。
ルリア、下がってて。
はい、気をつけてください。姉さん相手でもやれるぜ。
この技でテンペストブレード。
奥義アイシクルネイル。
おっと、ちょうどいい箱があったもので。心配いらない。手加減はできないぞ。なんだかすげえことになってきたな。
ワクワクしてきた。
ですね。
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. If you're just tuning in, we've had a number of amazing matches so far, and we've got still more matches of Shadowverse action to go before we get to see who wins the Pan America August Cup and wins the coveted slot in the Contenders Cup and gets to come to Los Angeles and compete for a spot to compete in the World Grand Prix. But also, we're gearing towards the end of the year. Raindrop just advanced. And we still have yet to see Lumi. Both of them could feasibly take away first place and second place reasonably from Noir and V2. Because remember, in Pan America, the first two players in the league points earn a direct invitation to the World Grand Prix. They get to skip the Contenders Cup altogether. But here's the thing. They still get to come to Los Angeles and hang out with everybody without the pressure to compete, knowing they've already won.
Yeah,
the ideal spot, really.
Best of both worlds, yeah. Get to come and party without having the despair of like, oh man, what if I lose, right?
So winning the day today is amazing and awesome. That's what everybody wants, just to have that security. Because and not to mention the league points as well, like that's winning is everything today.
Yeah,
and that's
just win, right?
Absolutely. The other thing where winning is also important is the Mascot Cup. Okay,
yes.
I gotta ask you guys, Electro Kitty or Happy Pig? That's what today's all about.
Yeah, that's what today is all about. I like Electro Kitty. I really do. I like cats. I really like cats. I feel like it's part of my identity, liking cats and cat girls. But Happy Pig is so iconic. I feel like if I vote against Happy Pig...
You know what the correct answer is here, Momo.
The only answer is Happy Pig.
Okay, I'll say first I'm a little sad there's no Hamsa. I do like Happy Pig, but I'll be honest, before the Mascot Cup, I forgot he existed. And I don't know if Happy Pig is friend or food.
Get out.
But Electro Kitty is a cutie, so he's got my vote.
Luis, you're letting me down, man. Dude, Happy Pig all the way, man. I'm on that Happy Pig train.
Yeah.
I respect the kitty. The Electro Kitty is amazing.
Isn't this the year of the pig?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't.
Somebody chat, sound off if it's the year of the pig or not. I have no idea. Anyway, let's get into this next match. Let's look at those decks. Rajitos versus Lumi. Okay, Rajitos has his Swordcraft banned off. Interesting that Lumi did not want to face against that, but Rajitos has Ilana's and Machina Runecraft available to him, and Lumi has Machina Runecraft and Artifact. Now, we just saw an absolutely insane Machina Runecraft versus Artifact, so possible we're going to get another crazy match like that. Both of those decks, they're combo decks. They have a lot of cards, a lot of card draw, a lot of resource exchanges between in the later turns of the game, and very, very difficult decks to play altogether. This is going to be a really, really tough match. Everything is on the line for these players. Lumi has to win here if he wants a chance to get more points than Raindrop.
Yeah, but Rajitos is coming back from last time, so proving that he is a strong player.
I think Lumi has more points than Raindrop right now. Lumi, I think, is securely ahead of Raindrop.
Right.
But he definitely wants to
Well, not
surpass.
after that last match. I think Raindrop just got the extra 2 points.
Well, Lumi was still... He had like 6 more points before they started, something like that.
A good chunk ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
I also want to bring up, random thing, but Rajitos submits his deck in Spanish. I'm a Spanish speaker, so I look at the list. The Monica name in Spanish is Adorable Monica.
Oh, really?
Which is weird.
That's
and
funny.
Angelic's Might is Celestial Rain. So I find interest in the translation sometimes.
Interesting.
It's kind of funny.
Celestial Rain.
Yeah.
I wonder how that works in the translation between Smite and Rain.
Yeah.
Not sure. Also, Monica, I realized, like, her English name is not Adorable Monica, but I don't know what it is.
It's Sweetheart Monica.
Sweetheart Monica. Okay, I guess that's close, right?
No, is it Lovely Heart Monica?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like the English.
The new Monica.
Yeah.
What is her name?
Lovely Heart, right?
It's Lovely Heart. It's Lovely Heart. Yeah.
I actually play Monica a lot because Ginger, but I don't know what her full name is.
Yeah.
She's
that makes
got
sense.
quite a title.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a title. All right, let's take a look at Rajitos' deck to see what he's piloting in the match today. This is his Ilana's deck. He's running 2 copies of Lamonia. He likes to have a little bit of reliant on the in-game, trying to get the Aegis out. Like, that's fair. That's fair, having 2 copies. 3 might be a little bit too much. Of course, only 2 copies of Ector. We're seeing players cut down on that. We haven't even seen Ector today.
Yeah, he hasn't shown up. But Realm has shown up, and
Realm has been a card.
It's been
pretty
crazy
strong.
good in the mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just getting aboard, completely ensuring that you maintain that board, except from something like, maybe a Technolord that just about every other deck in the format.
I mean, Kel's doesn't
And
deck from
Kel.
Kel.
That's true.
But that's what
That's
makes the mirror so interesting with Realm of Repose, is that you set up these huge Kels that can only be answered by other Kels. And it's like whoever has the most Kels and Reposes.
Yeah, the fact you can protect the Kel is super powerful, right?
Yeah.
Yep, so that is Alana's Runecraft. Very, very powerful deck. Of course, Rajitos has that available to him, but he decided to ban it off from Illumi. Did not want to face off against that deck at all.
It's also really good against Artifact. And
Yeah,
so-
the Realm, like we were talking about, is so strong as the Artifact, right? So it makes sense that I want that, right?
That makes sense.
That
Let's take a
Artifact-
look at Lumi's Machina Runecraft list. See exactly how he's tech to build it. This is a deck that we've talked about this a lot today. This is a deck that's very much set in stone. There's not a whole lot of deviations you can make. There are some arguments to be made for having 3 copies of Zealot of Truth, but also the other Storm Follower as well.
Yeah, Twin Blade's getting cut these days.
People are playing
People play
Cravings.
either more 3 Mecha Staff Sorcerer, or sometimes like Cravens, right? Lumi's cut down to 1 Robogoblin, which I'm sure is kind of lonely by himself, right? But
And I think it's because he's made room for so much draw. He's got 3 of Insights and 3 of Fate's Hand. Some people aren't playing Insights today. Some people are cutting back on those. So
yeah,
cutting back on the
the
Robogoblins
Insights will
for
make
more
the
draw.
Fate's Hand and the Zealot, things like that, better, right?
And if there's one thing I know about Shadowverse and Goblins, the Goblins always show up at just the right moment,
Turn
right
10,
when you
right?
need them.
Yeah.
Right when you need your 2-drop, right when you need the extra Machina card in your hand, that's when the Goblin
That's when he
shows
shows
his
up.
face. Yeah.
Right when you need that 1/2 on turn 7, when you really needed a top deck something, that's when the Goblin.
That's when the Goblin. That's really when the Goblin
That's
shows
really when the
up.
Goblin shows up.
Of course, in
Gotta be feeling hungry.
this deck, having the Goblin as a Machina follower does lend itself to much more than just having a 2-drop on 2, or in case of the old Goblin, having a 1-drop on 1.
Yeah, in this meta we see like no 1-drops at all, right? So
Yeah.
No 1-drops at all. Yeah.
I'm disappointed. Everybody should be putting 3 of Melvies in all of these Machina Rune decks, and it'd be a better time for everyone.
there is a new like turbo, dare I say, aggro Melby deck that's showing up, but I think it'll also take some time before we see it in things like the SVO.
All right, here we go. Loading into the last quarterfinals of the day. It's Rajitos versus Lumi, and we got a new leader represented here.
Ruby.
Is that the first time we see a Love Live leader
Yeah,
today?
I don't think anybody else has been using Love Live leaders today, and that's Ruby Kurosawa, my favorite Love Live girl.
And she's dressed as Aether, right?
Lorelei.
Oh, Lorelei.
Because Ruby and her sister Daya are both the Runecraft leaders.
Okay,
and
so
they're
yeah, Rune
Lorelei
gets 2, right?
and Pascal. Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't
okay.
that cute? Little sisters as
It's
the
interesting,
sisters in
yeah.
Shadowverse. It's adorable.
Does make you wonder though. It seems like Rune always gets all the
Yeah,
the
Rune
leaders.
does have a lot of leaders.
You always get all the broken cards too.
Yeah.
All the good stuff, right? Rune always finds a way to be part of the meta, right?
It
Even the
does.
new Golem spell that they got in expansion, I think it's a pretty good card, and I think we'll see it in Spell Boost maybe next month.
Hopefully. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, Rune always such a powerful
And
class.
people are playing Spell Boost. That gives them a reason to play Core, even though Core is not really in the Spell Boost
Yeah,
list.
for the new art, you mean?
But you can play the new art, and you can
Yeah,
play...
it's nice that there's a new art for every single core, right?
Yeah. Makes me want to play Cores.
Okay, Lumi's got the turn 4 Lashana, and if you're playing, I guess going first, you can only do turn 5 Lashana.
And that uses one of your very precious evos.
Yeah. Do you think that's worth going for against the Machina Rune, or is it just ultimately too slow?
I think it'd be very good to go against Alana whenever they've got that Realm of Foes, but I don't know about going first against Machina Rune if Lashana has a place.
Yeah, maybe if he was going second and he just had the on-curve play, right? We did see in previous games Machina Rune sort of struggle against the constant healing from like Delafield, so maybe if you just get the destruction in white down, that 2 heal could go a long way.
But right now, Lumi doesn't quite have the hand to support getting a Destruction in White all that quick.
Yeah, not anytime soon, right? But Magna Giant, really, really good. The Machina package engine, really good in the artifact deck. You have a bunch of cards that they draw each other, and they draw Displacer Rod, which is key, absolutely key to getting the full combo going, basically.
Yeah, definitely. And just really helps in like all sorts of portal decks for just filtering out your deck if you want to, like, in a Lashana build, just get to Lashana.
Yeah. We're talking about how Lumi has the insights, right? But looks like Raidos also plays them in his build. I like the idea of like, if insight helps to thin your deck out, and you want to find those very important cards such as the Mecha Book Sorcerer, then it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Like a one-play draw card, it's just a nice card, and they play enough spell boosts that it can be nice sometimes. Yeah, Lumi not finding the greatest early game here though. The wielder would be good if he had like an mechanization, something like that, but without it, it's just 1/1, and it'll be good eventually, but he doesn't have a turn 2 play, doesn't currently have a turn 3 play either. And I mean, he might play like Displaceable on turn 4, but if you play that and you don't draw a single artifact,
feels a little
yeah,
bad.
that's how it feels bad.
I mean, he does have Icarus instead.
Yeah, Icarus can be a good turn 4 play and then hold the Displacer for later on, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, Vegito's just finding the card draw. He's got the Tetris and like I said, right, if you don't have the Sorcerer, at least have Tetris, and those are strong plays. And he has the card draw as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might see the Life Form eventually come up.
Lumi not finding what he wants in his hand.
Yeah, another wielder was definitely not what he wanted. There's no point in playing him as, you know, one play 1/1s. It just doesn't contest the board nearly enough.
Yeah, doesn't answer the board, doesn't really do much, loses value on them.
Yeah, I think like Machina Rune is really explosive in the mid to late game, right? The early game is like pretty okay. They're playing like 1/2s, 2/2s.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Lumi can't get anything going against that, just passing, obviously super weak, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We see the Witch come out as a nice suited 3-drop once again.
And just presenting a little bit of a board that Lumi can't do anything about right now.
Yeah.
Zwei will help clean up.
Yeah, Zwei is it's a good Axel play, I guess, right? Gives him something to do.
Well, I think he'd hold it for
yeah,
next turn
at this
as just
point,
like a
you're still
swing
behind,
back.
just hold it for a turn 5. That makes more sense, yeah. Like, it's so good as a 5-drop, there's like really no board that could ever survive it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have the Icarus play like you were talking about before. Because Lishana is not really that great here, and Displacer again, without drawing the artifact, just feels kind of weak.
I mean, you could play a Shin here.
Yeah, it is a 1/4 Bane, contest the board somewhat, right?
Yeah, and you're not probably
it would make
not
something like a
planning on
Tetra Evo kind of awkward, since the followers don't clean the Lishana up, and then Tetra would die to it, so... You know, if he's gonna play Sway on 5 for the Evo, and then he might have other plays later on. If he's never gonna play Lishana otherwise, then I guess just playing it on a curve is probably the best, right? Okay, we'll see if a Tetra is committed here.
You could also use the Mega Staff and then like trade.
That is an option as well, yeah.
Or you just go face.
What about like a Life Form to start drawing? You couldn't draw enough cards, right?
No.
I see both the Tetras are those both animated? One is, right? For sure?
I cannot tell.
The first one is definitely animated, but I don't know the second one actually. What did you use your free globes on?
I haven't used them yet. I think I'm going to use them on Melvy. I've got 6
on
globes.
Melvy?
I've got 6 globes laying around. I have no animated Melvies.
I mean,
I want 3.
That's crazy, but low-key, I kind of respect that, I guess, if you like Melvy so much.
I think I globed at one point a Buller because I had only 2 animated.
Isn't she a silver?
Yeah, she's
that
a silver.
hurt.
But she's also my favorite card in the game. So
that's fair, I guess.
I stand my child.
Maybe they'll bring her back as a legendary or something.
That would be, even if they brought her back as a gold, like May.
That'd be,
May was like my OG first daughter of the game.
I
and
like
they
the
brought
new
her
May.
back as a gold.
Yeah, the new May is great.
Yeah, I don't think she's great.
There's a Machina Forest that's playing her, and to pretty good use. But once again, it might take some time before we see it in competitive play. But it is out there, and put it in some work.
Rito's clearing out the board.
Yeah, so not going to Tetra because it just was kind of awkward, right? And instead, choosing to Evil the Faith. And this might make sense because, you know, Lumi's early game was so incredibly weak, right? That said, though, Sway can just clean up.
Yeah.
It's actually not a full board clear, but if you clear both the 3 attack followers, then it's probably good enough, right?
Yeah, it feels pretty alright.
Yeah. I guess Ray just figures he's got 2 Tetras, probably going to Evil both of them, so feels free to Evil the Face and, you know, be aggressive with it.
Yeah, if you'd evoed the Jet Broom instead, then the Zwei would have... And the Zwei would have been about the same.
Yeah, like, it can clear both the big minions, and that's about it, right? But it also means he can just hold the puppets for future turns, so... still an amazingly strong play, even when it doesn't, like, fully clear, it's still super good.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I don't see a play that Lumi has.
Yeah, I think Zwei is just...
Yeah.
It.
He still found no artifact generators.
Which is almost impressive.
Yeah, like, you know, he technically has the augmentation in hand, and he can displace bot to find the Axel. But without artifacts, there's no Meisha crazy combo that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Sway Evo is going to be the play.
I was going to say, Hoverbird Mercenary, is really cute.
On the
Especially
Evo?
on the Evo. Like, I forget how, like,
Yeah, it
cute
changes
she
quite a
is
bit,
until,
right?
like, you see her just, like,
Yeah.
get Evo. She doesn't get Evo'd all that often, but I really
Usually
like
not,
Evo.
yeah. I still like the Jet Witch. It's
Yeah,
just a
she's-
cool design.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen her Evo. I'm sure I have, but I don't remember what she looks like.
Yeah. Conceptually, she's cool.
Okay, this has to be Tetra turn, right?
Yeah, it's pretty easy Tetra, I
Yeah.
think.
Because he has 2 Delta Cannons, he could choose to spend one. And yet, probably holding it is just better, right?
Yeah, because he wants to guarantee that he can cycle it.
Yeah,
I
like you
think.
can hold a Delta Cannon, Tetra over something, and then either play a 2-drop or just repair mode. Trading off your Witch is probably okay, right?
But you also like going face. I like going face.
Yeah, but it's 1 damage. I mean, he did play very aggressive before, so... I guess he could, like, Evo Tetra, Delta Cannon, and heal Tetra, and go face for 1-3.
And then just...
And that wouldn't be a bad play by any means, right?
Yeah, and then he's got the second Tetra to Evo later.
Right, so yeah, maybe something like that. But you could also like trade and play a 2-drop. That's good.
Yeah.
But
Face.
keeping Tetra as a 5-6 is a lot harder to answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's going upstairs, taking the face damage.
Delta.
And gonna use the cannon
Yep.
and the
clear.
repair mode. Okay, so yeah, makes the best tempo play essentially, right?
Mm.
And he's okay to lose because he has a second Tetra anyway.
And this is really hard for Lumi to deal with.
Yeah, that's a pretty annoying board, honestly. And he hasn't had the draws that he wants.
Yeah. He's finally got something to put
Artifacts in the deck?
artifacts in the
Yeah,
deck.
on turn 6 though, as an artifact deck, right?
It doesn't feel very great.
Yeah, I mean he has puppets to help him, do something
But I don't think he can clear off the Tetra without...
without spending an Evo, right?
Yeah.
And
Oh, well, no, he can use the mech. Yeah.
yeah, the wielder to draw
wielders.
the. That's pretty good. Yeah, the wielders actually become pretty nice here. Essentially, he has to clear the board while saving the Evo because without the Evo, he cannot Evo the Mage, and without the Mage, he's probably not gonna win the game anytime soon, right?
I wonder if he's considering playing the augmentation just for the...
Just for the draw too.
Yeah. Just because he really needs
It might be worth considering. Yeah,
something.
it's
yeah.
one of those plays that is really hard to tell whether it would be correct or not. It's possible he plays augmentation and he finds something to do and it's like pretty good, and then he never has augmentation again to close the game out, right?
Yeah.
Or it's possible that he holds it and then it's just dead in hand the entire game and he never gets to use it, right? So it's hard to tell. But I do like the idea of using it because his hand was not great,
He
and
needs
by
something.
turning a combo piece into a better hand when he's behind, it seems nice.
Yeah.
So wielder into a second ancient just makes sense, right?
Or he might... Yeah, that makes the
Yeah,
most sense.
and if you spend a puppet, you get to fully clear the board. Which at this point, Regitos has been pretty aggressive, even going frames with the 1-3, so I think you definitely want to clear the 1-3 at this point.
Yeah.
Now, he did put artifacts in his deck and then instantly took him out, right? So once again, we're back to 0 artifacts in the deck. Did find the lion to put Analysis in there, though.
Another generator.
Okay,
So.
second Tetra was animated. And I only bring this up because I wonder like what people spend their gloves on, right? So maybe he's a rune player because he was playing Mechan Rune last time we saw Reditos, right? So
Yeah, he could have glowed them. Or
could have glowed them, right?
he could have opened them. Could be just lucky like that.
I guess so, right?
It's possible.
I wonder if maybe Himari gloved that one Truth Education.
I'm not sure if many people commit to the silver
Probably
globe
not,
like I
right?
do.
If you can get a fully animated deck in Shadowverse, though,
That's something.
yeah, that's pretty rare, right?
That's a good flex. If it's like a good tier 1 all animated deck.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like an expensive deck too.
Okay, so this time he's gonna hold Delta Cannon because he wants to be able to cycle it, and that is his last Tetra, so definitely seems correct, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, at this point I'm not sure Regitos will have the pressure. Like his hand is okay. I guess he has a life form to still find card draw, but without the Machina Book Staff,
The Mecha Staff.
Sorcerer to
Sorcerer, yeah.
to get cheated the play points, it's a lot harder to make those explosive plays, right?
Yeah. You still gotta find it.
But yeah, even if you find it late game, kind of like we saw the late game Ilana, it can still be super
Crazy.
powerful.
Yeah.
For Lumi, he has to clear the board and maintain the Evo, and Puppet Shark is pretty good at that. Also, Mechanization gives him a way to put more artifacts in the deck, which he definitely wanted to do before.
But now he also needs another augmentation.
Yeah, but a turn of like Mechanization, Puppet Shock, Displacer Bot, I think would be pretty solid.
Mhm.
He has to curb out, clear, not the full board, but good enough, and get the Axel out of the deck, and either Analyzing or Artifact, Ancient Artifact,
Mhm.
both of which are pretty good right now. Yeah,
Seeing what he
I guess
pulls out
doing
first.
this first, seeing what he draws, yeah, because it's possible that he wouldn't Puppet Shock.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Usually it is correct to draw first, unless you're playing Dragon.
Yeah, okay. The
Yeah.
classic, the iconic.
Okay, he can spin the Puppet and just get a full board clear, I guess, right? Like at this point, is there a reason why he would hold it? It's still a 1 or just an extra 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
No need to be greedy with the resources. Gonna spend the Puppet. And at this point, he might be looking at a turn 10 Meisha, honestly. Usually, the Machina Rune can be a fast deck with the Sorcerer on 5, but without it, you know, it might take Raritos a couple turns to find the damage he needs, and then by then, maybe just a turn 10 Meisha and no augmentation needed.
Yeah, but there's still a few turns till then.
Yeah. Okay, gonna choose to use the card draw this turn. Let's see what he can get out of it. See, like, you see his hand and his plays, and like, they're okay, but imagine if he had the leader effect, they'd just be so much more powerful, right?
Yeah, his hand would be crazy if he had the leader effect.
Yeah,
right now.
he could just do everything.
And he just isn't finding it.
Drawing the sorcerer, but the wrong one.
Yeah. And that's all 3 of the wrong sorcerer,
Yeah,
because he
at
played
least
one out
does
earlier.
cycle Delta Cannon and I mean, he's getting there, right? Still has card draw in hand.
Yeah, you can play the Fate's Hand at some point.
Yeah. I definitely see Lumi looking at a turn 10 Meisha though.
Mhm.
Although I'm not sure if the followers destroyed you know, are there, but there's still essentially 2 turns to get there, and with the Axle and you know, the puppets, the Analysis, he could maybe get there.
Yeah. There's been a few cards.
Yeah, and at this point, like, he's not under so much pressure that you might even see like a turn 11 Meisha maybe.
Mhm.
Then again, you know, when you play against Rune,
And you're giving them more time.
yeah, and once again, you don't know, right? Are you facing 1 0 cost Zealot or 3, right? Like, he's at 12, and for all he knows, he's safe, but maybe there's 9 burst damage out of nowhere, right? So, like, at the very least, Regito should be able to use Delta Cannon probably every single turn. It is a lot harder without the leader effect, but it's still doable.
I'm just like going through my mind all of the followers that Lumi
Yeah.
played. He played Lishano, and then Zwei, and then summoned Victoria.
A lot of puppets.
2 puppets, a puppet off of
The
a puppet
wielders.
shock, another puppet off of something. No, just a puppet off the puppet shock, and the 2 off of Zwei.
Yeah, there was the wielders.
The wielders, and
Yeah.
then the 2 artifacts.
Okay, gonna use the puppet shock. It's pretty nice because he gets to use the puppet or take the trade, hold the puppet. Interesting.
Mhm.
Like, he could have gone phase 4-3 there, which would make the Meisha a lot likelier to be lethal.
But he also wants to make sure that he has ways of clearing things in the future.
Right. Doing this, he gets to save the puppet as an extra resource. And Ryuto does have, you know, the other sorcerer does go phase 4-3, with Lumi being at 12, essentially having 6 burst in hand plus Delta Cannon. He might start thinking of, you know, going phase with those, right?
Yeah, but I think you want to use your Delta Cannon each turn, so I think you like divide up.
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Rekka
Not gonna
stuff.
play them on one turn, but
Yeah, 1 on each turn. So that
yeah.
you do
So maybe 1 turn of like sorcerer, Delta Cannon, Witch, repair mode. But I don't know if you can just ignore the board either, right? Then again, what is like artifact? What is gonna burst you? With
I mean,
Meisha?
it makes it easier with Meisha, yeah.
Yeah. Technolord is an option to clear, but feels like a big commitment, right? Then
Yeah.
again, I'm not sure he's gonna get a better one anyway. I think his game plan should be use Delta Cannon every single turn to his phase, and try and get the most out of his hand that way, right?
He's still not finding it.
Yeah.
Mecha book.
Does get a golem though, which
not
could help
there.
him trade while maintaining the phase pressure.
Well, he had a golem.
Oh
It's a
yeah, he
second.
did.
Yeah.
And it's just not gonna be that crucial in this matchup, right? Does use the Technolord,
But if he does this, he does not cycle his Delta Cannon.
which is a big deal because he loses so much burn potential.
Yeah.
Just like we saw Raindrop, you know, it's so crucial that you maintain Delta Cannon because that's how you get most of your damage.
Yeah.
He does still have another Staff Sorcerer. That's only 3 though, and then he needs to get 4 more damage somewhere.
Mhm.
Now Lumi finds the Analysis. Is he gonna go for the Meisha right now? Well, he has 2, right? So he can play 1 Meisha,
Yeah.
see what he draws.
He can't Meisha right now. He's only got an Accelerate
Right.
on the
He'd have to have drawn a augmentation, right? Off,
Yeah.
off of Meisha, and then he potentially could have. I think when you see the Meisha like this, and you they don't end the game, you essentially know they have a second one, right?
Yeah.
So now he has to be so scared. And I'm not sure he can end the game. He just won't have the damage, right?
Yeah.
Also, the Mech Rune deck, the only ward they play is the Mech Queen Angel as an 8-drop.
And he milled the Angelic Smite that he could have used on this Acceleratium to make it harder for Maisha to get through a ward.
Yeah, this thing, because they can still get through a ward with the one play point, ancient artifacts, things like that. And Lumi can even heal, yeah, just to like, you know, stay as safe as possible. It's also an extra puppet that would be destroyed to add to the Meisha, which at this point I'm assuming is doing 20, more than likely.
Aritos does have the Angel, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, like if he plays the Angel, cool, he gets a ward, but he's not playing anything else, and then it's just gonna get answered pretty easy, right?
Yeah. It just leaves a Maisha on the board, so even if you didn't
Yeah, that's
have
even
the
worse,
second,
because then you only have to spend 7 play points on the spell, and he has 3 play points to work on anything else, right? So ultimately, you know, Ritos had a good hand, but without the Mecha Book Sorcerer, his plays that were good were not as explosive as they could have been, and he just couldn't find nearly enough damage, right?
Yeah. Well, we don't know if the Maisha is lethal.
That's fair. The Meisha might not actually be lethal, you are correct.
It most likely is, I think, at this point. But
yeah, usually the turn 10 Meishas tend to be lethal. It's the turn, you know, 7 or 8 Meishas that
might
sometimes
not
are
be
not.
enough. Yeah.
But it is possible that it might be at like 19 or 18, right? That's definitely possible. He does have Puppet and Ancient to play beforehand, though.
Lumi with the emotes there at the
Yeah,
end.
he could add an extra 3 to the count.
Wowie.
Okay, Meisha for the Evo. Probably doing like 21.
I was so focused on this game that I did not pay attention to all the Ruby Evos where she gets to say, I'm doing my Rubesti. Gamba Ruby. Oh.
I can't say I've seen that before, or not paid attention to it, I guess.
Yeah, she's precious. And I did not give Ruby that proper attention, which is why we got to see her again.
Well, yeah, Ritos will get to play again, right? Just like that, Lumi takes game number 1.
Yeah.
Nicest play with Mechana Rune, but it's just often we see it have powerful plays and not have enough damage.
Yeah.
And especially so without the Mecha Book Sorcerer, it's just so much harder for him to
without your key card.
Yeah, but I mean, don't get me wrong, Mechana Rune is still probably the best deck. It's super, super strong, super powerful, right?
My old fave Daria against my new fave Ruby.
Okay, so now we just
It
have...
is Lovely Harmonica. There she is.
Lovely Harmonica, okay.
Lovely Harmonica.
A good name, right?
Yeah.
I find it funny. I know her special attack is the Miracle Shooting Star.
You know that.
Right, I know that.
But you don't know her name.
Because I play it all the time. But I don't know what her actual name was, yeah. Okay, so just clean Machina Rune mirror match. Probably huge on who gets the...
Mecha Staff.
Right, like if one player gets it and the other player doesn't, then they'll be at a...
And if they both get it, who gets Tetris?
Then it'll just be a crazy game, right?
Yeah, it goes crazy. Whoever gets Tetris, whoever gets Life Forms, whoever gets everything else.
Yeah, like in the Alana mirror we saw, you can get Alana and then you can get Smiter away, right? But the leader effect is just there forever, right?
Yeah.
So
There's
you need to just
no
play
way
it
to
once
do
and then...
about leader effects.
Yeah. Both players have the Fate's Hand to try and get the card draw. Also playing the Carol version, which is definitely the best one.
Yes. There's so many arts of it, but Carol version.
Yeah, best one, right?
Yeah.
I think there's 3 currently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, Ritos has card draw, right? There's one thing he's got is card draw.
Inside? Nice.
Yeah. If he finds a Jet Broom, he could do the Lifeform Jet Broom play. Without it, you only get to draw a card out of it if you play it on 2, which is not as good.
But going first, at least you get to get a card draw off of it.
And it could be 3-phase damage, which could add up at the end of the game. Then again, Machina Rune does have the
repair
mode spam as well.
But it's not nearly as much healing as, say, Alana.
Like an Alana, Delafield, Kel, all that stuff. So far, in terms of like key cards, I'd say Lumi's winning just because he has Tetra, and that's a pretty key card for Machina Rune.
But Raytos' draws could change it.
Yeah. So we'll see if he commits Lifeform early on, or choose to play the Goblin instead. When you have 2 of one card, you know, he might commit one just to have the option to play Goblin later on, but if you hold both Lifeforms, he can still use them later on. It just might take like 5 turns, but those could be crucial cards later.
Yeah. I'm reflecting back on when we saw Machina Rune back in the first week of the expansion when we thought it wasn't very good. But I think there was also people not quite knowing how to play it yet, because it's a technically
Yeah, it is not the easiest
deck
deck either, that's fair, right?
Yeah.
And even back then when it didn't look that impressive, we've had games today where it doesn't look that impressive either, right?
Yeah.
So
if you looked at just those games.
Right, like before it was like one player, I think it was just Imari playing it, maybe somebody else. Now when you have like 7 players playing it, we just see more of the high and the low of the deck, right?
Yeah. More card draw.
Yeah.
Insight's nice. I still think the life form is probably best bet here.
Yeah, I mean, if you play life form, you guarantee 1 card draw.
Mhm.
If he finds a witch, he gets a second one.
You can also guarantee another card draw next turn with the insight, so you get to curve out at least.
Right, you do life form, insight, rope goblin, draw a good amount, have a high chance to find the sorcerer, right?
Yeah.
The thing about the early life form is that, like, yeah, if you hold it, it could be good later on to give you card draw, but you want the sorcerer on 5 anyway, so
Yeah. And
if you
got
wait
two,
to draw later on,
Yeah.
then you've missed your mark anyway, right? Once again, he knows there's no magic missile or anything like that, so playing life form is pretty good.
Yeah. Lumi scrolling away, taking some notes.
Right, and because Lumi's going second, he's not able to play life form as an answer because he would just get answered and he would get 0 card draw out of it.
I feel a little bad.
Yeah, but he could play Hoverboard is pretty good here, right?
Yeah.
He still draws cards and contests the 3-1 well, so it kind of balances out. Rangers would likely definitely go phase. Instead playing the Mechman Angel, so he can take a trade with 1-1 and then buy himself an extra 1-1, right?
Better for board.
And Tetra drawn means that at least they're both equal on key cards so far. Both have a Tetra, but no Mecha Book.
No backup books on either. Right, I was finding another kind of key card Magitech Golem.
Yeah. So those go with the the Goblin plus Inside play. And at this point, Lumi's going to get a good trade no matter what, so might as well cash in the 3 face damage. Now, Lumi's going to have Tetra on 4, which is so powerful. Will definitely help him, bring the tempo back on his side. So in this turn, maybe we see the Witch as, once again, the pseudo 3-drop. Or he could even just play the hoverboard and float a play point and play a weak 1-2, but he knows he has Tetra follow-up.
Yeah.
Going to choose to go with the Witch instead, though.
Why float a play point?
Yeah. The one thing about playing the hoverboard there is that if you play hoverboard,
And you find
you get the
Mega
highest chance to have the book on 5.
Yeah, Mega Book.
Yeah, but it is significantly winning the board. Instead of being a 1-3, 1-1, it's just a 1-2, right? Then again, how much board is Rita's going to develop here? Because now Life Form and Golem are not things we want to play.
Yeah.
Tetra is unplayable as well. And
You can play this Clark.
yeah, Clark is pretty good, right?
Clark is
It's
a
a
nice
nice
off
way
the
to
top.
spend the play points.
Yeah.
Also discount the Fate's hand so it can be good later on. You can have Tetra on 5, that could be powerful.
He could either clear off the Jet Broom or go face.
Yeah.
I like hitting face.
Like right now we have a pretty close game, just a nice back and forth. But I think if a book sorcerer is found, we'll just shift things towards one player, whoever gets it. But maybe neither of them will find it, and then we'll just have a nice, fair, no play points
Slow.
cheating rune battle.
Rune battle, yeah. No, I want to see the Mega Book. I like the crazy turns. I like seeing how their
Yeah, it
their brain
enables
goes.
crazy plays, and once you have the ability to cheat mid play points, is when you see the really cool plays, you see the harder plays, right?
Yeah, you see the decision making.
Exactly right.
You get to judge them for overdrawing or praise them for playing it all just right. And playing
I will
it all
say though,
fine.
like it's very easy to like
There it is.
You found it. So okay, so Rachel's gonna be in there. But I was gonna say like it's easy to like you can look at like the game with Raindrop and be like, hey, he missed lethal that one time.
Mhm.
It's easy to point that out. But reality is that he played a really long series. Both
Yeah.
players did, and they made really good plays the entire series, right?
Yeah, and he also instantly knew with the Clark top deck that we did
Yeah.
that it wasn't lethal.
Okay, so Tetra on 4, pretty powerful for Lumi. Definitely going to hold the Delta Cannon. So I'll probably take the trade, repair mode, and then push 2 phase damage.
Right, just getting some assistance and bring him a drink. Gotta stay hydrated during your games.
Yeah, so on 5, the sorcerer is kind of
Oh
weak.
no, just getting someone to. He was just opening a jar for someone.
So he's the one helping the family, right? So the sorcerer is really, really good, but on 5 it only clears one thing, right? The Tetra.
Yeah.
Also, if Tetra goes back to a 5-6, it doesn't even answer it, right? So interesting. He's gonna hold the repair mode, not get the play point, but it's smart from Looney because he knows if there is the book, it's just awkward against Tetra.
Yeah.
And yet, as Ritos, like what else are you gonna do? You have to play it, right?
You gotta do it.
Yeah, like you'll fall behind, but instantly next turn get to play Golem, cheat out some play points, and instantly come back in the game, right?
Yeah. It's like you sacrifice one turn to have crazy rest of the game.
Right, the entire rest of the game. Where if this turn he's like, hey, let me not play it and answer the Tetra or do something else, then when would he develop? When would he develop the
Yeah.
sorcerer, right?
And like, what else could he do? Like, is this Technolord even close to doing enough to be
Right.
relevant?
It's one of those plays that is, I think it's scary, right? To be like, hey, let me just ignore the Tetra. But if you think of it like, he's gonna cheat out 1 play point for every rune card. Tetra will cheat out 1 play point 1 turn, right?
Yeah. But
grand
he
scheme
also
of
doesn't
things-
know if.
Right, maybe there is a sorcerer for
Yeah.
Lumi as well, and then he'd be in a bad spot, right?
Yeah, because if it's the sorcerer, then Tetra attacks. He regains the play point and then can play all of his repair mode,
Yeah.
cannon.
But
well, he can need a third.
even at that point, consider that Ritos plays a Tetra, and there was a sorcerer for Lumi. Lumi's gonna be ahead anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I understand why he's playing a Tetra, to not fall behind, but I do think that
Even using well, yeah, to use the Delta Cannon because
right,
that's why
otherwise he
you
doesn't
use-
even clear it, right?
Yeah, that's why you use Tetra here. But
Like not developing the leader effect on a turn that you can means that his following plays will be significantly weaker, and he also was forced to spend the Delta Cannon, which is a big part of the Machina Rune's game plan.
But Lumi also hasn't found his Mega Staff, so I think
Yeah.
Raritas will find his opportunity to establish.
Right,
his
maybe
leader
he'll play that
ability.
turn later and then still be able to be okay.
Yeah.
If anything, losing Delta Cannon would hurt, but maybe we'll have Ritos with the leader effect and Lumi with the Delta Cannons.
And get to see which is better.
I will say though, it is way harder to cycle Delta Cannon without the
Leader effect.
leader effect, but definitely still doable since the whole deck is a bunch of Machina followers.
But if he wants to play, say, the Magitech Golem this turn, he cannot cycle the cannon.
Yeah, probably not going to cycle it for at least not till like next turn, I don't think, right? And I think that once Rito sees that there is no book sorcerer, like he's gonna be pretty happy, right?
Yeah.
And he probably has to play his next turn because I'm not sure how long he can wait.
I think this is Lumi.
Okay, now he's like, let me just put all the resources to draw my sorcerer because Lifeform and Hoverboard are both drawing cards. And he can draw one more. But he still has not found it. Also, he has to use an Evo to clear the Tetra, which is kind of awkward because you have to use the Evo and trade the board, right?
Yeah. Doesn't
So,
feel
yeah, I don't think that was the turn he was looking for. Like, yeah, he'll have Delta Cannon, but...
I think there it would have been a little bit more correct to trade the Assembly Droid rather than the Jet Broom Witch, just because if you ever wanted to put a repair mode on the Witch, you could.
Right, but you can't on the droid.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see the book sorcerer come out. And like you were talking about, because he has to play with the War Grid, he can instantly start playing, you know, repair mode at least.
Yeah, he can
Like
repair,
repair
mode
mode
and still
inside.
insight.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
He won't have an Evo for a Tetra, because he already did do it. So he can never get Delta Cannon back, but, you know, he's at the Light Form, the Golem, Leader Effect, Salad, Card Draw, like...
He's got a lot.
He might not need it, right?
Yeah.
Lumi will have the Technologist to clear those boards, but...
But no play points left to do anything else.
Yeah, he has to actually play them out for the full cost, right?
That doesn't feel very good.
And yet, Technologist for 3 still, card's pretty good, right?
It's still a pretty good card, but
Yeah.
Technolord for 2,
I mean, just better, right?
just better. Just overall better.
Okay, so Lumi's going to Evo the Tetra. If he cannot play the Mecha Book Sorcerer, then Tetra is the best thing they can do. So once again, you can only have you can only get an extra Dental Cannon once per turn, like one, right?
Yep.
And you want to make sure you don't overdraw, so you don't burn Delta Cannon.
I think that's easy enough.
Okay, get some face damage. Yeah, as long as he's not playing Lifeform and then drawing a bunch of cards, it should not happen.
I think if he wants to cycle, he has to play this repair mode.
And I think you want to repair with the Tetra anyway, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, otherwise it just gets answered so easily. I mean, it still might anyway, but getting in a range of a 3 play point, like Clark or Staff Sorcerer, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. But this doesn't protect it against Magitech
Not the Golem.
Yeah.
So do you think this is the Lifeform Golem play?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let's see what is the crazy play that Regis can do. So many players to work with. Gonna get so much card draw out of this.
Playing the cards that put other cards into your hand is always dangerous. So I hope he doesn't play the hoverboard because he will overdraw then.
Right.
But he knows that. Goes for the repair mode.
Yeah, and how he uses the resources will matter, right? Because it is possible that you just go through your deck before you end the game, right? If you're drawing like crazy.
If you're drawing like crazy and suboptimally using your resources.
Right, so that was nice. He was able to clear the board, get a bunch of card draw, not burn resources, be in a good spot. This might force out a Techno Lord, right? Lumi has 2, so we might be okay spending 1.
Yeah. I don't think he could use the Magitech Golem to fully clear out here. Because he's not regaining play points, so...
Right, because it's just so much harder without the extra play points, right?
Yeah.
Still a good card, though, but... I mean, Lumi might still find the Book Sorcerer if he keeps, you know, drawing cards. But he also could not have it for, like, 10 cards, right? So he has to just work with it, what he has.
I wonder if Tetra is the play, then? Because if it was, like, Life Form, that would have happened first.
Okay, going with the Fate's Hand.
Yeah.
Can he cycle Delta Cannon? I don't believe so, right? Maybe just set up the Clark. Tetra could be okay, but he draws a card and then he overdraws. And if he burned the Mecha Book, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
So
Definitely don't want to do that.
he has to do something other than that, basically. And that could be Clark for 4 play points. Could be Inside.
But it couldn't be Clark for 4 play points, because then you'd be...
Oh, actually, yeah, you'd also draw. He'd do Clark, Mecha and Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he ends with the Ritual and then...
You can also do this.
Yeah. Like, realistically, the Mecha Staff Sorcerer will always go face, right?
Hopefully.
Since he has Technos to clear and stuff like that. So, if he's just floating play points, it's a nice way to use them on the Sorcerer to get just cash in the phase damage now.
Yeah. I want to see Raitos take all his damage face as well.
Just start going everything face.
Yeah.
How much damage does he have? He's got 1 Zealot, right?
1 Zealot.
And a Ritual, that's 6.
And a Staff for 9.
Oh, it does have a Staff as well, yeah. So if he does 9, he has to find 6 more. That could be...
Another
another Zealot, another Clark.
Another Staff.
Another Staff. Okay, yes, starting to go face.
And then Technolord to clear.
Technolord clear.
I can respect it.
Okay, now we can play Hoverboard or just cash in the Ritual to the face.
Drawing last. And then Fate's Hand.
Fate's Hand. Okay, so clears the board. Throws the Sorcerer right back, right? So he's got a slight life lead. Most importantly, he has the leader effect and the Zealot in hand.
But even without the leader effect, Lumi's putting in the damage.
Yeah, he's getting there, right?
Yeah. The life lead isn't a lot. The Delta Cannon has been putting in work.
Right. Like, Raitos doesn't have Delta Cannon, and it's costing him... He's losing out on a lot of damage for it, right?
Yeah. And if he had maybe played out his earlier turns just a little bit differently, playing out the Mega Book on 5 rather than the Tetra, he might have been able to cycle the Delta
Right, like an
Cannon.
extra 2 damage every turn is so much if you think about it. Like, in 3 turns, that's 6 damage, right?
Yeah,
Like,
this game could have already been over, possibly.
yeah. But definitely not over yet. We'll see what Lumi can do. Can use the Golem to clear.
Yeah.
And I guess definitely cycle Delta Cannon this turn. This will play 2 more Machina cards to do so. That could be the Life Form and a Mecha Wing.
If it was going to be the life form, I wish we'd seen that come out before he played the Delta Cannon.
Well, I think he might have overdrawn then, right? Actually, no, he wouldn't have, right?
No, he wouldn't.
He'd be at
He's not playing any cards that put other
right,
cards
he'd be
into
at
his hand.
7.
Yeah, he would maintain hand size.
Yeah. Okay, so he makes a board, clears, develops the 2-phase damage, catches up on the life.
Raitos has another Technolord, so...
Yeah, and he still has so much card draw, honestly. The hoverboards. Tetra's heal, repair mode for essentially 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a minute has to get answered, right? But both players have Technolords, so no board is going to be sticking around, basically.
Yeah, they're each going to just take turns putting in the damage where they can.
Right, so damage comes from, like, the spells, like the Clark, or Storm Followers, like Sullet, which Raitos is spending right now. Okay, Lumi is down to 6. At 6 life, he dies to 2 3 damage cards.
Yeah.
And that's Mechanoid is either 3 damage at a time or 2 from Delta Cannon, right? Okay, he has Technolord available, but has to play something else first.
He also has a Golem, but he doesn't have the regaining play points, so he can't really use that.
Right, it's more likely that the Technolord is where it's at.
Yeah.
So what does he play beforehand?
I'd say...
Could be Clark to the face.
Clark face.
Or just start playing the insides first, see what he finds. Could be Tetra, like Tetra, Technolord. 2 play points in something else, like a Mecha Wing, for example.
But he also wants to, like, hold the cheaper Machina cards so that he can
So he can cycle cannon, right? Because he needs the cannon cycle to get the damage he's missing. Okay, those are cheap Machina cards, the hoverboard. Can use
Maybe
the golem
he can
instead.
clear with this. Well, he can
Does he have to commit the Technord anyway?
maybe, but if he goes like the 2-drops and the Delta Cannon, he can cycle. So I think that might be what he's trying to do here.
But he needs to. He needs to clear. Any play that doesn't clear the board
does.
is just no good at this point, right?
I'm not sure why he played out the Magitech Golem.
Impressive technology.
I mean, it's a 3-2, I guess, right?
Yeah, it is stats.
Like the hope is that at some point the followers will get to go face, right?
Smite a 3-2
Smite.
just because you want some draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's card draw. I guess play Horrorboard first. Okay,
Nice.
draw Golem instead. We'll just have Golems clear each other's board, right?
Yeah. Well, Lumi is now out.
Yeah, he has no Technolord, no Golem, right? So maybe this is Rejo's boards that sticks around. Because he only needs 6 damage.
Well, he's got a Clark to take care of the Golem. The Golem, and he's also got the Delta Cannon that can take care of the Golem. He has to answer the Golem, he knows that.
Yeah. I mean, those are 5 followers. How much can Lumi answer?
Right now, 2.
Fate's Hand, too expensive at this point.
And he
There
can't-
was no Mecha Book, and at this point, if he drew it, it would just be too late, right?
Well, there's a Zealot that can help a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, drawing these spell boost cards this late in the game with full Costo, it's really rough for Lumi.
Yeah. Because he can't get rid of the 3-4 without committing 2 resources to it right now, so...
Yeah, and 3-4 going face is half his life right now.
Yeah.
Hoverboard, I'm not sure what Hoverboard can draw. I guess Technord is the best draw, right?
Yeah,
Has to be
Technolord-
the best draw by far.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty happy about that.
It doesn't show how happy he is.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be happy about that, right? But maybe he doesn't show it. Okay, so Techno, I assume it's just clearing the board. And then he gets to go...
Rito's disappointed to see his
Yeah.
board gone.
Like, if that board stuck around, he'd probably win some for that.
Yeah. Well,
And-
definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows that that was a top deck Technolord either.
I think he feels it.
Yeah, in his soul, he's like, yeah, that's
Yeah,
top
that
deck.
hoverboard pulled Technolord for sure.
Okay, he has Smite for card draw, and that's it. Like, he could cheat out play points, but if he doesn't have a hand to do so, then...
It's lovely harmonica.
Yeah. I do like the Monica as a one-off in the deck, but not doing too much right now. Smite could draw, like, a life form. It does answer the Tetra as well.
It could pull Clark.
Okay, Clark goes face. I mean, I think you just have to go face at this point, right?
Well, maybe just play Monica because it's bored.
Okay. And then, like, play Monica, set up Clark for next turn.
Yeah, so that way, like,
So
you can
next turn
play
he
it.
has...
You have the Veridic and you're not stuck on a 10.
So
play
ready
point.
to close the game out next turn. Like, if Monica survives, you have lethal. If she doesn't, you play the ritual. Decent chance to draw lethal somehow.
Yeah. But it's rough.
Yeah.
You can
These
also
games
just
have
play...
been so grindy.
Yeah, you could also play the Mecha book. It's the book.
Yeah, it's a 3-4.
As a 3-4.
And just play Monica.
Yeah.
Those are... Well, it's
you
too
can't play
late for
both.
that.
You can only
yeah.
play one or the other. But like the 3-4 is a bit trickier.
I mean, Monica gives you the Mora, but...
Yeah. So maybe
I
the
don't think
Mora's
he's in a spot
better.
to play a 7-play with Mora either, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe just the 3-4 is better for the...
Or maybe the draw right now. Veridic is better. Who knows?
Well, whatever he's going to do, he needs to choose now, yeah.
Yeah. Monica. and
Okay,
Clark.
Monica Silver Clark. That seems pretty solid. It's unlikely Lumi could have the damage to end the game right now. He does have Delta Cannon and a Stellar, which is 5. One on the
Rito's
board.
really feeling the pressure of this set. He knows if he loses this, the match is
he's
over.
out. And once again, like when you're in a situation down a game, you have to think like, okay, if I just get through this game, then we reset back to 0, brand new game, and you could just take the whole set, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw Paw Washer. And Lumi has so many cards in hand. It's kind of scary, right?
It is kind of scary.
When you have like repair mode and a card and your opponent has 7 cards in hand, Lumi finally gets the sorcerer, and at this point maybe it is still good enough. He can also heal, which is a big deal, because now he won't die to 2 3 damage cards. He could hoverboard for 1 play point, which is pretty free.
Is he gonna...
Maybe Lumi's just gonna take run away with the game now. Because I'm not sure where you can top deck the damage he needs.
Yeah, he's got 3 in hand.
And look,
Finding
Lumi,
4
he's
is
drawing
hard.
more damage, the other sorcerer. Okay, kill the Mora. That gives him a turn 7 play point Monica if he wants it. But what he really wants is just to draw lethal somehow.
Yeah.
But drawing Salad is not good enough. And if he draws like a Mecha Staff Sorcerer, he'd also be 1-off lethal, right?
There's a Zealot.
There's a Zealot, but it's not good enough.
Verdict face, see what you get.
And at this point, might he be scared of dying if he just ignores the board?
I don't think he's going to ignore the board. He's
Like you do Ritual Face and then Mora answer the board, right?
yeah.
That seems good enough.
I think
Can you
that's all
play
he's
Repair
got.
Mode if you really wanted to? This kind of sell a little bit more.
Heal his face, but first draw.
I guess draw first, right?
See what you get.
See what you get.
See where you're at.
Keep in mind, he only has 9 cards left in his deck. So
think-
he's already spent so many resources.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's possible for the Machina Rune deck to go through an entire deck
And not find
and
enough
not be able
damage.
to close the game out.
Yeah.
And a big part of that is because he doesn't have Delta Cannon.
And because repair modes are healing, and we all know
Yeah.
that healing is cheap.
But like, if you think of like what turn we're on, imagine if there was a Delta Cannon every single turn, right? Like he would just have so
It'd be
much
done.
more damage.
It'd be easily done already.
Okay, we'll see the Miracle Shooting Star. Okay, Monica does answer the board. Sell it ends at 7 play points for next turn. I don't know how much damage he has left in his deck at this point.
I think there might be a Clark and a staff left. Maybe?
Maybe. Okay, Lumi has plays. He's got 10 play points, a full hand.
11 cards left in deck.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of life, but he has plays. And
Maybe plays are all you need.
yeah, the fact that he healed outside of more than 3 is such a big deal. At this point, he finds the other sorcerer and doesn't really want that.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any Technolords left, right?
No, I think
He
he's
did
all
have
out of
that one top deck Technolord that definitely saved him.
Do you think he's going to clear more?
I think you have to, because if you ignore it, then you die to a single...
Or you can repair mode your face.
Okay, yeah, you can repair board face and then answer Mora, or then ignore.
No, you just ignore more.
Yeah, that way he doesn't get the 7 play point play.
Yeah.
Yeah, just get all the heal at this point, right? Because he's boosting the Cello too. Like, Lumine's to win the game at some point, so maybe it's time for him to take the...
There's Clark.
become the aggressor, right?
Yeah. He's got 9 damage in hand.
Yeah, even finds a Clark. Like, he still has damage left in his deck.
Yeah, he's got damage, and he's cycling a Delta Cannon.
And he also has a good board, right? So, like, at this point, even if he doesn't die next turn, like, I don't see Ryutos could answer his board, right?
And he clears the Mora. I
That'd be
think that's
bad
still
if
fine.
he could do, like, Mora and then Evo like a Zealot. If the Zealot was, like, super cheap.
It would have been a little interesting if you choose to play the Clark just because you don't maybe want the draw at this point because you're so close to the end of your deck.
Okay, he's got card draw, but I don't know what's in his deck.
Yeah.
And playing the Angel is 8 play points or 7 play points, which you
I
just
wonder if
can't,
he's just
right?
like staring at its played cards tab, just like looking at the stats, being okay. So what is
Knowing
in my
what's
deck?
left. Like, if you know exactly what's left, then you can make a better decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure he has the damage to close the game out. And yet he's so close, right? He has 3 damage in hand, opponent's at 6 life.
If he plays this life form, maybe he's looking for something.
But then what do you do after life form?
Or maybe you just play the life form just because it's a follower. But at that point, you can play more and get the
Is it
same.
possible he overdraws?
No,
I mean, he needs to draw through his deck at this
I
point,
mean,
right?
it's not
doesn't
overdrawing,
matter.
it's decking out.
Yeah, decking out.
Yeah.
That's damage, but it's not activated.
It's not activated.
Yeah. Now he can't play the Mora, but he can Axel it for a free Evo spell.
Drawing all these cards in the wrong order.
Yeah. Golem, not gonna do nearly enough.
This set is, I think it's over.
He could Evo, answer 1 follower,
And
and it's just not enough. Lumi will have the damage.
yeah, Lumi's gonna take this set 2-0.
Yeah. Like, Ryutos
Up
was
to
forced to spend his
my
Alta Cannon.
bestie, Gamba Ruby. Listen enough.
He was forced to spend the Delta Cannon, and then ultimately just didn't have the resource to close the game out. And
Yeah.
just like that, Lumi's gonna take it 2-0.
There it is. Not missing it. Taking
Yeah,
it all
everything
there.
to the face. The board finally got to stick eventually. And he has
Clark
more than
even.
enough damage.
Showing off all the damage he had
Yeah.
in hand.
Nice grindy Machina Rune mirror match. But Lumi's gonna take it 2-0.
Well done for Lumi taking that series 2-0. Those mirror matchups between Machina Runecraft get so dicey.
Yeah.
It was funny because Lumi had Delta Cannon. but he didn't have Mechabook Scholar. Rajitos had the Scholar, but he did not have Delta Cannon the whole game until later on in the game when things evened out. But that was a really funny place to see the resource levels at.
Yeah, and in such a grindy game, being able to abuse Delta Cannon is it's like a free resource, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, looking at the ban list, I want to touch on this real quick. So, Rajitos, his Swordcraft into Havencraft is... No, excuse me. Yeah, Rajitos Swordcraft into Havencraft is 3-0. He's got a perfect win rate with his ambush sword into Alana's. And Lumi banned it off. Lumi's Havencraft into sword is 4-0. So he has 100%. They both have 100% win rates with Haven into sword and sword into Haven, and they banned off their sword and their Haven lists.
So good ban strategies, right?
Very good ban strategies from both of them. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, great series overall.
Yeah.
We're seeing such grindy games, battle for the resources.
Yeah.
On the mirror matches, great to see how the players choose to play the deck.
It's a very intense Shadowverse.
Yeah.
It's a good show today. I mean, the players are pulling out all the stops. This is the show directly after the mini expansion, where we've been in this expansion for an extended period of time, and a couple new cards, a couple new tools have been added in, but ultimately it just solidifies even more the game plan that players have already figured out.
And I feel it comes really down into draws and luck and that stuff, but also really skillful plays. I think skill is really a big determiner here.
Absolutely. We're seeing that in every single match. Let's take a look at the decks for the first semifinals match of the day. It's Daodane versus Potwatcher. Both players have decided to ban off Alana's. Did not want to deal with that. And Daodane has Machina Blood and Machina Rune, and Potwatcher has Runecraft and Ambush Sword. Honestly, I feel like Daodane's feeling pretty comfortable in the Ambush Sword. That after the match that Potwatcher played,
I don't even know what to think about Ambush Sword.
I don't even know either. It's clearly very powerful in Potwatcher's hands, even though he lost a game against Misaki. And by the way, Potwatcher's win rate with Swordcraft is astronomically high. It's also including Swordcraft in expansions past since April, I believe.
He's
so
just
that's
a good sword player then.
He's just a good sword player.
Well, Sword's been a good deck.
Sword has been a good deck.
And a good player's hand.
But the Leo deck is not like the mid sword we saw before. It's like a completely different deck, right?
Right. It's a completely different game plan, completely different archetype, but still, it does utilize the loot mechanic in slight ways. There's really only Spine Blade, but again, like if you're familiar with these mechanics and this game plan for Swordcraft,
players have been making Leo to the face, ambush it plays for like 6 months now, right? So
yes. When did Leod?
He was Alter Sphere, I believe.
Alter Sphere. Okay.
Yeah, so it's
that was beginning of the year.
Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, Alter Sphere was the first expansion of the new year.
It was the Fafnir expansion.
Yep. Okay, so Daodane versus Potwatcher. Looking at these, what do y'all make of this match?
I want to give archetype advantage to Daodane, but Potwatcher's a really skillful player, and if I want to say that it comes down to skill, then I can't count him out.
Yeah, we saw Daodane handled the ambush sword so well, but yeah, it's Potwatcher, right?
Yeah, there's
like he's not in contenders yet. Points-wise, he has points, but he's not like top 5 either. So
yeah, if Potwatcher, he's still in contention for points to earn a spot at the World Grand Prix or the Contenders Cup, realistically. But his best chance to get a spot in the Contenders Cup is to win the tournament today. Same for Daodane. Let's see how this match plays out.
And what a story would be to see Potwatcher get 2nd place last year, and then have him qualify again, right? Would be a cool story, and we say it all the time. Potwatcher is a really nice, cool dude. So
yeah, but Daodane's also been a really happy dude. So
yeah, that's true, right?
Very well mannered.
Okay, so we're seeing Machina Rune, Machina Blood. Probably see a bunch of Techno Lords, right?
I think Potwatcher might be going first if he kept.
Yeah, kept the life form.
Life form into
like
Jet
life
Room.
form, which such a strong go first gaming play.
We see Daodane finding his mono, which he loves to buff.
Yeah, we saw him before keep the early mono anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Potwatcher will have the life form witch play. Daodane will have the Gear Tamer on the first Evo, which is super powerful. So both players will have strong plays.
But which will have the better plays?
And
We'll
with
see.
the bat, he can even curve out on a 3-drop, so he
Feels
has
pretty
a really nice curve right now. Finding the Mecha Win is great too because, like we saw before, you can trade a 1-1 against the life form and then buy yourself a free 1-1 essentially.
Yep.
But you never want to see the Macaroon deck draw twice, especially before the turn 5.
But at least you can trade the droid as well.
Yeah.
Make the two trades because you put out the mech.
Yeah, and he does get the early phase damage, which definitely does matter.
Another mono, but no way to buff them means these monos are just kind of sitting in hand right now.
You know, sometimes 6 attack mono is good enough anyway, right? Like,
Yeah, especially if you
it's a
get to,
good amount of storm damage, I would say.
yeah, especially if you have to play 2 of them. That
Yeah.
adds up.
So the wrong sorcerer found, but still a nice card. We might see double goblin here though, and I don't believe that Polisher would clear the bat, as it would just spawn more followers. Going to continue his aggression. 5 damage to the face so far.
Slain?
I don't think it's a hand that can maintain Slain though, right?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah. No Hellblaze here. If he had Hellblaze, like that would be the play.
Yeah.
Without Hellblaze, it's still pretty powerful though.
Yeah, still another 2-drop to curve out with, so.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. If you play the Robo Goblin and you end with 4 followers on the board, then the bat can get answer and you banish one of the...
Yeah, you lose a bat, but
Yeah.
you also have a board, so.
Yeah, like if you have 5 followers on the board, then you're in a spot where losing 1/1/1 is probably okay, right?
Yeah, and instead of that 1/1 you have a Robo Goblin, which is more
Even
stats
better,
anyway.
right?
Yeah.
Right. If he holds Robo Goblin, it doesn't add to the hand size because Robo Goblin dying will give you repair mode anyway.
Yeah.
So he just replaces himself hand size wise. If Duodin can find like a Metal Blade Demon, then he would have a ton of card draw anyway, right?
Yeah, that'd be the ideal top deck for him.
Yeah, he's not answering the goblins though, and he's already at 15 life. Although he does represent a pretty scary board.
Then Slain heals.
Yeah, his lane can heal, but not right now.
Eh.
I mean, he
Details.
might get there.
It's details.
It's not guaranteed, you know. Okay, Pawashu does not have Tetra or the Mecha Book Sorcerer, so although he had good early game and he had the card draw, he didn't find either of his priority targets.
But he can go face with
Sorcerer
next
to the
step.
face, evil face.
I like it.
Yeah, why not, right? He has a read on how the game's gonna go down, and a Slain Drain could instantly, you know, win the game for Duodin, but he might not get there. He's at 6 life, and
He's gotta answer this.
now I will say though, Power Washer has a Cellar, but it costs 9 right now, and
does.
he doesn't have any other burst.
But,
But I mean,
if he can reduce the cost of it, he does have a Craving Splendor to make it.
yeah, he could reduce it, Craven Splendor, Evoid, something like that. So maybe he'll just like get there. Repair
Maybe.
modes will help him reduce the cost anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe he just set up for a turn 7 lethal then. Now Duodin gets his own repair modes from the Goblin.
So he can do his own little bit of healing.
Okay, gonna Evoid to trade. And then use the Entrancing Blow to answer the 3/3.
Transing Bow on Slain.
Yeah.
Or is he gonna trade?
I mean, at this point, if he's gonna just float the play points, I might as well. I like spending on the Entrancing Blow and then buy himself some damage, right? If Pawasher wants to raise, he could.
But if he wants the hand size,
Oh, that's true for the hand size for this lane.
yeah,
Hmm.
it's a consideration. I think what he's thinking about here.
Interesting. The Metal Bat had just been a 1/1 because Pawasher ignored it. It's just like a 1/1, right? But eventually it'll spawn more droids.
Usually,
Yeah. Okay, gonna buff the Mono instead.
and even use a repair mode.
Yeah. We can't see a Mono play until turn 7 though. But at 7 life, he's probably okay, right?
It's rough.
Can Pawasher set up a 2-turn lethal? Here's the question, I suppose. That'd have to be
Oh, Tetra Evo helps.
Tetra was super strong, yeah. Giving you a bunch of one play spells to help reduce the cost of the solid.
And go face.
Yeah, maybe just go Delta Cannon to the face,
A repair mode.
triple repair mode, and then Cell goes down to 5.
And then you cycle your Delta Cannon because you played.
Right, and then next turn you go Delta Cannon face, Cell face, and that's lethal.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the play.
It's looking like the play.
That said though, there is one more repair mode, so he'd actually be 1 damage off, right? You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe he's gonna go face anyway, right?
Yeah. Delta Cannon face.
Yeah, like
Pair mode.
he can cycle Delta Cannon. That's nice. I think healing the Tetra is probably still correct, but maybe he
Values his life.
yeah. Because Duran's getting close to mono, that's for sure, right? Okay, so he ends with a 5/6 Tetra, cycles Delta Cannon, pushes the face damage,
Techno Lord.
and has Cell next turn. So he could do 5 damage next turn. If for some reason Duran doesn't drain, or doesn't heal, then he is dead on the board. Or dead on the hand Paul Wash. So definitely taking the correct play if he's in the repair mode.
Is he even gonna put down a mono?
I mean, he might, right? Just an extra 2/2. Because realistically, the game is over next turn, right?
Yeah.
Either he's dead or he just wins the next turn. So at that point, playing the extra mono is just an extra 2/2 that could potentially be an extra 6/6, which
yeah,
might as well, right?
Might as well. And then Evo face.
Evo servant to a face.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he holds the mono, he could do, 1 on 7, 1 on 8.
But you don't want to last till 8.
If he thinks the game is going to last that long. But with the way Pawasha has been playing, I'm not sure if it will. It's interesting we had this very grindy long games, and now Pawasha is just like, you know what, I'm just going to face with everything. So right now he's 1 damage off a lethal.
Yep.
So can he clear the board and buy himself another turn?
I think Techno Lord or Magitech Golem will assist in that, yeah.
Because he can do Technolord, repair mode.
You might have to Golem and Techno Lord.
Okay, yeah, maybe. But if he spell boosts the Celoid, he could get to a point where he could do Celoid Cravens next turn potentially, right?
But if that happens...
But Mono has Ward.
Mono has Ward,
Yeah.
and there's 2 monos.
Maybe holding the extra mono was better for Dudain, but it would have put more pressure on the board right now, right? Life
Yeah,
form
but
is interesting.
I think it was probably wiped out.
Yeah, maybe we should just die for free anyway.
Yeah, it definitely would have died for free because instead of this life form coming out, it would have been just Magitech Golem
Yeah.
if the Techno Lord wasn't big enough.
Okay, we'll expend the Delta Cannon here. He will.
Yes.
So, they'll cycle it, put Dudain at 4 play points, 4 life, where 1 Celoid, 1 Delta Cannon ends the game. Mono is active, but she's only doing 8 damage, which is not nearly enough. But, like we were talking about, she does have a ward, so that could protect his face from
I'm
the
not sure
Celoid.
that's enough.
Sorry, you were saying?
But,
Oh, the 3/1 still on the board?
well, it gets answered by Cravens plus Delta Cannon.
Yeah.
And then the 3/1 face plus.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways
Yeah.
to end the game now. You can just Clark, Delta Cannon, that's it. That's
So
it.
Pawasha played this very aggressively. With the hand that he had, he saw the damage.
and he used the,
yeah, using the mono effect.
Yeah, David Dan was confused. He's like, why'd you do that? Why'd you
Yeah.
pass?
People forget that mono has that effect because usually when she's played, the game is over, right?
Yeah.
But she does do 1 damage to the leader and herself as well.
Yeah, she does. David
So, just like that, Temple Storm Pawasha taking game number 1 in a rapid fashion. But that was
David
still a pretty close game.
is such a happy guy. Look at him. He's like, I forgot that Mono did that. And he's
Yeah.
just having a giggle.
Definitely one of those players you can tell he's really enjoying himself and a joy to watch for sure.
Yeah.
Happy to see him back in the SVO again.
What's the matter?
Okay, so now
That one up.
Sword
I'm
blood.
not sure if it's a one up. I'm not sure how many quick bladers, but quick bladers in Power.
I don't know how I missed that. I feel like I would have instantly seen later, but must have missed it.
Yeah.
He
I feel the
definitely is
same
not
way.
standard in the Leot deck.
I think I was too distracted by the Dion's.
Yeah, that's true. We saw do it and answer the ambush sword just well before though.
Yeah, and he does have the entrancing blow. I don't think Potwasher will be playing a Leot onto. He might play the castle onto,
Just to pull the Leon out.
just to pull the Leot out, and then it would get answered.
And
but I'm
then
not sure
play
if he
Leon
would
for
even do
Erod,
that.
for example.
Yeah.
Okay, on leash. Both players have pretty solid curve. We'll see if the castle was played, like you said. I mean, if it forces out the entrancing blow, we can replace another Leod. And if there wasn't, then Leod can already get buffed, right? So I think it's a win-win for Potwasher here.
Yeah.
Like, you force the entrancing blow 100%. Buffing the, like a Forge Devil instead of the Succubus or something like that.
Well,
game's probably not going to go that long, right?
I mean, even if it does, this isn't a deck that gives Succubus Storm or anything.
That's true, right? So, no point in buffing a...
Even finding King's Welcome to get all of his Leods.
Yeah. But this time, well, he could play... Yeah, he could play Leod now, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Once again, same reasoning.
He's
If
gonna
Leod is not answered, he can buff it, and if it is, then he has another one. And this Leod cannot get answered, but Duran can make a pretty good board and maintain the hand buff.
But nothing
This time
really
she
good
has to buff
to
the
debuff right now.
Tamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, not being able to buff a Slain or a Mono.
Really
Kind of rough for him. Okay, let's see if Paul Washer, he's going to clear or, Evo. Fight for the board. There's Dion.
Dion could probably get rid of the ward.
Like Dion plus Leod could be okay, right?
Yeah. Could also be like a Dion, Evo hit face, re-ambush.
I mean, he has the Dual Blade Fury in hand. We already see Craven Splendor and 2 spells to buff Leod +2/+2. Plus the Evo. So I'm sure he's already thinking,
Doing some math.
yeah, how am I going to do the 20 damage? What will be the best, most efficient, and quickest way to go about it, right?
Yeah.
Because as he showed us last time, sometimes you can take it safe and then play it slow, but if there's a line of play that is strong and can end the game quicker, then might be better, right?
Yeah. Sometimes it's just about ending the game as soon as possible.
Yeah. So Leod was definitely going to get evoed. Gives him the Reckoning to work with if he wants to clear an extra 1/1, for example.
Which he might. It might need to go face,
Yeah.
depending on his math.
At this point, the Leod gets really hard to answer. Like, Technord is not doing nearly enough damage. Entrancing Blow was already played, and 1 wouldn't clear. He'd have to have 2 of them, right?
You'd have to have 2, or the entrancing Technolord we saw before out of him.
Yeah, that is still an option, right? But even Technord right now is doing, like, no damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we see the Dion and another Leod represented for Paul Washer.
I like it.
Yeah, can do it and just, take the lead and start being aggressive. Can Evo the Mecha Force double for the extra play points. You can curve out with a 3-drop.
Yeah, you could play like an Unleash.
At least burns the card, but it does pick up Technord, which could be a big deal. And
but it's
a 7/5 could represent a lot of damage, although it could easily get cleared, right?
Right now there's no single target big removal spell in Pot Washer's hand.
There's no Ivory Sword Stance either.
Yeah.
That 7/5 could actually be quite problematic.
Actually, you can just Splendor, Craving Splendor, and use the Veiled Reckoning to get rid of it, so it's not that big of a
Yeah,
deal.
that does answer it.
But you'd rather be playing your Dual Blade Fury this turn. Maybe you just
He's
do
still
it anyway.
going to, right?
All right.
Exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, if he has a play where he's like, yeah, I can just end the game, and he can calculate how much damage he can take, because now he has 2 Leods, 1 attacks twice, and he has 2 Reckonings, and he board locked Duran, right?
Yeah. That he did.
That seems pretty good. Technord, second one is drawn, but it's not doing what it's doing, like maybe 1 or 2 damage, right?
Yeah. It's not.
If he was doing like 3 or 4, then double Technord would be really good, but all he could really do is just eat with the face and try and put as much pressure as possible, but...
So, what's Pot's...
Wait, yeah, does he have 20 damage?
He
does, right? Because of Craven Splendor? Because the Leon that attacks twice can go face for 9, right? 9 times 2, 18, and then
just
the
Veiled
Leon.
Reckonings, it doesn't...
Yeah, why clear the board if you could just set up for lethal, right?
I think if the Technolords had like at least 3, you should have
Yeah,
played both
but
of them.
he knew that he just hadn't answered the many mechs, right?
Yeah.
And once again, Paul Washer ending games so quickly. Knows exactly how much damage his deck can output. Played to perfection. Leod's to the face. And Paul Washer will take the series 2-0 over Dudaden. Quick set. Leod's going face.
Yeah.
Robblegon's
Pot
going face.
Washer is one step closer to coming to the Contenders Cup, locking that in, but also one step closer to possibly just earning a spot to the World Grand Prix straight up. That was an amazing series. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Pot Washer. You know how to play Ambush Sword. I concede that.
He
very,
played those
very
two
well.
like he was playing aggro decks, basically.
Yeah, he really. Yeah, I
Face,
wrote.
and I appreciate.
I literally wrote down. What did I write down? Aggro Pot wins fast. Yeah. Yeah, he really did. Like, he's brought aggressive decks into Lanas. Decks he really knows how to play. Really knows how to play Havencraft, and he really knows how to play Swordcraft.
Yeah, and he knows exactly how much damage he can output, right?
Yep. Yeah, and that was a really, really well thought out plan. Evolving the Leod, leaving the board unlocked, ended his last turn with 2 defense. Just calculated that perfectly.
Yeah, he knows there's no race to class or anything like that, so he knows exactly how much damage he can take.
Yep. And even at the turn, Deodyne, with a full board, he played Unleash the Nightmare, hoping to grab something.
But the Technolords are just not doing enough damage because his board was never answered, right? So
yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Technolord was only at
like a 2, maybe
3. There
yeah,
was
but
only
the
like
Leos
2
have 10
droids.
health combined. Like, it's just not happening.
Yeah. So very well played from Potwasher. Turns out Technolord, it's a great card later in the game.
Yeah.
When your followers have actually been destroyed and the countdown is at
And he even got
20.
to hit one of the first Leah with the enchanting. He like got to remove one, and then 2 more showed up.
Ambush Sword can put in some work. But we still have one more semifinals match to go. Potwasher, of course, advances to the finals. He'll get to face off against either Raindrop or Lumi. This is going to be a really, really dicey match. Of course, Raindrop's Vengeance is banned off. Lumi does not want to face against that.
Yeah.
But hey, on the bright side, Raindrop's record remains untarnished. It's still 9-0.
I think it would have remained untarnished even if it wasn't banned.
Fair, very good point. But still, Raindrop has Machina Rune and Ilana's, and Lumi has Artifact and Ilana's. Okay, that last match was pretty fast. This is not going to be a fast match.
This is the
Yeah, we
same
saw such grindy
set.
games, right?
Yeah, this is the same set he played out last time.
We're going to turn
quarters.
15. We're going to turn 20. This
That's
is
crazy for Shadowverse standards, right?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
But also, at least there's some really cool games.
Yeah, I like that the format is so diverse. We're seeing aggro, really fast decks. Not aggro decks, but
Yeah.
we're seeing decks played like they're very aggressive decks, which they are. But we're also seeing these slow, methodical combo decks.
Yeah, it's not like the Machina Rune is a grindy deck by nature, but it can't grind the games out.
Yeah,
especially when it goes through its entire deck, right?
Lumi and Rajitos both had 7 cards left in
Yeah.
their deck, 6 cards. Like, it was crazy amount of resource spending and actual card playing that's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you go through your whole deck, you got to make sure that you get the value out of the cards, right? Because eventually you just won't have any more.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, looking at this match, what do y'all make of this? Machina and Ilana's versus Artifact and Ilana's.
I think Artifact is a scary deck. It can.
I still like Artifact. I think it's a
Yeah.
really strong deck. Just because we haven't seen it this week, we saw
Well,
the European players,
We've seen
well,
it
we
a
haven't
little
seen
bit.
like the turn 7 Mace or anything like that, but
Yeah.
those plays can still happen. Artifact can still be so explosive.
Right. Yeah, I feel like in my heart of hearts, Artifact has an advantage over Runecraft just because Artifact's fine taking some damage over the first couple turns of the game. It's clearing the board. That's nice and easy. Runecraft has its game plan of ramping up damage, but if we're getting to turn 8 and Runecraft hasn't ended the game yet, all Portalcraft needs is the right pieces of the puzzle, and it can win the game straight up.
Yeah.
Runecraft doesn't have wards. Doesn't really have
Yeah,
healing
there's like
either.
one ward and they never play it as a ward.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. And there's no shields, there's no Azazels, Alexiel type shields that reduce the amount of damage you take at one time. So all Artifact needs is just one big swat.
Yeah.
Just takes out a fly swatter and just goes whack.
Yeah, just Mace it to
all
the
my
face
shit
for
needs.
20 plus, right?
Yeah, that's all it needs.
Yeah. And of course Ilana's is Ilana's. It does a lot of things.
It does.
It heals, has big boards, wins a game by just keeping a big board and then attacking with 2 massive
Yeah,
followers.
I do think that the Ilana might be favored against the Artifact, so maybe for Raindrop, he wants to cue that matchup, right?
Yeah. Now that Realm of Repose is in
Yeah,
there.
we've seen it be so powerful, and especially against the artifacts that want to trade their artifacts in there, or do big burst damage. Realm negates both of those things.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Ilana's has the capability to deny Artifact from even having its followers destroyed.
Yeah.
So there's no way to get that Maisha counter up to where you want it to be. And by the time you might get to that point where you have your combo, your opponent has followers that you can't attack.
Yeah.
And they're
Or you have your Maisha combo, and it only does 3 damage, because Realm has that shield.
Exactly,
So-
yeah. Or if there's not Realm, there's a De La Fee that has 9
they
defense.
have wards, right? They have a ton of wards.
Plenty of
Ilana
wards.
has ward, Delafeel, the Nun.
The Nun, yeah.
But the Artifact also has the option of going for Lashana. So like
That's
it can
true.
start
In
building
that
these
matchup,
things.
that's probably what he wants to do, is go for the Luciana.
Yeah, because even if it's only doing 3 damage to face, it's at least clearing the giant boards.
Yeah, like 10 damage
that's
should
true, yeah.
clear.
It doesn't
most line
reduce
boards.
Repose doesn't reduce the damage to followers.
No.
No, just can't.
Destruction
be
in
attacked.
black would still deal 10 damage to followers. Interesting.
But if they're like 11, 12 defense followers, then you do 10 damage, and then you still can't attack into
Yeah,
them.
but usually like 10 is like good enough, right?
Usually. but
Usually
Yeah.
10
We've seen
damage
some
is
12,
enough.
12 Olivias for sure.
we've seen some crazy things happen with
Yeah.
Alana.
I think he was only playing 2 Lishanas though, right? So
Yeah. So it's-
maybe he might want to play Lishana, but he doesn't draw it, or
Mhm.
we'll see.
we'll
Yep.
see.
We
Yeah.
can
And
see
of course-
Raindrop not find Alana for 30 cards as well, right? So
Sure. Oh
It's
yeah.
possible.
That's the thing about Alana's. I mean, it can wait till the later game when it actually has Olivia to actually. It's not relying upon its actual evolution orbs.
Right.
To actually evolve.
But you still
Alana's.
rather get the Alana early, right?
Exactly. That's the dream. That's the goal. But a deck that's built around one card, sometimes that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well,
In fact,
hopefully-
oftentimes it doesn't.
Hopefully, it's not sitting in the bottom 20 every.
Yeah, I like the
Every
games where
game.
both players are doing really strong plays. Okay, we see the Ramina against the
Lumi's name was Budget Noir. Like in game.
maybe some friendly back and forth.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, I mean
Good
previous
job.
teammates, right? I'm sure they
They're not.
no, they were previous, right?
No.
No?
No, I don't think Lumi and Noir have ever been teammates.
Raindrop?
Oh, well, Raindrop and Lumi have.
Right.
Previously.
Oh,
but
Budget Noir. I thought it said Budget Raindrop.
no.
Oh,
Budget
okay, yeah.
Noir.
I don't know why it's Budget Noir then.
No.
I don't know. I was so confused for a second there. Okay, so Alana is on curve for Raindrop this time around, so
Yeah.
I'm sure he's quite happy about that.
Got a bell.
Yeah, so for Lumi, I think what you want is the Lishana.
And even if you find Lishana, even if you set up the Destruction in Black, Raindrop does have one Angelic Smite in there.
Yeah, and we've seen him use it really well to answer the Alana, right?
Yeah.
And I have to imagine that Raindrop is happy with this matchup. Like, even if you can take the Lishana game plan, I think Lumi would rather just avoid that, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Realm will be such a big deal in this matchup. And look at that curve from Raindrop. Bell, 2-drop, 3-drop, Alana.
Well, Alana has to wait until 5.
Yeah,
going
but
first.
even so,
It's still really good.
yeah, like, you definitely want to have it in the opener like this.
And you'll have the repair mode from the Iron Knuckle Nun.
Yeah,
to
so
use with Alana on
we could play
5.
Alana and instantly get the Valley right away.
Yeah.
Now, for Lumi, this hand is also pretty good, right?
Mhm.
Manajan on 1, Lion on 2, you can play the Displacer on 4, and he already has the Augmentation in hand.
We've
So,
been talking a lot about Realm of Repose, but if it's not drawn, I think Artifact still has the advantage in this matchup. It
Yeah.
did before people started taking in Realm of Repose, so
that said, though, you do need the resources to answer the board. That being, you need the artifacts that you could trade into, right? Because sometimes we've seen these hands where, like, you have all these, like, puppet cards or Machina followers. If you have Accelerator but no artifacts, then you can only do as much damage as you have artifacts in hand, basically.
yeah.
And
But,
sometimes it can be hard to put them in the deck in the first place.
but this time Lumi does have a Majesty Alliance, so he can put some artifacts.
Yeah, he
into
can
the
already
deck.
start with some, which means the Displacer has a guaranteed analyzing, which is great.
Mhm.
And if he finds like a mechanization or a what's the 2/1 cat rush?
Cat Gunner.
Cat gunner, yeah, something like that, right? So maybe Raindrop will not draw the realm, and then Lumi can answer the boards. Sway's a fantastic card that can answer a lot of boards by herself. Doesn't even need no setup.
So
Just
long as
an
Realm
evil
isn't
point.
there.
Yeah.
Realm does shut down
Yeah,
Sway
realm
entirely.
completely shuts her down, right?
Yeah.
But otherwise, Sway's super strong. Another Alana is drawn.
Another Alana.
Do you think we'll see 2 Evo Alanas then?
It's possible, but
It
then
can't
you
be
can't
super
evoke
strong.
Hell.
Yeah, and you lose board space too, right?
Yeah.
Like, if his game plan is to play Repose, if you had 2 Alanas on board and you play Repose, you can only have 2 followers, and then
Yeah.
how much could you really get out of them, right? Okay, he's gonna curve out, take the early damage.
Kill face. Feels good.
Yeah. His turn 4 might be weak for Raindrop, unless he can find like a Falcon or something. But if he has a weak turn 4 to have the Alana on curve after, he'll be okay. Plus he's drawing 3 cards from the bell next turn, or with the bell.
So he'll
So
have
he'll likely find something to do.
Yeah.
Lumi just, using the Puppet Shock to clear. Wants to answer the board before Alana comes, and then the board can snowball. So what is Raindrop's turn 4 play? There's the Repose.
There's the
And
Repose.
the one of Sue's, right?
Maybe it's just Alana.
Well, if he's not going to Evo both Alanas, would it be wrong to play one now?
Yeah. It could be.
It's hard to say, right?
Yeah. It could be wrong. Because it
If-
just gets answered, you know?
Right. It feels bad when you play your 4-drop and it just gets answered by anything.
Yeah, it just gets evoed over, and then you have like a bigger thing that you have to evo over with
Right.
your next Alana.
Then again, what else is he doing? Maybe just developing the Bell.
You could put like a pre-cant and then like use a repair mode just to give it Bane. Just like
Yeah, he could do pre-can repair mode Bell. He ends with a 2/2 with Bane. He's spending 2 heals, but he still has a heal to use next turn, and then he can play the Bell, which will eventually draw him more heals more than likely anyway, right?
If this weren't such a key matchup to use the Realm of Repose, I
You
would
would even play
consider
it?
per-cant Repose.
Yeah, it's actually kind of cute, right? Because then it couldn't get answered by like an Evo.
It couldn't be answered by the Evo, and then your next Alana couldn't be attacked into either.
And that's super strong, yeah.
Yeah. That's a fun little thing you can do, is play your Repose the turn before your
Right.
Evo'd Alana. So that
But in
your
this
opponent
matchup,
can't
you
deal
need
with
the
it.
Repose in the mid game later on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he could have played a number of things. He's going to just above the Bell instead. And Mechanization is picked up from Lumi, which I think at this point is something he definitely wants to see.
Mhm.
He can play the Displacer first to guarantee Analyzing, and then play Mechanization after.
Go first, turn 4 passes. What is this? A
Could also
sword
play Icarus. It's an option.
mirror? Yeah.
He already has the Augmentation in hand though, and I think when you're under no pressure, if you can develop the Displacer to just have the Axle in hand, it means that whenever he needs to, make a big power play, he can just, hey, 1 play point Axle, 1 play point Augmentation, and instantly go.
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, I have to commit 4 play points first, and then spend the 1 and the 1, right? It also is drawing, essentially the best artifact that he wants in his deck. Guaranteed, I believe, so it just seems nice to do the Displacer bot. Definitely correct to take his time and think it through, though.
Yeah, definitely considering all of his options.
Yeah, like he should consider, like, okay, well, Alana's likely to be played next turn, and it could come with a heal, perhaps like a bunny, something like that.
Maybe he's already starting to count like how many artifacts he can kill and like puppets he can like destroy followers for a couple turns down the road.
Maybe, right?
Just taking every bit of time that you're given.
Okay, well, he only has so much time, though. The circle will come and end his turn for him.
Eventually.
Okay, so by playing the Mechanization first, he might get an Ancient Artifact instead, which does deal more damage and could help answer the Alana board better. And because his 3/4 is going to get evoed over, I think he wanted 3 damage, right?
There's Kel.
Yeah, so Ranger does everything, right? Alana Prayer, Evo, heals, Repose, and the Kel.
Yep.
And he even had extra card draw because he already had 1 Bell, and the second one's going to proc in 2 turns.
I think the only things he could be wanting now are like maybe a Delphi.
Yeah, Delphi would be like cherry on top, I guess.
Yeah.
But he's already pretty good. He could definitely probably, win the game with a hand like this. I mean, he has the tools to win the game, I'll say.
Yeah.
The game is far from over right now. We'll see what Lumen picks up. Another Displacer.
bot. Not quite what he wanted, I don't think.
Yeah, there is Sway. Sway still does answer the board and leave behind a lot. He could spend a puppet and then get 2 puppets right back.
Which makes me consider, like, could he have, like, snowballed if he had played the Realm of Repose on board?
I mean, maybe, right?
Yeah.
But if he plays Realm, Lumi doesn't have to commit resources. He could just wait it out, right?
But what if he doesn't have enough time to wait it out?
I mean, it's one of the things where we'll just never know, right?
Yeah.
But I understand why Raindrop didn't play the Realm and he's going to hold it, right?
Yeah.
So he has the Realm now, and it could be very, very powerful in the mid game. A card like Sway that usually can answer the boards could just do nothing against it, right? Lumi was able to save the Evo on his turn 4, so that's his first Evo. He's up an Evo. So it will be easier for him to Evo Meisha and then still Evo something else in the mid game. But he's not found that Meisha yet, and he might never find it, honestly. For Raindrop, there is no Delphi. He could do like a Kel plus Repose this turn. Would be an option.
Yeah.
Is that a good enough Repose, I guess? Does he want to commit a Kel to a board like this? Because right now he only has 1 Evo and no Olivia in sight, right? So this Evo has to count for him.
Yeah. It's a hard call to make.
He might be considering Evo on Orlana, honestly. Like, yeah, it would clunk up his board, but I mean, he's also incredibly strong, so this seems like a decent play to me. Okay, Alana, Evo the Victoria to deny the, it's not fanfare, I mean, it's not Clash, it's like a a strike is the correct thing, right?
Yeah.
Or just take out the 4/4 instead. So Lumi will get value out of Victoria again, which I think he's probably pretty happy about. It's a lot easier for him to answer the board, and he'll get to keep the Victoria once again. But I'm pretty sure Raindrop figures that will get answered by Kel super free, right?
It's a lot easier for Kel to answer.
Yeah.
I think he's setting up, for maybe like a Kel Zoe turn.
Yeah, I will go back to with 2 Alana Prayers, Repose becomes not bad, but kind of awkward. He has to maneuver the board, and make sure he gets enough followers to do what he wants to do, right? Because usually when you Repose, you're buffing a bunch of followers to eventually go face for 20, right?
Yeah. And he doesn't have a lot of heals to support the
Yeah,
Kel.
he has 2 repair modes, and I guess Kel evos for a heal, right? Because he has 2 prayers, when he does go for the Kel play, he'll leave behind such a big Kel.
Yeah.
But Lumi is playing the Axel, drawing a bunch of cards. Maybe he's not even going to take the Victoria.
Yeah,
just take the face damage, right? Analyze and spend. Cards are drawn. So Lumi was like, okay, this is the turn. I'm going to use my augmentation to
find stuff.
Make a strong play, develop another displacer, answer the board, push face damage, and hopefully find a Meisha.
And no Meisha found.
Yeah. And so he has the Icarus in hand, which can draw the Aura augmentation as well, so if Icarus can draw that, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed though, but he does end up with a pretty strong board. And yet, a strong board is exactly what Kel wants to see, right?
Yeah.
Kel is like, oh, you played 4 followers? I'm happy to see that, right?
I'm ready to get rid of him.
Now he doesn't have an emo at the moment, and no Olivia. So Kel is only doing 1 damage, but he could do Kel, heal twice, that answers everything but the 3/4.
Yeah, you could do like Kel, Robo Goblin, and then... Oh, he can.
Well, he wants at least 2 heals, I think, right?
Yeah.
He can do Kel, Realm, Repair Mode. But I don't know, is that good enough? It's super annoying because your Kel gets buffed, right?
Kel gets buffed.
Yeah, he gets plus +2, can't attack it, and he could take some damage, but he's not taking more than 3 at a time.
Yeah, using the last Evo on the second Alana.
What if he plays Kel, Realm, doesn't heal, and then just leaves Lumi board locked?
Do you want to do that? There's a lot of 3 attack followers, and
Yeah, he would take 11 damage, which I guess is a lot. But then he'd have a 6/5 Kel and all the heal in hand, right?
yeah.
And you know that Lumi is not going to do anything that turn.
I think he's gonna use one heals.
Okay, by playing the repair mode, he saves himself 6 life, which probably is worth more than board lock and Lumi, right?
Yeah.
At least that's what Raindrop chooses, which seems solid.
Because like, what does the board lock really do?
Well, I mean, it prevents Lumi from establishing anything else or advancing like an Icarus or Meisha or anything like that, right? But if you just let him go face for 11 damage, then maybe that's just not a price worth paying, right?
Yeah.
There is no Meisha. That Kel cannot be attacked.
Magna Giant doesn't do nearly enough damage.
Right, and getting it to 5 health means that Onslaught doesn't answer it either. So it's just the right amount of health for the Kel.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see like another Kel, or if we're going to see the 9 and then double repair modes.
Maybe just double Kel. I mean, he probably wants more heals, right? Like, none gives him a repair mode, which he probably wants right now.
Just not
Like, every heal is +2/+2 to the followers, so... He gets another return of Realm after, right? As long as he has Realm, he doesn't have to fear the Meisha. And there's no Radiance or anything like that for Rumi to, represent the damage. Magic Giant's not doing any damage, and gonna evo the face.
That extra 1 point of damage.
Yeah, that...
And to keep...
It's only 1 damage, right?
But it also keeps the follower on the board.
Right.
Protects it from Kel.
Yeah, it makes it that Kel needs to heal 3 times to answer it.
Yeah.
Unless there is a second Kel played. But then the heal wouldn't be there, so...
Yeah.
Like Realm, 2 Alana's Prayers. He only has 2 slots to work with in the board. Because otherwise, he could do Kel, none, something else, right? But
I think Kel might end up being the play anyway, just to develop the biggest follower.
I mean, how much damage can he take? Because maybe Raindrop can set up a lethal for next turn?
Possibly?
Like, okay, so right now he's taking 9, right? Assuming he doesn't clear anything. There's no Radiance, right? And he's gonna heal at least 1.
Yeah.
Meisha could only do 3 anyway. So if he heals to 13,
he's fine.
wouldn't he just be okay?
Yeah. But then can he win next turn? That's
Right.
the question.
If he could do it, can he set up lethal? You're right, that is the actual question. And maybe he cannot. Gonna use the Counter Trade, not something we usually see. This time he takes the Magic Giant off the board. So essentially Magic Giant did answer Kel, so I guess, he did his job for Lumi.
Yeah.
Okay, and instantly is able to make a very strong board once again. And heal to a range where he shouldn't be able to die to anything.
Yeah. And he still has a really big board.
Yeah, and here we see how, like, imagine if the realm isn't there. Then Lumi would be like, oh man, let me just draw artifacts, trade them into your board, draw 1,000 cards, clear everything. But because the followers can't be attacked, the Axel Rush artifacts just don't do anything, right?
Yeah. Raindrop just wants a heal. More than anything.
Yeah, he just wants heal so he could just end the game, right? Because he's not that far from it.
He needs 1 heal.
Every heal is an extra 4 damage. And he will get an more board space to work with next turn. He's 1 turn shy of playing a Suze, but I don't think he's even nearly enough for it anyway. Icarus playing plate. I want to say Lumi definitely wanted the augmentation. Drawing the triple wielder, probably not what he wanted.
But he's also got a board.
He does have a board. There is still a Kel left over for Raindrop.
But
out of repose though, yeah.
Yeah, out of repose.
And he doesn't have any heals.
He doesn't have any heals.
Olivia, he's only able twice, right?
He's only able twice.
So there's no Olivia plus Kel. But there's no board anyway.
There's no board space anyway.
Yeah, so what does the play? Just Delafield?
Yeah.
Could he die then?
Possibly. I think he needs to trade.
Because he should know that Lumi still has that Axel in hand. Yeah, so maybe he just has to trade. Like play Delafield, trade.
Probably.
You know, it feels like Lumi is not in a bad spot after all this.
Yeah.
Like Raindrop had, really strong plays, especially against the artifact specifically, but if he's not able to close the game out because he doesn't have the heals to, push the extra damage, then maybe Lumi will steal the game.
Maybe.
He does get the card draw out of the Zoe, but it happens at the end of the turn, so he couldn't draw and then use anything just yet. I think he's forced to trade, honestly.
Yeah,
it's so much more risk that the wards can just get answered and then he would just go face.
Yeah.
But even right now, if the wards get answered, it's just an Evo Icarus to the face and then...
Well, there's heal.
Oh yeah, so... It's safe to assume there's no Radiance at all in Lumi's deck.
Puppet Shock would have helped a little
If he had drawn an augmentation from those Icaruses, then he could make some really explosive plays, but he still can. Cat Gunner, Analyzens. Like now we can see the power of artifacts answering the Atlanta board.
Yeah, now that they can attack.
Yeah. And maybe while he's doing this, he might draw a Meisha to have lethal for next turn. We'll see. Yeah, using the Analyzens, the artifacts. Gonna clear the board. Doesn't quite have lethal, unless he finds 1 damage, which I don't believe he can get from his deck. Lyshanna's kind of cute, I don't think we'll see it.
No.
At this point, it's better to just use the Evo on the...
on the Meisha?
On the Meisha. If it is drawn at some point, there's 3 in the deck, 23 cards left. Every draw is like a decent chance to get it. The board space is an issue. Oh, augmentation so late.
Very, very late.
Yeah. He could hold it for next turn.
Yeah.
Or maybe just yeah, I was gonna say you can commit to it right now, but at this point might as well just wait. You'll do so much more with it next turn.
Altar plane.
That's such a good draw. Because now with augmentation and artifacts guaranteed to the hand, like he has really good play next turn. Yeah, he's set up in a really good spot.
Raindrop's just out of stuff.
I mean, Suze is just not doing enough right.
Yeah.
Evil Suze.
He can play Olivia, Kel, Evo. And then
Okay, answer the board. Get some heal.
Yeah.
Probably the best, right?
I mean, maybe Zeus heals more.
Like Suze healed for 10.
Yeah.
I mean... Like, he probably has to enter the board because
he
it's
only
6
has 2
life.
Evos, though, so, like, the Zeus only gets...
Yeah, the Suze is just not that great, right?
Yeah, it's just not very good.
And I think that's why it's playing as a one-off. Like, If he goes second and he plays Limonia, Olivia, he might get like a 5 or 6 Evo suits, but
He does have like Roaring Thunder in there as well.
yeah, in a game like this though, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
Kel, probably the best play, does get the heal.
And he has the Daily Fee active, so he doesn't have to trade or anything.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of stats. The problem is that I'm just gonna get cleared by endless artifacts.
Well, there's only 2.
Well, 2 right now. I imagine he has the wielder as well, right? Mechanization.
Yeah.
So I think you start with augmentation for sure, mechanization, or wielder for... Wait, why didn't he mechanization first?
I'm not sure. I think
Because
that
he could have
was...
mechanization, and then wielder would have drawn 2 artifacts.
Yeah, that was a misplay.
Yeah, maybe he thought there were left in the deck.
And there just weren't.
Yeah, that actually could cost him.
Yeah.
Because now he might not have enough artifacts, but he just draw Meisha, and I guess that's good enough. So, just like that, Lumi's going to take game number 1 with the Meisha, definitely doing more than 9 damage to this point. So the Realm there were cute plays, right? But if the Realm doesn't set up for the lethal, then eventually Artifact was still able to answer, and
Yeah.
Raindrop had strong plays, but could never really represent the lethal, right?
Hogging up the board space with the second Alana made it really hard for him to...
Yeah, like even though he had the Realm, he didn't have the board space to really take advantage of it.
Yeah.
He had the Kells, but he had to trade a Kell into like he had a Kell that couldn't be attacked, and he had to attack himself to take the trade, right? So like the Giant put in work for Lumi.
Yeah.
I see now the budget noir. Okay, so just like that, Lumi needs 1 more game to advance. Raindrop could still do this though.
Yeah.
Again, now points-wise, Lumi, I believe, was number 3 behind Bido and Noir.
Yes.
But after today, he might be...
Right up there with him?
Yeah, he might be right up there with them.
Right at second, maybe?
Yeah, Raindrop is in a pretty good spot points-wise as well. If he doesn't win today, he probably still makes contenders through points, more than likely. Assuming he plays next month and doesn't go 0-8. But obviously, he'd like to just win this.
And have it be done with.
Yeah.
Just have the slot guaranteed. Everybody wants to win today.
Okay, so we'll see if Raindrop can find the Alana this time around. Yeah, so Lumi's right below
Right
Bido
below.
and Noir.
If Lumi wins today, then not only does he have his guaranteed Contenders Cup slot, he ties for first in points, I believe.
Yeah, which is massive, right? Okay, we'll see. We're going to see the turn 4 Alanas, turn 5, turn 6 Battlefield, Kells, things like that. We've seen the Alana mirrors be so grindy. And honestly, I think Lumi has to be pretty happy that the artifact beat the Alana.
Yeah.
That was the matchup that... I mean, it could go back and forth, right? It's not like it's one way or the other, right? But I think he's happy about that because with the Realm, like you're saying, it's expected that the Alana could just beat the artifacts. No Alana yet for either player, but Raindrop will have the Bell in 1, as he often has today.
Yeah.
And that really helps him to get the Alana on 4.
Yeah, really helps look for more cards, get some card draw in.
Yeah, Lumi has the Limonia though, so maybe he can set up an Aegis or something like that. We've seen Aegis today, and it did win a game.
Yeah, and Lumi just taking his time on turn 1, think about his game.
Yeah,
day.
maybe even like take a minute to just breathe from last game, right? Because that was also a back and forth game. Can't let the pressure get to you. Gotta stay mentally strong and
yeah.
Be down a game, just win the next 2, right? We see the Realm once again picked up for Raindrop, and we saw it in the earlier Haven Mirror match. Really crazy, right? When you have Kells that can't be attacked, can't get answered, and then your opponent plays anything and just your Kell clears them is so strong.
Lumi took his time on turn 1. Raindrop is also taking a break on turn 1.
Yeah, I assume he's gonna play the.
Getting some water, looks like.
Gotta stay hydrated.
Staying hydrated.
Yeah, playing the Bell. Okay, we'll see what Lumi picks up. Hoverboard, it's a nice turn 2 play. Del feels pretty strong.
Nice.
Yeah. Right now he's got like a Machina hand, so maybe we'll see that.
Yeah.
Another Bell picked up for Raindrop.
Not quite what he needs here.
Yeah, maybe better to just curve out with the Goblin.
Probably.
If he dropped the Bell here, he wouldn't proc it till turn 5, which would be too late to play the Alana anyway, so...
Yeah.
And the Goblin takes a nice trade against the 1-2. But Lumi does have the Falcon, which turns the 1-2 into a 2-3. So we could, you know, maintain the early lead.
Take some nice favorable trades.
Yeah. Like, the early game will be pretty slow, right, until we get to the Evo turns, and then we'll see the explosive plays. But a curve of, like, Royal Falcon, Robo Goblin Mecha Win on 4, Limoni on 5, Delphi on 6 would be okay for Lumi.
Yeah.
Especially if he has all the Machina followers before turn 4, and they're not killed away. Then he could start to get Limonia value right away.
Yeah. We might see early Aegis in that situation.
Yeah, Raindrop could play this over here, but it's one of those cards that you generally want to, you know, try and get good value out of.
Especially when you don't have Alana and you need to dig for it.
Yeah, but he's going to toss it out. I think the idea might be that if Lumi double trades against it, then he would be okay with that.
Yeah, he's in a better position.
And if it gets ignored, then
Same.
he's okay with that too, right?
Yeah. He gets value either way.
Yeah. I think as Lumi, you probably want to clear that, right?
Probably.
Like, you can get early phase damage against the Alana, but what is that really doing for you?
But you also have your Limonia that you're considering.
Yeah,
you're
you
like,
do, right? If your Machina followers stay alive, then your Limonia gets a lot better.
But you can also still double trade in and set up 3.
Yeah, either way, you can still end with
Machina
3 followers. Granted, we can assume one of them will get evoed over. But you play Limonia with 2 Machina followers on board, that's still pretty acceptable.
Yeah.
Being able to get 3 Salvations that same turn could be strong. And he could even, like, you know, discount the Ektar, Salvations gives you shadows for it.
Convincing Machina Haven gameplay.
Yeah, he's playing Machina Haven, right? I mean, Aegis is really powerful, so if you can get it early, it, you know, it could be nice. I'm sure he'd rather be like, hey, let me just draw Ilana and play it, right? But
sometimes your deck has other ideas
right,
for you.
and part of card games is you have to play with the hand that you were dealt, right?
Yeah.
And I think a good example is the Paul Washer games where, like, Machina Rune is not an aggro deck, but the hand that he was dealt was like, hey, I have the burn, let's just go face. Okay, looks like he's gonna go face.
He's considering going face.
This would give him a better Limonia, but you're also giving Raindrop the ability to draw more cards. So, denying the card draw means that higher chance that there is not an Alana, right? Which is a big deal. And the last one.
Yeah.
Raindrop has to be happy about that. Definitely is the play. Like, if he didn't have that Alana, it would be such an awkward turn, right? Because what would he be doing? But with the Alana now, it's pretty simple, pretty happy.
Imagine if Alana was still 2 play points and you concur with the
Oh,
bunny.
crazy, right? Nightmares of the Evo Alana double bunny on 4.
That was an era.
Okay, he's going to take his time. I have to analyze the play, though.
Yeah.
But even so, Lumi would have 2 Machina Vars left over. And I think with his hand, we would just see Limonia.
Yeah, I don't think Lumi's running anything like Smite to get rid of the Alana's
Of
prayer.
the prayer, nothing like that.
I didn't note it down.
Right,
so.
Raindrop has a 1 of Smite. We saw him play before.
Yeah. Realm of Repose. Pre-camp.
Okay, interesting. Not going to play the Alana prayer. The idea being that when you play the Alana, she will not be able to be attacked. You can instantly start buffing it and get a crazy board, right?
And here's the Limonia to get full value.
This means that Lumi gets better Limona value because now he's going to get 4 Salvations, right?
Yeah, but not until they die.
Right. And if his whole board gets answered with repair mode, he might overdraw, right? But I guess that would be okay.
Yeah.
Because Raindrop has to play Alana here.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to attack. I think he's just going to...
Right, the whole point of the repose is that he would just not attack with the...
Yeah, he's going to play this Rabbit Healer.
Right, to get a board you can buff, right? And then what does Lumi do? I guess just play Delphiel, right?
Probably has
The
to.
repose could be such a scary card when you're up against it. It's like you can't attack with followers, and you know they're going to keep getting buffed and buffed. And it's not like Raindrop's going to do a turn 6 lethal or anything like that, but he would have such a nice board to be able to snowball with, right?
Yeah.
Like, generally you play against Alana by answering their followers so they don't snowball. But if you can't answer the followers, and the damage you do to a face is just not that much, and they can heal it off anyway, it makes the Alana prayer be such a scary...
I'm wondering if he's not going to play the Rabbit Healer? If he's going to play, like, maybe Repair Mode and trade?
Yeah, you wouldn't play the Bell because, once again, he needs board space right now. But he could play the Repair Mode, I guess. Gravity is an extra follower, but
Yeah.
maybe again he wants a board space for next next turn. But what is he gonna play next turn?
I think he's trading this turn.
Okay, gonna trade right away, so he's not gonna get the realm
Yeah.
value. So his Alana can get answered. So if you think about it, what did he really get out of the realm?
I'm not.
It bought him a 2/2 with Bane,
Yeah.
which I guess is okay, but is that worth the amulet?
And he could have had the 2/2 with Bane with the top decked Robo Falcon.
Yeah.
But he
Now
didn't know
Delafield
that.
can be evoed over the Alana here, but when you spend an evo, your last evo as Alana, and you haven't played Alana,
It's pretty spooky.
yeah, he does have salvations to work with. You can get Ektar down to 5 play points.
I mean, can he activate it? I think
If he plays repair mode, yeah, if he gets enough salvations, he can get enough shadows, right?
And they can just have a turn 6 right there.
And I guess that's a pretty strong play, right?
Yeah.
But it is not an Alana's prayer or anything like that, so. Well, I guess by him spamming the salvations, he's just gonna go for Aegis, right?
Yeah.
At this point, yeah, why not? Aegis will be a battle win condition. It's something that Kel can answer.
That's an annoying board.
Yeah, like a turn 6 Ektar that you also got to play a Goblin with. That's a pretty good,
Not
pretty
even
good roll.
valuing the board. It's fun.
And he even gets a Salvation leftover.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we might be seeing like maybe turn 8 Aegis, and maybe that's a win condition, right?
Yeah.
Raindrop has Limonia, but it's too weak against the board like this. But what is the alternative? His hand is honestly kind of awkward at this point. I guess it could be Soe Evo, get the card draw, see what he finds. Could cycle the bunny, repair mode, get a bunch of draw.
If you're gonna Zoe Evo, I think you play the bunny after you play the Zoe, so that they both get the stats.
Yeah, so it would be Soe, bunny, and then Evo Soe, right?
Yeah.
And that play seems okay, and yet doesn't seem that strong, right?
Yeah. Going for just
Yeah, the early Ektar was actually so powerful from Lumi. Not having the Alana making the best out of his Machina package, I kind of like it.
And Raindrop's own Ektar isn't close to being there. Well, I think he gets the shadows from Limonia and then the spell, so if Limonia
Right, because
dies,
he'll also have the Salvation.
he'll have the turn 7 Ektar.
But would that be good enough if that's how he wants to play Nectar? Because what is Lumi going to develop here?
Probably Delafe?
He has an Aura Salvation in hand. He's got to be close to the Aegis, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
this
think-
has to be the next one.
Yeah, I think he can curve out here, probably.
Okay, let's see what he discounts. Like at this point, with his hand, he's definitely committed to the Aegis play.
Yeah.
So it's about how early can you get the Aegis and try and not be behind on the board when he's going to do that, right?
Mhm.
Like Aegis can be really powerful. Just as a follower that just cannot get touched, right? It would like end the game.
But one what doesn't care about Aegis? Realm of
Realm
Repose.
Repose, yeah,
There's
it
another
saves
one
your
in there.
face, right? But he already played one of it, and
There's
he only plays 2, right?
He plays 2.
I mean, he might not ever see the other one though.
That's true.
Okay, interesting trade with the Ektar. Keep the
Board full of
mechs.
mechs. So
He
that
gets to save an Evo. Using repair mode just to not overdraw. Give the Precam Bane.
yeah.
So Kel would answer this board. And then Lumi would respond by playing Aegis. Which I guess he's okay with, right?
Yeah.
But Raindrop doesn't have a Kel.
Does not.
Does have a Delphiel, that's a good follower to develop, but not against the Bane. To spend a whole turn just getting the... He can through the Ektar play you're talking about. Salvation something,
And just
gives him
play
the
Ektar.
extra shadow he needs.
But that doesn't feel very good.
I mean, you answer 2 followers. But yeah, it's not like, it's okay, right?
Yeah. You answer 2 followers, you give them
You give him Aegis,
you give
right?
them Aegis.
That feels kind of scary.
Yeah.
But what else does he have, though?
You can't like deny Aegis. You can play the Rabbit Healer and just heal.
It's interesting because Raindrop was the one that had the Alana, and he had the Repose, and yet it feels like Lumi is the one in control of this game.
Yeah. He's got card advantage. He's got Fiobana's
Yeah,
player.
he has he's gonna have a win condition.
Yeah.
Okay, so plays Delphiel.
And a bell.
I mean, he establishes the leader effect, which is powerful, especially when he already has the prayer down. You can play the bunny if he wants an extra 3/3, which could potentially matter right now.
He could use the salvation on the bunny and then do bunny bell. Better board.
Okay, he's gonna spend an Evo on it. He has 2 Evos right now, so it seems okay.
So
But
just clear 2/2.
yeah, I mean you can extra 2/2. It's not a huge deal. Okay, so I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. This salvation will proc the Aegis, and then the next one can get it down to 8 play points, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's played a lot of salvations this
Yep,
game.
you are correct.
Yeah, so if he can play an Aegis this turn, then I would have to assume that that becomes the play. Especially if you can Evo at Aegis to be a 10/10. Yeah, I mean, like, you want to trade the 2/2 against the Delphiel anyway.
Yeah.
So, turn 8 Aegis with an Evo. It's animated.
Yeah.
That gives him one condition.
That is one condition.
Yeah. Send the Goblin to the face. And Aegis just cannot be answered. At this point, like, what kind of board would Raindrop have to do to win this game? He's far from like a crazy Zeus or something like that. Lumi's at 20. Alana not known for their burst.
Yeah, his only hope is to produce wards and stall until he finds another realm of repose
Yeah.
and then use that realm.
If he could force Lumi to use his Aegis to trade, then something like that.
Yeah, it stalls him a bit.
But I'm not sure he could do that. Although I guess he could just ward up, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Aegis has to attack a little ward, then you feel happy about that.
Yeah. You're buying yourself a little bit of time.
Yeah, maybe a Kel is picked up. I mean, Raindrop did develop a really, really powerful board there, to be fair. And Aegis can only attack one thing at a turn.
And Lumi doesn't have any way to answer any other followers right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have no Rektar, there's no Kel or anything like that. He can cycle a bunch of cards with the Zoe.
Yeah.
Finds the Lance Prayer. I mean, no, follower.
Yeah, the
We
Alana.
want to kill at this point, I think. He can develop Delaphiel, get his own ward. Honestly, Raindrop is also run out of cards, though. He can play a Bell, but it'll be pretty slow.
He could Evo Zoe.
Yeah, he could use a sword for card draw. And I wonder, maybe Lumi is scared of dying. Because if you're passing against a board like that, that can still get buffs by, you know,
Everything.
heals.
Yeah.
Even if you're at 20 life, that actually is pretty scary, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely scary.
The game is not over yet. Raindrop fighting back, making the best board that he can. Finds a pre-canned. So he could do like pre-canned Falcon. Probably wants to do with Zoe. I would say that's probably okay, right?
Yeah.
And might he just start going face?
Oh yeah, I think he would.
Yeah, like if you have a 9 or 10 attack Ektar, I mean, you're facing against an Aegis, you never win the board game. Probably gotta just go face, right?
Yeah.
Again, Aegis super strong, but can only attack once a turn, so...
And just one off lethal this turn.
Yeah, already pretty close. If he had one more repair mode, he would have had it, but...
Maybe
not.
he values...
Maybe you kill
his
the
ward.
Zoe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if he goes phase 4, 14, more than likely he still has lethal next turn. But if you ignore the Zoe... Well, I don't know, he can't, like, he
Like,
couldn't
what can he
possibly
find?
lose, right?
Yeah.
Just everything face, put him at 1 life, get maximum buff, and the card draw. Ektor is a strong card,
Ektar is a strong card.
but without any Alana to buff or anything like that, he can't represent lethal, and
No?
I'm not sure he can answer the board either. The Aegis doesn't even answer the Ektar.
It
Ektar
doesn't.
can easily tank that hit.
When Ektar is bigger than Aegis.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Once again, a back and forth game where it looked like Lumus to control, but ultimately the Alana Prayer was, you know, too good, and Raindrop had really strong boards after it.
And Ektar's still a pretty good card. People have been cutting him.
Yeah, Ektar's still super strong.
Ektar's
We even
still
saw
really
Lumi had that turn 6 Ektar, that was insane.
Yeah.
Probably gonna see an Ektar this turn, I would guess. Or maybe he needs to just ward up with like, I guess the Nun.
So he can Robo Falcon, swing that in, swing all these other little guys in, and then Ektar again.
Okay, Ektar, yeah. I guess so, right?
Yeah.
And have the...
Well, I
what
guess
are the trades, though?
I don't know. The
Yeah,
trades
like,
aren't
the
very
Raindrop's board
beneficial.
is actually so insane. And it's crazy because if Lumi could somehow answer the board, Raindrop couldn't duplicate that type of board. Like, this is it for him, right? But he has so much stats on the board. Over 20 health.
Yeah. And if that was the trade...
Yeah, then there's no way Ektar could ever get cleared, right?
Yeah.
Can he end the... He can't end with a ward, right? Well, he can if he has an attack, I guess. But then he's just dead to Roll Falcon. Granted, we know that, and he doesn't know that. So, pre-canned Roll Falcon, Ektar going face for 10 damage, and Raindrop will tie up the set 1-1.
And it comes down to Mech Rune
Yeah.
into Alana.
You'd still rather have the Alana, right?
I'd say it goes 50-50.
Oh, I mean, in the Haven Mirror, like you could be Mech Haven or Alana Haven. You'd rather have the Alana, right?
Yes, I'd rather have the Alana.
Because when we played like Mech Haven, basically.
Okay, I'm not talking about this Mech Haven. I'm talking about the Mech Rune that Raindrop's gonna queue up
Mech
next.
Rune and Haven.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both the top decks of the meta.
Yeah. I mean, everybody brought them, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, Raindrop has the momentum, just taking the game. But we'll see. I think Lumi played that last game well. He set up the Aegis as early as possible, but even with the Aegis, it can still be too slow sometimes.
Yeah. Another set that just has us on edge.
Yeah.
The whole time.
Though today has just been so exciting, right?
Yeah.
I feel like a big part of it is that like we're nearing the end, right? So it's like
the stakes
the games matter so much more. Yeah. Like the players work hard the entire year to get to Contender Cup, right? And now you see players grasping for it or losing and not being able to get it. And after this, there'll be one more cup for each region. So.
Yeah. And I'm trying to like set aside my personal feelings on this matchup here and just
of course, right?
just watch it, but.
Yeah, I mean it's been a good game so far. I think Lumi did play the game well, and Raindrop as well. Lumi looked like he had control, but Raindrop, you know, he found the ways to utilize the Alana Prayer and get the best board that he could that just could not be answered.
Turns out the best answer for Ektar is Ektar.
Yeah. Okay, Lumi does the entire hand, does not find an Alana's Prayer. And Raindrop has no Mecha Book, but he does have that Tetra, which is super powerful.
But he is going first, so Tetra usually not until turn 6. But
Alright, there is not one but two Alanas.
Yeah. That is what that is.
Yeah. I mean, going first, you want to play Tetra on 6 anyway, right? So I think Raindrop is fine, assuming he finds the Mecha Book. For Lumi's early game, I don't know. I mean, Falcon on 2 is not great, and he doesn't have a 3-drop.
Yeah.
But I guess Evil Alana on 4, maybe it's good enough, right?
Maybe.
Like the Mecha Rune early game is not that strong, right? Play 1-1s, 2-1s.
Yeah, I think I've played a few games of Alana where I just passed the first 3 turns, then
Doesn't
Evil
matter,
Alana on
right?
4 and still had a fine time.
Yeah, like any you fall behind, Kel's got your back.
Okay, so both players have the cards they want.
Right, they're gonna have, well, if Lumi gets a Kel, right, then it's both players have everything.
Well, I mean, Raindrop still needs a few more pieces. Lumi still needs
That's
some
true,
more
like he
pieces.
needs like the card draw, the goal, and things like that, right?
Yeah. But like their key cards, Mecha Book, Alana, they're in each hand.
You could play Falcon.
And you can play Falcon again.
Yeah, and then
turn.
Falcon buff it next turn.
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
It's something. It's playable cards.
Yeah. I think we'll probably see double Alana Evo though. Like Alana Evo on 4 and then on 5 Alana Evo plus Bunny. That seems like a really nice curve.
Does seem like a really nice curve.
Yeah, playing the Falcon out. I think it's nice because it's unlikely that Raindrop would be like, hey, let me bump the Falcon. Like, no reason to, right?
Maybe.
And then it gives him a turn 3 play of, hey, at least take a 2-3 over the Robo-Goblin.
Maybe he's thinking about another Falcon. Maybe like if there's a Falcon into another Falcon, maybe I
Yeah.
should bump.
But usually when you play against Alana, that you're like, oh, they're going to play the 2-3 none, right?
Yeah.
Is what is most likely. Do you think he'll play the Horrorboard here?
Maybe. We've seen a lot of people just go for the
Right,
the
we've
curve.
often seen the Witch because it's just significantly better stats.
Especially when he already has Tetra for 6 and
And
Mecha
the
Book for
Sorcerer,
5.
yeah. Like, the Horrorboard is nice, but later on it's like a 1 play point, draw something which is super powerful, right? And early game, I think he does 1 stats. Yeah, the Witch is just really, really solid. Great card, great art. Okay, we'll see if he bumps with the Falcon. I don't think he would, but... Because if you bump the Falcon, you essentially let him trade into the Goblin anyway, right?
Yeah.
Also, he loses 2 phase damage, which might not matter though.
Yeah.
I think we do see the Falcon on Falcon action. Because you don't want to fall behind the board, and he's going to have the Evo turn. And double Alana is super strong, right? It'll give him a really strong mid game with the Evos. And he has 1 heal in the Rabbit. If he finds like a Kel or any other heal, he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah.
Now for Raindrop, going first turn 4 without the Evo.
You can just
This is one of the weaker turns, but an excellent turn to play the...
hoverboard.
Yeah. And Mecha Wing Angel, right?
Yeah, and either Mecha Wing Angel or the Goblin.
Yeah. It's better to play the Goblin or the Mecha Wing then. Goblin gives you a repair mode when he dies. Mecha Wing can be played later on. You never played as a ward though, right?
Yeah, usually not.
Maybe the Goblin is better then, yeah, because you want to get the repair mode to work with as soon as possible. Since an extra repair mode could be an extra Delta Cannon you get to play it, like on a later turn. Okay, so Alana is 100% to play here. Even gets to clear the Witch. So the Falcons did have, you know, a decent early game for Lumi. No heals this turn, but I think his turn 5 will be really explosive. Yeah, so both players setting up their like deck engine basically, right?
Yeah.
Raindrop will be able to cheat at the play points, and Lumi will be able to get stats when he heals.
Raindrop finding a Technolord to start answering the big boards.
Yeah.
A bit.
It's actually huge that he can't even clear the Falcon right now.
Yeah.
Because that Falcon is gonna potentially get +2/+2 already, right? And either let him take a value trade, or take a trade against the Sorcerer and then keep the Alana super healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alana Prayer plus Bunny is just so strong, right? Like, when your followers get +2/+2 of every heal, he's just gonna be able to snowball so much easier. And he already has a board too.
Yeah.
So trade with the Bunny, trade with the Alana first, right? So the Bunny heals it?
Yeah, he's just making, I think, deciding which way he wants to trade. Does
Right.
he want the Alana healthy, or does...
Doesn't matter if you keep the Alana healthy, because then that way, like, maybe Tetra can't even answer it, right?
Yeah.
Because if you get a 7-8 Alana, Tetra plus Delta Cannon does not even clear it, right?
Making the trade.
Okay, this way he gets still really good stats, right?
Yeah. This is still a really big board.
Yeah. It's important too that the Alana will kill the Tetra, so it doesn't even let it heal or anything like that.
I wonder if Lumi's just gonna go face.
I
Trade.
think he's considering it.
Yeah, if he's hesitating, I think
Yeah.
there's definitely...
I also think Lumi drew the Soy, which is huge, I think. Because that gives him a guaranteed heal and card draw, which he does need right now.
He did.
Because the Ector and Olivia are not great right now.
Yeah. He did go for the trade.
Okay, so how much is Technolord doing?
Well,
Probably better to hold it, right?
Yeah, there was a full board earlier, plus another Robo-Goblin before that, I think. So I think it's like 7?
Yeah, this is scary though, because like, let's say he plays Tetra, answers the Alana. Cool. Delta Cannon doesn't answer the other followers.
I think Technolord answers the other followers.
Oh, if he goes Tetra and then...
Technolord.
Yeah, if he's doing 7 damage, it's a full board clear, which would actually be super strong for Raindrop. And you get to hold Delta Cannon, that would be amazing for him.
I'm almost certain that the Technolord is doing at least 7.
Well, you know what? If it's doing less than that, then Delta Cannon would clear anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, Tetra plus Delta Cannon, just enough.
Delta Cannon.
Yeah, he gets to cycle it anyway.
Use a repair mode.
Right, cost of 1 repair mode, that's
or
fine.
use the Angel. That's fine too.
Yeah, already, the turn after the book, already cheating so many play points, right?
Yeah, but no cards really after that.
He does have 1 Fate's Hand to try and draw something, and Delta Cannon to recycle.
Mm-hmm.
But if Lumi keeps making this strong boards over and over, it might get to a point where Raindrop can't answer, and at any point that he doesn't answer the board, Lumi could just, heal a little bit, and then the board just gets out of control.
Yeah, and I think that's going to start happening on this very next turn, depending on Raindrop's turn.
Yeah, I think we see a Soe
Or draw.
Evo.
Yeah.
Yeah, like card draw, good stat, heal. The best draw for him would be a Bunny. That would be like absolutely insane draw. But honestly, just about everything is good. He might be thinking of doing Roll Falcon instead. But Roll Falcon means he's not playing anything else, getting no Alana value this turn.
And it gives Raindrop time and breathing space.
Yeah, I like putting the pressure on, doing the Soe.
But there's also the pressure of not knowing that Raindrop's hand is bad.
I mean, yeah, but he has to make him use the resources anyway, right?
Yeah.
And if he's just playing Royal Falcon, then that's not gonna draw out a Techno Lord or anything like that, right? Like,
yeah, just gonna give him space to do whatever he
yeah.
wants.
He's going with Royal Falcon.
Going with a Robo Falcon.
This is significantly weaker, but it lets him save the Zoe for future turns. And I guess he really values that. Raindrop finds a Mega Staff, which will help him clear if he wants to use that there. Even though we usually see that follower go phase, but it can go on enemy followers to clear. There is no Techno Lord, and Raindrop needs to get this Fate Sand online.
Yeah, I think he's just...
Yeah. No Evos either, so... And he definitely does want to clear, you know, everything. So I actually wonder, maybe using the cannon there is... Instead of answering the 2-2?
I think it's fine. Because I think he needs just to get his damage in as soon as he can.
I mean, yeah, but we've seen the Alana deck have so much heal, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm scared of the board that Lumi could develop, but I also understand that Random was like, okay, we're not going to win the late game of answering boards forever. He needs to get his damage in right now, right?
Yeah.
And I will say, though, if Lumi had done the Zoe play, that's not a board that could get ignored, right? But yeah, like a 2-2 and a 1-3, like, sure, he can ignore that.
With the Zealot now drawn.
Yeah, gets a bunch of card draw and another Technolord, which is absolutely massive. Because now when Lumi does make a good board,
he's got an answer.
Well, Technolord's going to answer it. I think Lumi delayed his play, and like you were saying, he just gave Raindrop that free turn of like, find your deck, do your answer, right?
Yeah.
Now he does still have an Evo, and he has the 2 Zoes to work with. So how much can he do this turn is the question, right?
I think he can Zoe pre-can't start drawing.
Yeah. Maybe he wanted to save the Evo.
In case he found
a Kel, right?
Yeah.
Ektar is not live. Okay, so he does still have heal, right? So he's at 10. But he can get a lot more life.
Yeah. He can potentially heal 3 this turn with the pre-can't and the Zoe Evo.
And every heal is a +2/+2 on the followers, which is absolutely massive. Let's see what he draws.
But this Technolord is also absolutely
Yeah,
massive.
Technolord is going to be doing so much damage. Bell is a pretty good draw as well. Although with double Alana's Prayer, the board space is an issue for sure.
Yeah, definitely really tight.
Does get 1 more draw and 1 more heal.
And with 3 Evos used, he can Olivia Zoe next turn.
Yeah, Bunny would be nice if he had the board space. Do you think going phase with that one?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Like at this point, I think the 1-2s are like, it's 1 damage. They can't get Evo or anything like that, right? Okay, goes face, I like it. So what is Raindrop's answer? He does have Technolord. Plus the Golem, like he definitely cleared the board. And he did push a lot of damage last turn, so he's getting ever closer to having the lethal, right?
Yeah.
Might take him a couple turns though.
And it gets a little hard.
Okay, Golem and Life Form for the card draw.
Does he need to Golem and Technolord?
And Techno?
If he needs to use both, it'll be harder to clear on the following turn.
Right. Can he hold it and clear? I don't think so though, right? There's just too much health on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, if he clears the board and still pushes the 2 phase damage from the followers and Delta Cannon, like that's still good damage.
Yeah.
How much? Like, what could Lumi do after that, right?
I mean, he
How
can
much more could he
Olivia
develop?
Zoe, and that's pretty big.
Olivia Zoe? That's pretty scary, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Lumi only needs to get the board to stick once, right? And Raindrop has to always clear essentially, so. But the more that Raindrop is able to answer the board, the more damage he can output, and eventually he'll have enough damage to kill Lumi, right?
Keep working toward a brighter future.
Yeah, so Techno was good, but it was not full board clear.
Yeah, it needed some help.
Yeah. Does still have enough to answer. Finds his might, but at this point we're likely never seeing...
If he plays the Jet Broom, then he overdraws his
Delta Cannon? Yeah.
No.
Like, burning Delta Cannon is a big thing that can happen, and it will cost him. Yeah, like, that's a lot of damage that...
Yeah.
We've seen it before, right? They burn Delta Cannon, and
then they just
don't have enough damage, right? He did pick up another Golem, though, and can always might a big follower.
But then again, he did pick up Mega Staff, which does 1 more damage than a Delta Cannon, so he wants to end the game as soon as possible.
Right. But you do both, right?
Yeah.
Like, Delta Cannon is free, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, Ektar plus I guess Bell or Rabbit. Because the Bell is still super slow, but he also needs the card draw, right? It's a hard choice here, I'd say.
Yeah. And like, there's also the side of maybe you want to use Rabbit for the 7 because you really need the heal.
Good point, yeah. Also, Rabbit's a follower, so...
Yeah.
But if you don't play the Bell now... Are you ever playing the Bell? Okay, interesting. He's gonna ignore the 3-1 just because, like, hey, you already burned your Delta Cannon. So much card draw.
Yeah.
Kind of force Raindrop to trade the 3-1 himself, right? He could keep it at the start until he plays a card that generates a card.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's got damage in hand, right?
He does have damage in hand.
Has Zealots.
He doesn't have a lot of, like, wait to get through the ward? Or he has 12 if he
Well,
can...
Golem could get through the ward. Well, it's not easy, but it could, technically.
Yeah.
Such a thing exists.
Wait, could he maybe just get lethal?
Yeah, I think possibly.
If he... No, because he doesn't have board space, right? Actually, no, he does, right?
He has board space. Clark.
Wait, if that's a Clark? I mean, he's getting there. Like, if he could play as the Golem first and starts doing everything, and he clears the 3-4, then the 3-1 can go phase. But it's unlikely because the 7-8 and the 3-3 can tank all the Golem hits, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Raindrop doesn't have lethal, he doesn't enter the board, he could die.
But does he have lethal? I'm not sure.
I mean, he has 6 flames to work with, except a lot more, but he doesn't have enough time.
Yeah.
Even if he had the... He doesn't have the time, right?
Is he gonna...
Gonna smite the ward, okay.
Smite the ward, go face for 6, or...
Okay, and... Clark to set up lethal for next turn.
Yeah.
So how much damage can Lumi do? He has 10 right now. Every heal is... plus 4 damage, but he can only heal once.
He can only heal once.
If he had a repair mode, he would have lethal. If he had another board slot, he would have lethal, but he doesn't.
No.
So what can he do?
That's a question.
Maybe we'll just see Delafield Zoe,
Yeah.
and then he has to like trade. Or maybe even like Delafield Bell, just to stay alive? You saw the Clark be played, he has to be scared of it, right?
Yeah.
Another super close back and forth game.
And it's not even
Yeah,
over.
really exciting. I still don't know how it's gonna end.
I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Like, this is...
Like, Raindrop's hand is so explosive at this point. Lumi has to be scared, but...
Yeah, there's Delafield.
Okay, Delafield and what, Bell or Zoe?
Bell
Yeah,
for
he just
sure
wants
heal.
maximum heal.
And big board.
Yeah, those get a huge ward on Delafield. Okay, so 9 health on the ward, 8 health on his face. Raindrop has a ton of damage on the hand, but a lot of it comes from Zealots, which, you know,
Need a way
can't
to
ignore
go
the ward.
face, yeah.
And now he doesn't have a golem, so... No, he does have a golem, yeah.
He has a golem
Does he
and
not
a
have
life
Machina
form,
cards,
and
though?
I think he needs to find Techno.
There's 10 cards left in his deck. We've seen 2 Technos played, right?
Yeah.
So what, you think like Life Form, Golem, and then start digging?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go Raindrop, let's see what you do.
That's a Tetra.
Okay, he can draw with the any Machina card. 2 Clarks.
Clarks can't go
It's
face.
a Ritual. Once again, we're in the spot where if he doesn't answer, he could just die, right? So.
Yeah.
Ritual the face? It's better to... Actually, he needs board space because his goblins, the life form, the golem, those can't die. So he can only ever get 1. Now he can't get any cells. That means he cannot get lethal this turn. But I guess he can try and set up lethal for next turn, maybe?
Or he just loses.
Okay, Ritual. Okay, he made 1 space for the 1 Zealot.
But he doesn't
Doesn't clear the...
clear the
Yeah.
trophy, and it's
At the end,
over.
he just doesn't have enough. He has, you know, a lot of tools, not enough time, not enough board space, not enough play points, and Lumi, he just keep make boards. Eventually, 1 board sticks, and he takes it.
Man, that was... These games, these Alana and Runecraft games are just insane. The amount of back and forth of board space, battle of board space, and battle of resources. I still don't know how I feel about 2 Alana's prayers on your side of the board. That
It's,
It could be so
worked out.
strong, and yet
It worked
sometimes,
out,
like,
but it
man, you
was
want the
like
worst space,
it
right?
was
It's a
was
risk.
dicey. It's like
Yeah.
trying to squeeze through a really tight hallway. If you're a big dude, it
Yeah.
seems like okay, maybe that wasn't the best analogy, but
let's not dwell on it.
The games are so back and forth. Though, like you
Yeah.
see both decks doing what they want to do,
Mm-hmm.
and then the games are just so close.
Games are really close.
Yeah, like 1 second I'm like, Raindrop's got this. Next second you're like, whoa, Lumi's making those power plays, and then
And then there's one war, and you
even
just
at the
can't
very
answer.
end, Lumi was making Raindrop was making really cool plays, but like he was digging, trying to find answers, but he just
yeah,
didn't
and
have
there was
enough.
then there was even the one moment where he mulled his own Delta Cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
I-
hard, right? Because
Yeah.
they're making so many plays, only have so much time, and they're complicated decisions, you know. So
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard to realize two things at the same time. If you know you play a Machina card, you're going to draw a card, but that Machina card's also going to generate a Machina
Yeah.
card, and that just fills up your hand, and you end your turn with 9 cards, and then the Delta Cannon goes away, and oh man,
it's
rough.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard.
So, it was an amazing match. It's Lumi advancing to the finals against Potwasher, but we got something even more important than the finals. We've got the Mascot Cup. I'm ready to see the results. I think we're all ready to see the results, and I think we all know what
know it's
had
Happy
to
Pig.
have happened.
Yeah, that had to
That's
be.
Not
70-30.
surprised.
That's Happy Pig won by too small a margin. That's what I think. That's what my first thought is. That should have been a washout. Obviously, it's amazing that Happy Pig won.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was any other possible outcome. Luis, I'm very sorry to
If
say.
that was like Hamza, would have been a more fair fight, maybe.
If it was Hamza versus Happy
Yeah.
Pig, that
That would have been a battle of the
is
ages.
Like
very
Electrocity
tough.
is too new, and he's a bronze, right? That hurts him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like him as a card, though.
Well, that's all of our quarterfinals for the Mascot Cup. In the coming weeks, next tournament, we're going to be looking at the semifinals to see who gets to duke it out. But before then, we've got the finals for this week. It's Lumi versus Potwasher up next after the break. But before we go to break, Luis and Momo put something together really special. You guys, you want to throw to it? This is your time.
All right. Here's this month's meme jammer meme.
Yes, the new name we're calling it. Playing meme decks. You guys submit to us on Twitter. So if you guys like what you see and you want us to play your deck, next time you see a tweet it out, and we'll play your deck, maybe. How's it going, guys? This video is sponsored by Side Games.
This is the meme jammer meme where you submit decks to us on Twitter and we pick out the ones that we like best and take them out to ladder.
So today I'll be playing a deck submitted by Goyu Was Taken. He submitted a Kokaido's Ginger deck, which is not like the Ginger I usually play. This one has an Earth package, and I'll see what I can do with it in the rank ladder.
Yeah, I haven't played too much Ginger, and I also don't play too much Haven, and so I took at Shireen's deck, which he calls Zoo Memer Haven. It's filled with a bunch of animals. It's got rabbits and lions and birds galore, and they all praise Amina, the Mad Eidolon, or Zeki Baba, and Lina's there just to help with the praising.
Sometimes the meme is in what the deck does, and sometimes it's in the lore, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's the theme. Sometimes you just pick some cards that you like, stick them all in there, have a good time.
Alright, so let's see how these decks do on ladder.
You first.
Okay, so this time we're not playing in the Grandmaster Trials because we already are Grandmasters. But I am a big fan of Ginger. It was actually mostly through Ginger that we got to Grandmaster last time, so quite happy to play Ginger deck. So the first Monica, she has her special attack, the Miracle Shooting Star. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Monica and Ginger decks, so when I saw in the meme decks, I saw a deck like this, I was like, I gotta take it. So I think the play is to the Electro Kitty plus Jasnar. Okay, kill the 2/2, kill one of the Unlicensed. So we're set up for a turn 6 Ginger, which is pretty good. After that, we'll have good follow because we already have the more to discount. And that seems pretty good to me. So we're doing Ginger.
A mere whisper, a wicked curse.
Going to curse the Mora. And I think I'm okay even the Ginger right away so we can get maximum value out of the curse. Essentially, this will be our a way to get the party started. Kill the Unlicensed, kill the 2/2. Play the Scrap, which is kind of cool as well. So returns my board. Manajan can also AoE me down. Luckily it only was 3. Hold on, I think we could do this. So I know I'm always playing Jafnar.
And I'm pretty sure I'm always discounting the Mora. Okay, so play the Mora. Oh no, but I want to evo the Ramos. Okay, that's fine though, right? Because I want to go face. We want to evo this to the face. And that's fine, we'll do that. So we'll evo the Ramos, which will proc the Jafnar. And that will allow me to clear the 5-5. Okay, now we can play Warren Thunder. These two go face. And this fully clears the board because of the Erasmus effect. So I am one. Oh no, I don't have a sigil. Wait, no, I messed up. Wait, no. Okay, without the sigil, I don't get the face damage, which I desperately needed actually. Okay, well, this is bad. Hokkaido's Police. Okay, not quite. That's kind of bad. Okay, not quite. That is face damage, but I'd rather make a good board, right? Because the scrap doesn't give me a good enough board. So I think the correct way would be to Ginger Curse a Mora and just make the best board possible. Which means I think I play a 1 play point Ginger. Because I could play Erasmus, but then I don't get his damage. But he's the best stats that I have. Okay, let's just do that. Let me play the Erasmus. We'll clear the Giant for free. I don't push any damage at the end of the turn, but my board is insane. And I'm banking on the fact that he doesn't play Refrain, and he just won't be able to clear this. And he has no Evo, so he can't Meisha me. And he hasn't played Displacer, so there's no Accelerate him. Oh. Okay, well now there is. But he shouldn't have that many players to work with, right?
I accept defeat.
Okay, that was a close game. And I didn't get the Hokkaidos, but we did set up the Ginger with the Monica, and the Ram was putting work, so I can consider that a success, I think. That was an exciting game. I had a little bit of a misplay with the sigil, but it worked out okay, and I did like the deck. That was a pretty fun game.
Alright, let's test this deck out. Let's get into it. Amina is a card. Our opponent's not sure what's going on either. Still learning how to figure this deck out. And as we're figuring it out, our opponent's also figuring it out. So if we're all confused, maybe I can make that an advantage. We've got these little 0-2 bears that don't do much. It'd be cute though if these bears stay out and we can like evo with Saint here and then actually have the bears gain attack. He's got attack now. It's not very good. We'll go with this one. Oh, it doesn't proc this. You have to play the amulet for the Techno Alert. Is that what you needed to full clear? That feels pretty bad. You can play the Gardener and full clear. This is actually a cute little play. 5631 requires him to get rid of the 3/3 ward before he can Evo Tetra in. So we're gonna do it that way. Ooh, Amina! Thank you. And then we can Segment to get rid of the life form. Feels good. So I think we're gonna play Lena. Do we clear? I think we probably have to. I really want to go face though. It's a wild ride that we're on. We're just gonna hit him in the face and hope for the best. We gotta end this game. We gotta end it soon. I wonder if we're gonna get lucky on this Amina. Amina hit the ward! Amina hit the ward! Who? So close! It was so close! It was right there! Do we go face again? So he's got 3 damage for sure in hand. Yeah. I think it's fine. Who needs to make trades? Not us! He's focused on removing the board. Oh no. That makes it a lot easier for him to remove the board. Do you have a way to get rid of the 6/6? Well, that's 1. That's 2. Why are you such a sniper? Do you have a... We just won! Oh! Amina! Doesn't have to hit her its targets to win the game! Oh my gosh! We just beat Mechrune, one of the tier 1 decks. Feels good.
So overall, my games went pretty well, but I feel like I didn't get to use the full power of the meme, that being the Hokkaidos plus the Ginger. I got to use Ginger and Monica, and you know, they work well together. It's a nice package. But with the Hokkaidos in there, I'm not sure if I fully succeeded at the meme.
Yeah, my meme deck didn't have like a meme goal. Every part of it was kind of the meme. So I don't know if I accomplished the meme, but I did win a game. Got to play some Saint Hairs, got to buff Wind Bears, got to play Amina and have a target and interact with the board that way. So it was fun, but I'm not sure if I can say my deck was better or the better meme.
I gotta say, in these meme decks, I like that there's like the Wind Bear, my deck had Electro Kitty, those are great cards. But we'll let you guys decide, who do you think had the better meme deck this time around?
And don't forget to submit memes for next time, and I hope we get to see you again.
Dust off your decks, ladies and gentlemen, because the Shadowverse Millionaires Club needs a new member. Are you this guy? Was your life changed forever by beautiful Shadowverse World Grand Prix prize money? Yeah, me neither. But good news! In 2019, there is another $1 million first place prize to play for. All you have to do is compete in the Shadowverse Open to win league points. Whoever has earned the most points at the end of the year gets a direct invite to the World Grand Prix in Tokyo, Japan. Didn't top the table? You still have a chance to play against the best of your region in the Contenders Cup. 6 Contenders Cup spots will belong to the April to September monthly Cup champions, and the remaining 2 spots will be filled from the league points leaderboard. Each region's final World Grand Prix qualifying spot will be decided among the 8 contenders. The winner of each region will be flown to Japan to compete with the top league point earners in the World Grand Prix. With the sparkly new Shadowverse Open, there are more ways than ever to get on the big stage and show your deck to the world. We're introducing monthly tournaments where you can win league points, card packs, and cold hard cash. Every match you play is a chance to win more and more card packs, and our brand new 2-day tournament format includes a Saturday Swiss bracket, followed by a Sunday top 8 single elimination, giving you plenty of rewards to earn. Speaking of rewards, $4,000 in prize money is up for grabs in every tournament. We can barely keep track of how much stuff you can win. And once the first day of the tournament is done, it's time to kick back, relax, and cheer on your friends in the top 8 as they compete live at Cygames Esports, the official channel for competitive Shadowverse. Head over to shadowverseopen.com for dates and information on how to register. And don't forget to join our Discord to meet players, teams, and become a part of the evolving memescape. So roll right up to the Shadowverse Millionaires Club, because in this community, everyone's a winner.
Discover a passage of antiquity, where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes, rebelling against fate. Raising their blades to the sky, they forged their own destinies. Tales of gods, delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons, praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice, tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
"僕たちの空の旅は無限の可能性に満ちている」
さて、いつもの剣の稽古とはわけが違うぞ、グラ。
ルリア、下がってて。
はい、気をつけてください。姉さん相手でもやれるぜ。
この技でテンペストブレード
奥義アイスクレネイル
ちょうどいい箱があったもので心配はない手加減はできないぞなんだかすげえことになってきたな
ワクワクしてきた
ですね
Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. We're here. This is the finals for the Pan American August Cup, and we're going to be seeing Tempo Storm's Pot Washer versus Lumi. I'm Sterling. This is Luis and Momo Jelly in the studio. What's up, guys? It's been a crazy day.
I think it's a good story. Like, either Lumi wins and then he goes to the top of the leaders, or Paul Washer, who was like America's player last year,
Gets a slot.
gets his slot in the
Yeah,
Contenders to try and
he
do
was
it again.
America's boy last year. Let's be honest here. And if he goes, I really want Pot Washer to go to the Contenders Cup, but I also want Lumi to come to the Contenders Cup.
Well, Lumi's at Contenders Cup.
Most likely going, right?
Yeah,
Sure,
if he's at
sure,
the top
sure,
of the leaderboard.
Yeah, top of the leaderboard. That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. That's true.
He might even skip it, right?
Yeah.
But if Lumi wins, he'll be tied. I believe he'll be tied with Noir for first place on the leaderboard.
Which means they both go to Worlds.
Which means they'll both go to Worlds. Worlds.
Well, there's still one more.
Yeah, if they
of
hold their
course.
position.
Of course. Everything is still up in the air, reasonably so, for the last month, with the biggest month of the year before the Contenders Cup.
Yeah, it would be cool to see Paul Washer come to Contenders, though. That would be nice, but...
This was the bracket for today. Pot Washer took down Mikasai and then took down Deadun to make it to the finals. And Lumi took down Rajitos and took down Raindrop. And now they are going to be going head-to-head. I cannot wait to see what their bans are going to be. I think that's going to be very, very, very telling. It makes sense that Lumi would ban off Ambush Sword because Pot Washer has been performing so well with it today.
And he did it against Rajitos.
And he did it against Rajitos as well. That's true.
Yeah, I think the players were prepared for Ambush Sword, but then you watch Pot Washer play it. I don't know if anyone's ready for that, right?
Yeah.
So
That's very fair.
I think
Now,
some players were ready for it, and the players that weren't were like, ban that.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that.
yeah, that's a really good point. And yeah, and now Potwasher has like, okay, you banned my sword. Cool. I still have Alana's, which I'm incredibly good at, and I still have Machina Runecraft, which one of the more aggressive players with Machina Runecraft. He does not play it like, at least in that one matchup, he didn't play it like a mid-game, mid-range combo deck. He was just he was smorking. He was
I will
going
bring
face.
up though, Potwasher I believe only plays one Realm of Repose in his Alana. And we saw Lumi, he beat the one realm from Raindrop, so
that's true. That's a really good point. We are now here loaded into the finals. Lumi versus Potwasher. The winner earns a spot in the Contenders Cup and takes home $1,000 for the day.
yeah, so I'm not sure if Lumi won this matchup or not, but I mean he could beat the Runor thing with Machina, right? Still Artifact's still super strong. We'll see if Potwasher can get the Sorcerer on 5. He has the Tetra already. Gonna toss it out.
Really once.
Yeah, values the
Megabook.
Sorcerer so much and is rewarded for it. As for Lumi, he could keep the Meisha if he wanted to, but might not.
Yeah.
Yeah, early mechanization can be super strong, and it can also be super awkward, right? So, like if you have a wielder, it's really strong. Without it, it's just... So look at that card. Maybe we'll see Lishana show up today. He's going second, so turn 4 Evil Lishana. Lishana, you know, would give him a Bowel Recognition.
Yeah.
And again, the entire day we've seen Machina Rune do strong plays, struggle to close the game out, especially if there's healing, and the Lishana artifact can do so much heal.
Yeah. And if it can get set up, if the Machina Rune is playing slower than like it has for other players that aren't Potwasher today, then...
Yeah, that's true, right? It's been struggling to find damage for other players. For Potwasher, he's had all the damage, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit tired, but I'm sure this means so much for him, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, Lumi, just because he's top of the standings, definitely wants to win, get the big prize money, but taking his time, mechanization early on could be a play, but it's one of those cards that is not obvious when you play it, and I like to see how players choose to use it. Might just hold it till he has a way to, you know, draw those artifacts from the deck.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. For Potwasher, he found the
2-drop?
Yeah, found a 2-drop. It's gonna boost the Fate's hand, so he might not have a turn 3 play, but
At least he can go face on 4.
yeah. And the 1-1s are pretty good right now. They answer the Cat Gunner pretty well. Lumi could Axel the Sway and then clear the board. And that's not a bad play, although it does spend the Sway, which is such a powerful, you know, 5-drop later on.
Sometimes she's just a wind-up.
And you know, that's
Sometimes
good
that's
enough,
good.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, just because the card is really good in one form doesn't mean the other one can't be also just as good, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Cat Gunner is an awkward curve, so maybe Sway's the play, right?
Maybe it is.
I think he's definitely gonna Evolution on 4, and then we'll see if he can actually, you know, pull that off. And if he holds the Sway, he could do Lishana 4 into Sway on 5. E1 both of those is super powerful, so I also understand holding it for the turn 5.
Potwasher top decking like a madman.
Yeah, not only does he find a turn 3 play, he finds probably the best one in the deck because
That's the one
they don't play other 3-drops, right?
I
Well,
mean-
the Golem that they don't want to play on 3, so...
Yeah.
Which is really good. Gets to go face for 1.
And now this Puppet Shock that could have just cleared out like Golem in a 1-1.
Yeah, now it doesn't fully clear.
Yeah.
I wonder if he might do Puppet Shock and then just hold the Puppet.
For
He would take an
Lishana.
extra 1 damage, but get more discount on the Lishana, yeah.
And now you can get rewarded with a
Yeah, and then you can get the heal later on, yeah. So I wonder, once we see the Lishana played, which is most unlikely to play, I wonder how Potwasher will react to that. Like, do they start playing more aggressively, or... Because we've seen a lot of Machina Rune games just be pretty grindy, right?
Yeah. Well, like right now his hand is very linear.
That's
Doesn't
true,
have too many
right?
options right now.
Maybe after the Sorcerer and the card draw, his hand might open up to a lot of lines of play.
Yeah.
Especially with the life form, right? Right now, yeah, go face with the Sorcerer, why not?
No reason not to.
Yeah, like, again, that guy usually goes face, so he has to play with a spare. Send it to the face. Already done 6 face damage early on. But Lishana plus Puppet is pretty strong. Not a full board clear, but, you know, close enough.
Yeah, here's Lishana.
Yeah. And if there is the Sorcerer on 5, Lishana also answers it, so it's good for Lumi in that sense. And he'll have the follow-up of having the Sway, Licked for the card, for the heal. has the augmentation, but has not really found any artifacts yet. Hasn't played the mechanization either, so.
Well, yeah. Well, now that he has the wielder, he might use the mechanization.
Right, now we'll likely see mechanization, draw, but that might be later on if he wants to play Soy on 5 or something.
Yeah.
Depending on what the board is, though, he might not spend it because the sorcerer dies to Lucian anyway, so.
Well,
if the board's just a 1/1, then.
With the craving, he could use that to remove. But yeah, there's no
Yeah,
way
but then
Mega
we'll
Bucks.
see where, like, if you don't play it on curb, then it's just.
Yeah, and here we see now that Lucian
Okay.
is active, he's going face.
Right, so he essentially answered my question, right?
Yeah.
Lucian has played, so instead of taking trades or anything like that, just gonna go to the face. He knows he needs to close game out as soon as possible before the Destruction of White heal can overwrite his damage.
I suspect that even if Lashana wasn't the turn 4 play, he would
He
still
might
be
still do
evoing
that.
face.
Maybe,
yeah.
right? The way he's played today, yeah, maybe actually.
He's going first. Artifact Portal does all the answering for you anyway.
Yeah. So let me do. Well, now actually, because the way the board state is now,
Sway
Sway
so
actually
clean.
seems really good,
Yeah.
right?
His way's
Yeah.
so clean.
It's also amazing because he's gonna get puppets that he can hold, and then when he plays the lick the following turn, he can now heal like 4 from it.
Yeah.
Which is crazy good. And the Lucian can go face, I guess, right?
Well, I think he's only going to heal 3 with the licked. I don't
Well,
think he's going to evo it.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have to do it. That's true. Like if you heal 3 from your 2-drop, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That's like an evoed happy pig, you know?
It is like an evoed happy
Yeah.
pick. Good card.
Okay, Sway
Good mascot.
being evoed. Like the Luciana will still be an annoying body, and the 3 damage to the face might add up. Pawasha does have the Techno Lord, although it's early enough in the game that. Well, actually,
He did play.
yeah, he did
so-
play the Witch, right? So it's probably
Witch,
doing. Yeah, it's
and-
probably clearing the board.
Yeah.
Can play the Life Form first to get some card draw. Even found the Golem on top of that.
Everything he wants. He's
Yeah.
got.
Needs to get the Fate's Hand a bit more playable though. And right now doesn't have a ton of spells. Technolord is a spell, but only 1.
Yeah.
Could evo the Golem to get a repair mode. But I feel like the way the game is going, he probably wants to like evo like a Cella to the face or something like that.
Or fight Tetra.
Yeah, Tetra to Psychedelic Cannon. That's an excellent point. So it's not an easy decision to see how he uses the evo.
Life Form Technolord.
Yeah, and then see what he draws from there. Because you can't do Life Form Golem Technolord, right?
No.
Also, it's too big of a commitment on the resources, I think.
Yeah, and I think he also doesn't need to. He has exactly 5.
Okay, excellent. So 1 Techno clears the board, picks up a Angel, which is actually great because it is a spell, right?
Yeah.
So I can play the Fate's Hand and finds the Celler. So Celler, Evo, Cravens, that is a lot of damage.
He just needs to boost them down.
Right. He needs to find those repair modes, things like that, right? Does end with a board, but his board is a bunch of 1/1s, and like we're talking about, Lumi will likely just get a bunch of heal going. And he can all do that and develop the destruction in white.
You can clear the board.
Yeah, which is insanely
Put down
strong,
white.
actually. Because he gets the heal right now, and then every turn for the rest of the game, he'll heal an extra 2. While also advancing an actual win condition in the destruction in black. So even though Paul Washer is very aggressive, I don't know, it looks like Lumi has the answers to it, and he can even play the white and then puppet after, right, to get the
black reduced.
yeah,
down.
already start discounting destruction in black. And then he has augmentations and wielders to find the artifacts.
Yeah, I think he's considering whether he wants to pull out an artifact this turn, and that's determining whether he wants to play the puppet.
Right, or play
Right
the yeah, like getting the wielder out so that his next turn is easier, essentially. I mean, he doesn't have Acceleratum, but honestly, he might not need it at this point. He already healed to 14. It's going to be at 16 next turn. And I'm not sure Pawasher can have the damage. Because now it's like a race, right? Every turn Pawasher doesn't do more damage, Lumi's just going to start out healing it. Lifeform is a good start, certainly. But where's the low-cost Machina cards?
Well, both
Okay, that
zealots-
helps, certainly.
Yeah. Well, both Zealots and the Craving is a 10 burst altogether.
Yeah. Also, it is possible that without Axel, maybe Pawasher can get a board to stick. If his board gets to go phase with the Zealots, then maybe that's how he gets the damage.
Pawasher does find Tetra, which can kind of undo the
Yeah, it kind of
healing.
negates the Delta Cannon. Yeah. But eventually the Destruction in Black would just end the game, right? So he still needs to find way more damage on top of that. This
Well-
is a pretty good board, though, without an Axel. Can Lumi answer? Another Lick is more heal, though.
Another Lick does
Okay,
more heal.
he's going in, yeah.
He needs to find something. That draws cards. That draws cards.
Okay, no more artifacts. He does get one more from the wielder. Ancient, definitely the one he wanted. Needs to answer the board. Cat Gunner's Rush Follower. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Even finds a third augmentation for a future turn. And keep in mind, while he's doing this, he's discounting the Sorcerer in Black, right?
Yeah.
Which he could play potentially as early as next turn. Even finds another wielder, but now board space is an issue.
Yeah.
Although he could Evo like the Analyzing, trade it into the 3-1 to buy himself more board space and card draw.
Looks like that's what he's doing.
Yeah, because he has 2 augmentations open this turn. I think it's definitely worth going for. Oh, even finds more artifacts. Yeah, now he's in a fantastic spot.
Yeah.
That was such an explosive turn. Even gets a mechanization. You want to talk about cheating play points? Look at the artifact.
I mean, we've been kind of comparing Mech Rune to old Artifact from like the beginning. So Artifact is showing Mech Rune how to beat Artifact.
Yeah, like not every single turn they can cheat the play points, but the turn where they can,
They
it's
cheat
just
a lot.
yeah, another. Like he could play so many cards, he's just not gonna have enough time, honestly.
He doesn't have enough time.
Yeah, he's
in
gonna be
board
quick.
space. He's gonna float so many play points. Doesn't even matter.
We can play Sorcerer in Black, so essentially he fully answered the board. Well, not fully, I guess, but answered the majority of the board, drew an entire hand, played the Sorcerer in Black, and still floated 3 play points.
Yeah.
Which he could have used the artifacts on still, by the way, right? But
yeah. And
only so much time in a turn.
Yeah, he could have used the mechanization so that he wasn't like full hand at the end.
Yeah.
Like there was.
So now, not only does Paul Washer not have damage, but now he's also at risk of dying in 2 turns.
Yep.
So Tetra will give him 2 damage, but I don't know, it's just he has to do 16 damage.
He does.
Or 18 in 2 turns, which is just so unlikely, even with the Cellar plus Craven combo. Especially when his board now gets cleared for free from the artifact.
Yeah, I think he's going to not trade, possibly.
Well, it's not a board lock. Actually, it is because, yeah, his followers get answered, right?
Yeah.
But then, if Lumi just like, okay, end turn, doesn't he just still win anyway, right?
Well, Paul Washer's going to do as much damage as he possibly can.
Okay, can he set up a 2-turn lethal, right?
Yeah.
That's definitely his best play, his best chance. And he's making it count. He does have Zealots, 2 spell boost.
And
does
again,
have a Cravens.
two Zealots and the Cravings, if he can play them all,
hold
is
on.
10
Yeah,
burst.
maybe he actually does
Is
have
10
damage.
burst.
Well, Lumi goes to 12. But smart from Paul Washer to keep him bar
But
locked.
I wasn't counting the Delta Cannon earlier, so he has 12 burst in hand. If he can play it all with the play points that he has. And I think he can.
You are right. He has exactly 12 burst.
Yeah.
Paul Washer, the master of calculating just exactly how much damage he needs. Showing us why he's a world-class Shadowverse player, and
yeah,
you should not doubt him. Like, man, that game looks so good for Lumi, and yet Paul Washer, he's done the math.
Damage.
He has the damage. Played it to perfection. As soon as he saw Anisha, started going phase, calculating damage, found the tools he needed, and now it's going to be phase, phase, phase. And I think Lumi played that well too. He had that explosive turn. He set up the Luciana as early as possible. Even had the legs for the extra crazy heal.
Yeah.
But we see the Craven's attack pay off.
And there it is.
Yeah, Paul Washer taking game number 1. What a crazy game.
That was something. And it was over before turn 10.
Yeah. So Paul Washer just playing so aggressive today and really working out for him. Again, knowing exactly how much damage his decks can output. Just like that, Paul Washer only needs 1 more game to earn himself a spot in the Contenders Cup. Lumi looking to take the next 2. It's up to Paul Washer's Ilana, which again plays 1 Repose and nothing else too crazy, I don't think. 1 Olivia, only 1 Ektar. See if we can find the Ilana on 4, maybe some Kels to help him out. But do not count Lumi out. We've seen a lot of players go up 1 game and then the opponent makes a comeback today, right?
Yep. It's happened.
Okay, sticking with the artifact. So I think in this matchup, we talked about it the entire day, Realm of Repose is so key, right? Paul Washer only plays 1. We'll see if he can draw it, and if he draws it, how he's going to utilize it.
Yeah, because it has to be utilized to the best.
Right, it is not a card where you play it and it
you
wins you the matchup, right? You have to play it, get the most out of it, use it properly, set up win conditions with it. Paul Washer does have the early Ilana and a 3-drop for the nice curve.
Lumi does have Luciana, which is
yeah, this time going first though, you can only play it on 5.
Which might dissuade him from using it, but if there's ever a matchup for it,
It would be this one, right?
it's this one.
That's where it would shine. Although it seemed pretty good last matchup.
It did.
If PAM Washer wasn't just a master of the damage, I guess, like, it seemed like it was going to be so strong.
Craving is a card.
Yeah, I like the Cravens. Like, it's good removal spell. Can also sometimes go face if you have Celotes, right?
Yeah. I think that's also why I like playing Melvies in my mech room, because sometimes if you just make an
Do you
unanswerable
sell
Melvie...
it the Melvie? I mean, do you Cravens the
I know, I don't
Melvie?
play any Cravings, but
Okay.
I just make a big old Melvie that just hits you in the face, and then
Yeah,
boom.
okay.
It just closes that bit of damage that mech room sometimes struggles to find.
Okay, PAM Washer, not a 2-drop just yet.
But Lumi does.
But Lumi, I mean, I guess you can play the
Cat
Cat Gunner, right? Get some artifacts in the deck. I wonder if PAM Washer will respond with the Rabbit just to answer it. Because he could just wait. But he did find a second Rabbit, so now it's more likely he could play one to answer.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so trading a 1-drop for a 2-drop is probably okay. That 1-drop could be really strong later on, but he doesn't want to fall behind in the early game, right?
Yeah. If Lumi wants to protect his 1-drop, he could accelerate Sway or
Or
Puppet Shock
Those are
it.
big resources, though.
They are.
But seeing as how he doesn't have any other plays, well, he could play the Wielder and then get the Ancient Artifact. But then that's not a great trade either, although it does answer it, I suppose.
Yeah. Or maybe you can just ignore it. It's
just a 1/1,
it's
right?
It's just a 1/1 taking down your 2/1.
Yeah.
Like, you don't...
Also, like, it's not just a 1/1, it's a Rabbit Healer. So when you play against the Lana, you're like, yeah, spend your Rabbit Healer. He's probably okay with
Yeah.
that, right? Is it going to be okay with the 3-drop into a Lana, though, is the question. Because after this, PAM Washer does have a really good curve.
He doesn't really get a choice whether he's okay
Yeah.
with it or not.
Like, if he used the Puppet Shock here, then he won't be able to answer the 2/3, right?
Yeah.
I guess he can with the Wielder plus Ancient anyway, so maybe he's free to use the resources however he wants to.
I mean,
How
he
much does
always
he value
is.
2-phase damage and a 2/1, right?
And how much he values, like, tempo for this turn. Like,
Right.
what does he want to do?
Like, when your opponent has first Evo, and the first Evo could be Kel or Lana, that's pretty scary. Lumi is going to have a good play in the Sway on 5 to answer those boards, though. But then I wonder if he's going to go for the Luciana game plan again, or try and find just the actual artifacts. Okay, so he's using the Ancient and then taking the trade, because this way he buys himself an answer to the 2/3 already.
He might still answer with the Puppet Shock.
Yeah, actually he could and then buy himself 4 face damage.
Yeah.
That would be a solid play, yeah. I think for PAM Washer, you still play it just because
You get
he's going to
a
trade
repair
against
mode.
something, even if that's the spell. And being able to get the repair mode into your hand is definitely what you want from the Alana deck. He's going to have Delafield for extra heals on top of that. Still another Rabbit Healer. All he's missing is like that one juicy Kel.
But Lumi doesn't really have the hand to go real wide right now, so you don't need the kill anytime soon.
I mean, not yet, but it's always nice, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say no to a nice Kel off the top.
Yeah. I've never been... Oh, man, I drew Kel.
Yeah, like, oh no, Kel. Okay, so because he played the Ancient, he gets to set up the Icarus here, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And it drew Augmentation, which is arguably the best draw off of it. So I think Lumi's quite okay with that. And we'll definitely see Alana come down here, get the prayer going. And what might his turn 5 be? Like, Sway can answer this nicely, right?
Sway. Or maybe he wants to get Lashana started.
Yeah, because
maybe.
Lashana kills the Alana and survives, and that's a big deal, actually.
Yeah.
I think this turn will be very telling of what he wants to do in this game. If he wants to, you know, go for the
Slam
Lashana
Lashana.
recognition.
Yeah, he wants to slam it. Not even, like,
Yeah.
ponder.
I think he's just said of like, hey, this is how I played this matchup, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that's why Lashana is so nice, because Lashana could be just a solid 4-drop as a
1/4 Bane.
1/4 Bane
with,
that
like, the little
can't be
spell.
destroyed.
Yeah. Like
And
the
then
shield.
some games, it's like, hey, I able Lashana and I have a win condition, right? Like, if decks like Ambush Sword are one-dimensional, you know, decks like these, they could do multiple things, right?
Yeah.
And it's just nice to have
Many
more
options.
options. Can even play the extra Wielder. It gets answered by Kel if there was one, but I mean, he's got to play when to spend.
And then you, even though, like, yeah, Kel answers it, but then that's 3
You still draw a card,
discounts.
right?
Yeah, you still draw a card. 3 discounts on your white.
Yeah. He could hold it if he wants to play it on turn 8 to draw 2 with it, or put more artifacts in the deck first to try and draw something else. Because right now there's only one Ancient in the deck, right? He's not put any artifacts.
That is correct.
So maybe he has to hold it till after he's played the Analyzing. But it's like the opportunity cost, right? Of like, he has the free play point right now, He might not later on.
I mean, if he plays like Zoe next turn, he would.
I mean, he still would for the play point. That's true, yeah.
I think he's like probably thinking about the next couple turns and being like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, and
This
the
and
cool,
that.
cool thing about Lishana for them is that if you evo the Lishana, then you don't have to rely on the Meisha evo, so now he's free to spend his evo elsewhere, like the Sway, which is super strong.
Yeah, but if you can do both,
Yeah, I mean, you could do both, right?
you can attempt.
Yeah, and here you see the power of the Lishana. Once again, like, it's not just the 3-1 that gave you recognition, it's also going to take out another full follower.
Yeah, and the Bane is rough because you want to get rid of it because you don't want it to answer a bigger follower, so
Right.
it dissuades bigger followers from being played.
Like, it's something you would want to, like, evo over and develop a board and, like, start healing and buffing, but in this case, Bane is super powerful. And like you were saying, I don't think it's a minion Paul Washer could just ignore, right?
I mean, I think he
could
might.
Falcon it. Maybe, yeah, maybe he'll just ignore it.
Just like get rid of the 1/1, or maybe he'll bump Lashana.
Yeah, the problem is that, like, if you're gonna go Lishana and he answers your board with other artifacts or puppets or something like that, then you will eventually have to answer the 3-1 Bane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Magna Giant is drawn. Destruction on White is at 9 play points right now. But Lumi has found Acceleratum and Augmentation, the Dream Team for Artifact Portal.
But now there are no more artifacts in deck.
There's not. He could play the Analyze in next turn before he starts.
Yeah, play the land out.
And then the Wielder is guaranteed to get that. And that's pretty good. He'll have a nice starting point from that.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know if that's
already
enough of a turn for him to commit the Augmentation to, right?
But he
But
could at
we'll
least
see.
put the Acceleratum down if he needs to.
Yeah, at least the Axle, right?
Unless a Realm of Repose comes down, then he wouldn't play Acceleratum.
That's a card, yeah, that's a card. Again, Pawasha only plays as a 1-off, right? And we saw him be super aggressive against the Luciana last game, but Alana's not a deck that can really do that.
Yeah, not in the same way.
Like, a Delafil here would be nice for Pawasher. Is it good enough, though? I don't know.
And then he just plays out a mech wielder just for the body. Just here's a
Just
1/1.
about interesting. Okay, another Soy's picked up. 2 repair modes, Rabbit, Bell. Pawasher has heals. Probably a good Delafil turn, I guess. I feel like it might be too slow, right?
Confused by the wielder that pulled nothing.
Yeah. Sometimes you forget, although I'll give Lumi the benefit of that he wanted the Tempo 1/1. It did eat an attack, right?
Yeah.
But I've been there where you're playing artifacts and you're just like,
There's gotta be
oh.
artifacts in there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
You just assume there's artifacts in the deck, but they're not always there for you.
That's the second time he's done that. If it's not for tempo.
Okay, so, like, Delafil is nice, strong follower, get the effect activated. I wonder if he'll spend an Evo.
He might not.
Like, I don't know that Alana can beat the Lishana, right? Or, like, outrace it, I guess?
No, it definitely can't race. It's a very slow.
Yeah, he'd have to do,
Slow
like,
deck.
repose, play, something like that.
Yeah.
But it's just not happening right now. And Lumi, he has, removal for days, augmentation, acceleratum, artifact. The white is already at 7 play points. It's only going to keep getting lower and lower. Okay, what is his play?
I think he's going to get rid of De La Fee and play white.
Maybe like a Evo and Sway? Still pretty strong, right?
He could
Okay,
do
never
that.
mind. Icarus it is.
We're wrong. He's got his own ideas.
Yeah. Finds another wielder to replace the one that
He tossed
did
out.
nothing, yeah?
Yeah.
This one can draw something if you play it after the lion.
But maybe if he just slams it down, we know for sure he does it.
Then he's like really committed. Like, hey, I like my 1 play point 1/1s, okay? Okay, if he evils Icarus, doesn't do anything, so not going to. He's at 20 life. The Falcon's just a 2/3, and like, yeah, I could get buffed, but really by how much? Okay, you
And
see
the
a Zoe
answer
show up.
is quite a few times actually.
So what does Paul Marshall want to draw? Is Realm still good enough is the question, I guess.
I'd say so. I think Realm is always good enough. Because then you stop Lumi from being able to trade things in.
But at this point, he can already play the white anyway, right?
But he can play the white, then what's he do after that? How does he reduce his black?
Right, that's a good point. Okay, Rabbit Healer. Another Alana's picked up. Another Rabbit. Kel. Okay, he's getting a really good board here.
Double
Delafil effect.
repair modes?
Yeah, probably spend the repair modes, right? There's the Realm.
There's the realm.
Okay, hold on.
We might have a game here yet.
Yeah. Also, that Falcon that I was like, hey, what's this Falcon gonna do?
It's gonna do
I was
7
going
damage.
face for 7 damage. That's a lot. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's what
actually
it's
a
doing.
massive amount.
And then we feels
That's actually an
feels
8,
it.
10.
Yeah.
Okay, just like that. Paul Washer back in control, making the Alana power plays. How can Lumi answer? There's not enough artifacts in his deck. He has to get really good draws of the augmentation, I think.
But he can do these.
I mean, he has the wielder,
Yeah. And then he has Sway.
and he's got Sway and... Yeah, like play Sway as a 5-drop Wait, that's not enough though, right? Usually Sway answers most boards, but
Not this
not this type of board. Displacer draws him another artifact.
But I don't think that's enough, and now you don't have room for Sway.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think he can answer this board.
At least with Sway.
Well, you could have answered like the 6-6 and the 11-4, I guess. But you still die to the other two.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, Artifact can answer a lot of boards, but they don't have infinite resources. They don't have infinite artifacts. If you haven't put enough of them in your deck, can't draw enough of them, you just can't answer the board.
He could have played Lich there and started healing.
I mean, he could heal a little bit, right? But I think Paul Washer's going to have more than 20 damage.
Yeah.
Honestly, even with the Alana deck, Paul Washer's just showing how much damage his decks could do.
It's a lot.
Destruction for 0, but
That
it's
doesn't-
just not enough.
Yeah.
Like, he cheated so many play points. Lumi,
Oh
he
yeah.
played so many cards.
Destruction in white and destruction in black are artifacts, and they count on the.
Oh yeah, they do.
on
So
the
he draws the.
augmentation. That's a
But
cute
just like that,
thing.
Paul Washer's going to take it 2-0
Yeah.
and earn a spot in the Contenders Cup.
I call every play cute.
Yeah,
And
you
then
say it a lot.
And I think I make you say it now a lot.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I've just every play that I'm not sure about, every play that I like, every play.
I think that was an apt description for that match. It was a cute match.
It was a cute
Yeah,
match.
Paul Washer played so well today.
It was an amazing match.
Yeah.
That was so incredibly well played from Pot Washer. The timing on that tempo push in the Alana's match and that last Alana's game right there was perfect. It
Yeah.
was absolutely perfect. We
That's
talk so much about the ability that Artifact Portal has to clear boards. That's what Artifact Portal does. It clears boards, sets up what it needs to. Not when you're up against Pot Washer and he's tracked the number of resources that you've used and knows, okay, there's a very low likelihood that you're going to be able to answer this board because you've used these resources. You're probably not going to have what you need. I'm just going to do this, figure this out.
Yeah, like he
and
saw the
not
wielder
even
be
close.
played and not draw any artifacts. So Paul Washer knows that, hey, it's like, there's no artifacts in the deck. What am I scared of?
Yeah.
Yep, and Artifact is an incredibly difficult deck to play. Playing against it is even more difficult than playing against most other decks because if you're playing Artifact, yeah, you're tracking the artifacts in your deck and you're managing those play points. But when you're playing against it, you're also doing that.
Right,
If
you're
you're
managing your own deck
really
too, right?
playing to the highest level, if you're playing like Pot Washer is,
Yeah.
you're tracking the number of resources in your opponent's deck and in their hand and the number of resources they've used. It's absolutely insane, and Pot Watcher did it. Takes the series 2-0. First place today, got who knows how many league points, climbed all the way up the ladder, massively in contention to possibly earn a direct qualification for the World Grand Prix.
I don't think he has quite that many points,
Okay.
but we are going to see him in October.
Right.
Yeah,
we
that's
are going to
for
see
sure.
him at the Contenders Cup in October, but there's still next week. He could do the same thing
Next
next
win
week.
again, yeah.
And then maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
After the way he
We'll see.
played today, like, oh man, he just looks so good.
He did.
But yeah, Pot Washer earned his spot in the Contenders Cup. He's going to be coming back to Los Angeles for a second time this year. I believe the only player who's qualified in PAM qualified again was Ban Ragudu.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he's going to be back.
Nice. Very, very good stuff. Very good stuff. And let's not forget, Happy Pig beat out Electric Kitty. Happy
Very
Pig's still alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been
It was a really good show. Those games were back and forth, crazy close.
Yeah, it's been a long
Yeah.
day of Shadowverse.
Yep. And I think the Pot Washer just had this tournament's number. He had it figured out. I'm going to bring Ambush Sword. I'm really good at the deck. Not many people can beat it. And if they ban it, I just happen to have the two strongest decks in the format that, guess what? I'm also a master at piloting, and I could take first place.
There was that moment in his first game where he almost got eliminated, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, if you let him come back that game, he could take the set. But he just came back and he took the whole
He
tournament.
took the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whole day. Let's take a look at the standings to see where players have ended up at the end of today. Noir still in first place with 62 points. Potwasher has climbed all the way up to 47 points. Lumi as well, 60 points. There's a 9-point difference between third and fourth place now. That's absolutely massive. It's crazy. Hats off to these players.
Yeah, only one more cup for each region, right?
Only one more cup for each region. Just one more month of competition left before the Contenders Cup. Don't forget the Contenders Cup is coming up in just a few months. In Pan America, Europe, and SVO, it's October 12th, 13th, and October 20th. You'll be able to see the action broadcast live right here on this channel. The players are going to be here in the studio. We're all going to be here.
Excited.
I'm excited too. We've got tons of amazing things planned. It's gonna be an amazing week.
It's also gonna be a new meta, right? Because October, so
that's right.
Really
it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be the meta that the World Grand Prix is played under.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is really exciting. It's gonna be so hype.
Which is really exciting.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the way it kind of works out in the timeline of things is the new expansion comes out, and then the Contenders Cup is played. So there's a limited amount. There's still a good amount of like a couple weeks or so for the players to really crunch and get the meta, a good understanding on the meta. But then there's several months until, 2 months until the World Grand Prix at the end of the year, where the meta has solidified. It's really interesting.
Yeah, like Brigade will rotate out, and that will shake things up a lot.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Brigade will be out of here, and
Brigade was an era.
It was an era. It'll definitely be the end of an era. Well, that just about does it for our broadcast today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you had a blast. We had a fun time, and make sure you sign up and register for the final cups in Pan America, Europe, and the SVO region. There's only 1 month of competition left. One more month to earn league points and prize money before we come to the Contenders Cup in October. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in a few weeks.